Hey, what's up everybody? It's Lids, and we're back for some more Path of Exile 2, and last time we completed the end of Act 2 along with picking up the Ascendancy through the Trial of Sychemas. Then we got to a very early start to get into town for Act 3, so that's where we will pick things up this time round, delving further into Act 3, and as for what, if anything, I've done... Oh, and that's a very dark and foreboding background. Okay. Outside of that, I might be dumping us off at our hideout by the looks of things. I might have picked up one level in between streams, mostly just rerunning that zone at the beginning of Act 3, and did make some attempts, at least, to improve our gear. Now, we did start to see some higher base level gear, and so that was the inspiration. However, I've certainly come to find that it is not easy to roll improvements for our gear, at least in some cases where it seems like we have some... Oh, hold on. Terrifies me a little bit when I see we don't have any weapons, but turns out we seem to have had some pretty good luck rolling some of our lower level gear, so it's been pretty hard to find adequate replacements for it, but it wasn't for lack of trying, because I may have blown through all of our exalts for, at best, marginal improvements. We're still using the same wand, and this shield has been really hard to replace as well, despite being fairly low base level. Is there anything in particular that looks new relative to where we last left off? I might have thrown some additional runes and or exalts into our chestplate because that was already pretty solid, and then potentially same thing here with the gloves. I know I tried to roll some of these guys again. This might be a new belt, and then we have, you know, several pieces of gear that are in and around this same level of quality, and so it cost us a fair bit, but hopefully we'll just get lucky going forward and be able to pick up some good stuff along the way without having to invest our now non-existent currency. So let's see where we are off to next. In fact, this is the waypoint, but no, that's not where we leave town. Don't think we've ever checked for the exit, but I do, for what it's worth, I absolutely love the way this town looks, and the music is just so calm and relaxing in this area. Feels like the kind of music you just put on in the background while you're doing other things, and it's just very soothing. But the jungle ruins, those may not be soothing. Let's see what we are in for here.
The mighty Val Empire, now just an overgrown jungle.
Oh. Antlion Charger, you say? Oh, I now see why you have this name. Yes. It seems like they do that roll from far enough away. It would actually be kind of hard to stop them. Oh, also, to be sure, hold on, let me just double check. We still have Arctic armor active. There we are. Okay. Now we're back in business. Okay. Enemies that pop up out of nowhere, I see, and that appear to be doing some form of poison damage. Wonderful. Is that a... Wasn't sure if that was technically a poison ground effect or just from being hit. That would be good to know going forward, though. We did get some warning of there being apes. We're a pretty common enemy type in Path of Exile 1. And if they're anything like the Path of Exile 1 variant, one would assume that means you have the bigger ones, the more gorilla-like enemies that I think we saw one of there, and that they may be able to summon smaller feral primates from the trees. You see that little entryway there? Oh, Snake Throat Shambling. And I'm noticing that once again, our life bar is green. Restricted Quadrilla? Oh, he has 4 arms. That is actually an extremely clever name. It's kind of a dad joke, but I respect it. Yeah, if we freeze those guys with Arctic armor, that certainly helps. Expedition logbook. Oh my goodness, did you see how many of these guys spawned in? I think I know what the answer is here. It is definitely to use Arc. That is insane how many of those guys there just were. I think those are the same base shoes that we're using. That's the base energy shield one, isn't it? Body rune's not bad either. We have good stats, good explicit stats on our amulet right now, the ones that are randomly rolled, but the implicit is not great if I remember correctly. It's either, might be life regeneration or strength, which strength is not terrible. But I think the number is not that high, and we are scaling energy shield more than we're scaling life and strength, so probably would still stand to benefit more from going that route.
The Auroch are truly terrifying to behold. I suspect their canine features result from genetic mutations, perhaps born of the cataclysms that reshaped these lands. Their tribesmen are savage. I rarely leave their territories without scars to show for it. Yet, they hold a knowledge we Oriathans have long since abandoned. Our high-born civilization prides itself on its advancements, but remains woefully primitive in matters of the spirit and the natural world. For all their brutality, the Auroch live in harmony with the forces of nature. And perhaps they have no choice. But I wonder if we are the fools for believing we've transcended it. Better to live with nature than to die defying it.
There's a gap in between where I end and you begin. Well, that was interesting because we heard a mention of Oriath and Oriathans, which are the place and people, respectively, that were sort of the centerpiece of Path of Exile 1. So that's where most of the enemies and, in most cases, playable characters were from. And then these Uruk, who I assume are the various people we've seen, more human-like people who we've seen in and around here. It's not entirely clear how they are related to the Vol, if at all. Because the reason why we're here in the first place is to gather information from the Vol. Checkpoint here, and I was gonna say I did not check to see if there was anything in particular we were looking for in this area, but I think we might have found it. Mighty Silverfist has arrived, and he, I'm assuming, hits like an absolute truck with that gigantic pillar. I will note, he's surprisingly quick. I'm not really able to channel this Incinerate for long. I did take that. Base tank that. Not really the intention. I was trying to sneak in a little one of these. It's going to deactivate as soon as I step out of it, so I was hoping it would be big enough area of effect. But keep it up for a little longer than that. Otherwise, it might just be a little song and dance. A little game of patience here. Seems like there's a little bit of a larger window when he does that. Oh, he's mixing it up a bit. I assume that, like other enemies we've found in the past, base tanking is actually the best way to engage him. But I would be lying if I didn't say this feels a little bit silly. Ow. Oh, he has a combo! But only if he lands the first hit, seemingly. Now he's below half health. Whatever that's worth, or now he's. There's the combo, okay, yep. Honestly, you could make the case it's actually beneficial to get hit by the combo because it gives you a larger window to attack it. This is mostly just a matter of patience and focus more than anything. Ow. This is also where getting the extra energy shield recharge, or start of energy shield recharge is helpful. Pretty sure I was missing some of that. That way, if we do get hit by one of the hits, we don't have to dodge as many follow-up hits. I almost dodged into that. Don't to dodge as many follow-up hits before we start hitting the energy shield back. That one. Right, that tree was blocking on that occasion, which made me a little nervous. To be honest with you. Not fast. Not by any means.
Ouch. You should have been more careful.
But we did take him down. And had basically no forewarning that he was going to be here, because as I said, I did not check in advance to see if there were any notable encounters in this space, but I guess as soon as I saw the checkpoint, I thought to myself, there's a chance there might be something important here. But we do get 2 weapon set passive skill points. So that actually is pretty fruitful in that case, that fight. And I think we were mostly... Well, we were kind of going back and forth between upgrading the shock here. I think I might have, with the 1 or 2 levels I picked up in between streams, I might have gone and grabbed this dampening shield. This 28% energy shield is a lot. And then the maximum energy shield is... Oh no, was it that one? I thought I picked up one that gave mana. Maybe it was this. This one, I think, yeah. 18% maximum energy shield, still pretty solid, but then the percentage increased mana regeneration rate and percentage increased intelligence, I don't think either of those were all that dramatic, but could help us a little bit with the mana sustain, which especially when we are using the mana tempest is a bit more of a factor. So, in terms of where that leaves us, what does this cluster do? Crit chance. Okay. That is not bad, to tell you the truth. What is this? Freeze buildup, which is also something I am interested in. Freeze and shock right next to each other, which is pretty nice. Eventually, with this ascendancy, I do hope to take the Shaper of Storms where all of our damage can shock. That means we're not necessarily tied to taking electric skills, or lightning skills, I should say. So we would benefit from improving the effectiveness of our shock more or less no matter what. Whereas the freeze, we don't have that same benefit from an ascendancy for this. So we would either need to go with a cold skill, or we would need to find some other way to consistently apply that freeze. We do have the Arctic armor, which is getting somewhat frequent freezes. Obviously, it's it only activates when we get hit, which is not really something we would like to be doing some of the time. We would prefer to just not get hit at all. I think we might still have some things that require additional intelligence, but strength does give us extra life. So when possible, it's actually kind of nice to do that. This also does have a secondary mana effect as well, which 6% mana regeneration rate is not going to be dramatic, but again, get a little bit of that in a few places, and it might start to add up to the point where it's helping us. A little subtly, perhaps, but helping us nonetheless. One of those is a blue attack. Well, some of these guys are part of the blue attack, and then we have more of the little... Well, they're ant lions, I guess? Are they? Not entirely sure what they are. Not yet. Grab those real quick. Always bleed. So it might be worth taking a quick peek to see what, if anything else, there is in the area that we might want to know about. Mighty Silverfist we've now defeated, and that gave us the 2 passive points. That's great. Jungle Grave has an interesting icon for it. We're all still keeping an eye out for Servy's son. Oh, that's the name of one of the shopkeepers in town, right? And then Troubled Camp. Okay, so there's theoretically a few other things here, and then there's also 2 ways out of this area. So that would suggest this is an area where it pays to be fairly thorough. Excuse me, sir. Thank you. Surprised you did not seem to always make us bleed, despite your description. Yeah, so it does seem like we are running into some somewhat consistent sources of chaos here, which is a little bit concerning. Even more so if it's poison, because poison circumvents our energy shield. That is the primary form of defense we've spec'd into, and then, even if it isn't poison, just normal chaos damage, that means it's dealing double damage to our energy shield, so one way or another, it's hitting us pretty hard. Oh, there's the Jungle Grave, and a checkpoint. Okay, is this gonna...
Oh no. How can I tell her of this?
Oh. So, her son is now nothing but a ravaged corpse? That doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound good. Lifeless body sits brutalized and impaled. Oh no. Is it gonna get reanimated into a zombie of some variety and we're gonna have to fight it? I'm half expecting that. No, we're summoning her here. She's not gonna be happy about this, I imagine.
This is my son. When he did not return from the jungle, I feared the worst. But I still had hope. The warring tribes have taken that hope away from me. Curse to Azak, curse to Orok, and curse this day. Promise me, you will not tell Apus his father is dead. Let him remain a child for one more day.
Okay. I guess we won't tell him. I would prefer life recovery from flasks. I guess in that case, nothing more comes of it. Perhaps other than maybe in town. I don't remember if we actually see. It sounds like, so she's a grandmother. That was her son who was killed and, well, they didn't respect his body, his corpse. I guess we could put it that way. And then her grandson may or may not be in town. That was the one she was saying, you know, don't tell him about this, at least not yet. And you know, maybe that doesn't feel great. On the other hand, if that's what she wants, that seems like a booby trap. Careful where I'm backing up into. This looks like a booby trap. Can we step on it? No, I don't even think it... Oh, we can. Okay. That's an enemy. I saw that. I'm learning. Slowly. And perhaps not surely. But we're getting there. Oh, more of these guys as well. Okay, they're ants. Straight up ants. Nettle ants. See that too. Pop up. Okay. So when one of those pops up, all the other ants do with it. That's how it works. Gotcha. Okay, so that's a couple of things in this area that we can now already check off. That's nice. I mean, we've talked before about how the zones in Path of Exile 2 are quite big. Combine that with the generally slower playstyle of Path of Exile 2, and it certainly takes a lot longer to get through a zone in that case. Add on top of that, when you don't know where the particular things are that you might be looking for, or in some cases you just say, oh, whatever, I'm just gonna more or less accept that we'll go for a full clear. And that adds more time still. I thought I saw something, that dark magic blood orb up there. There was one more notable thing in this area, supposedly. I don't remember what it was. Yeah, that. Oh, okay. We've seen this before. It's rare. That magma barrier mod, which I'll be honest, I still don't know exactly what it does. I don't love when those guys are teaming up on us, though. I kind of like to give this rare our undivided attention, especially when it does poison/chaos damage. Ooh, that's good news, though. I think the reason... Oh my gosh, you see how much damage that dealt? See, yep, the dot just gets rid of it. Okay, very nice.
I must travel light.
I think the reason why we were technically dealing poison damage to them, or at least enough to make their life bar turn green, even if it wasn't really taking much degen damage from it, is because we reflect damage with one of our uniques. These guys do remind me of the Vol constructs in Path of Exile 1. Well, basically a combination of that and the, I'm forgetting what the name of the enemy is. The enemies that fire what is basically a blood barrage at you in the, Lunas? Whoa, hold on. This chaos damage, it's adding up quite a bit. It is superior. However, our inventory space is already getting eaten up quite quickly. Have we seen level 9 stuff before? We have. Okay. In fact, we deliberately held back on being more experimental with some of this stuff because I think we first saw the level 9 skills right before the Act 2 boss, and we were saying, maybe this is not the right time to experiment. Lightning Warp is a little bit interesting because it has a movement aspect to it, but it's somewhat restrictive in when and where you can use it. I remember that. Fireball may be the most straightforward, potentially outright replacement for Incinerate. Although it seemed from the preview as though it might be more of an area skill rather than a single target skill, based on those explosions, those subsequent arcing a subsequent round of projectiles that fly out after you hit the primary target. And then Frostwall
creates a wall
might have some potential to combine with some other skills. I'm not sure if we have the best ones to do that with.
They will explode.
So Fireball seems like that would probably be the one we would be most interested in using right away. And probably would want to go back to town in order to find other support gems, or really uncut support gems that we've yet to use that we could allocate toward Fireball. So maybe we'll hold back for a little while longer before we actually look to use it. But we put it on our radar. And then fire skills, obviously we're using Incinerate right now, but as we were talking about before, we don't technically need to use lightning skills because we should get shock no matter what, at least long term. So that means we could still use lightning if we wanted to, but we could use cold, we could use fire. I kind of originally was hoping to go the fire route because at least offensively, combining the shock with the ignite that you get. Ooh, we actually do have our inventory. When you combine the shock that makes enemies take more damage with ignite that deals more damage as damage over time, that can really start to add up. So, in that way, I was tempted to go that route, and something like Fireball could potentially be good. See, on our mini-map, things that are seemingly just outside of our current scope, our current field of view, or whatever you want to call it. I can't tell if that's just because the places we've been to before, they're on the edge of this circle. Or yes, no, it's a square, not a circle. In the top right corner. Or if we truly haven't been there. Have we been there before? And we just far enough away that it's not showing up in the primary area. What was hitting us? You. I just assumed we were more or less in the furthest right area of this map, but apparently that was when we spawned in, but apparently that was not the case. Makes me think that might be where the last thing is, and I'm not sure to what extent you can really read into. Let me focus on not dying, and then I'll show you. I don't know to what extent you can read into where these things are showing up relative to the icon for the zone. Like, Silver Fist was basically right in the middle. The Jungle Grave was in the bottom left, so if anything, I would maybe have swapped around the positioning of those two. But the Troubled Camp being in the right, maybe top right corner, that could end up being the case here. Is that a coincidence? Or does that mean that the map overlay is actually pretty representative of where this stuff is? Oh, I did not even realize there wasn't a waypoint when we first walked in here, but now there is. Okay, and this is the next or one of the two next zones. We know there are potentially two exits. I think we'd still like to find that one other thing in here. Don't really know what, if any, reward we get from it, because it doesn't seem to have any other icon next to it. Unlike the boss, which had the little plus sign, which suggested we had something to gain from fighting him. Whoa, that was a very human-like sound. Which, in a jungle full of quadrillas, seemed to be somewhat notable. Here, quadrilla, I dare you. I dare you. Powerful minions, breaks armor. Okay. Gets frozen. Perhaps more accurately. That also would have been a good time to activate our mana circle or mana storm. Just me, or is this guy barely hitting us for any damage?
Take you.
Okay, hold on. This is big, and probably not something we actually want for ourselves. That... oh, no, it has a socket. Okay, we should keep that. Other stuff. Can we make enough room for you? We might be able to. Should be able to, by the looks of things. Okay. We could, of course, use that, that waypoint to head back to town, sell some stuff. Dexterity base. Oh. Troubled camp where greed is met with peril. What does that mean? Gwendolyn here, who does not seem to be attacking us. Oh, he does seem to have a friend. Let's dump you. Is this some sort of crap? Let's get the checkpoint first, just in case. Then maybe we chat.
Yeah?
Oh. Oh. Okay. What are you doing out here?
I could have gone my whole life without watching snakes coil around a corpse or getting pounded into the dirt by a homicidal ape. It's enough to make a girl question her career choices.
Mm-hmm.
Still, treasure keeps me coming back. You can't take 2 steps around here without tripping over some old vile ruin all tangled up in the undergrowth.
Okay. I guess I was expecting a little more context for why you were here, but I mean, we'll take it,
if you've
I
got the
guess.
coin.
Let's see. You happen to have anything particularly useful? That's a large life roll on an energy shield base, but our chest plate is extremely good. That is also a large life pool on an energy shield base. Larger than our life pool. However, I mean, you could use it as a starting point. This is basically what happened to me in between streams for a little bit, was I found some bases that seemed to have some prospects of being crafted into something good. Then I tried investing currency in them, and, you know, you don't always get a hit. So I don't think this is the best time anymore for us to be working on crafting projects, although that is a little bit tempting, but this shield has been surprisingly hard to replace. Despite being low level, the rolls are just so good that it's been hard to one-up both the defensive and the offensive stuff. Now, maybe if you went all in on one side of things, you could do better, but like here, the energy shield, you would think would be doable to beat that, but maybe that you could consider that. Let's see, it's 45% spell damage. That does give us some flexibility in terms of what type of element we use with our skills, whereas our existing shield only does fire damage, but the combination of that with the 15% cast speed is just so hard to beat. So that's been the struggle. Would love if there was someone here who would disenchant or identify. Well, we have some wisdom scrolls. We can identify some stuff. You don't have an armorer's bench, so we can't break that down or that. Let's see with you though. Life, that's not great. Oh, that's droppable as well. I did not even realize that. It's not really useful for us, and it's quite big. You quite solid for attacking builds, but not really what we're looking for. These guys, it's a huge life roll. Energy, oh, it's a really low level base though. You can see even with quality, it's still significantly lower energy shield than what we have, or in part because we have good, well, a lot of our energy shield is coming from our mods. Yeah, I think we still value the energy shield over the life. In this case, we'd gain some mana, we'd gain a little bit of cold res, so it's not like it's a terrible item. Sell at least some of that stuff. Part of me is tempted to hold on to this. It could be usable. It's not bad to sell though. Oh, we'd like to see this. Oh, snap. That's a lot of life. Better cold res than what we have. Had better strength than what we have, which also equates to more life. That is a very good belt. We are definitely using that. And we go from flask charges gained to life recovery from flasks. I think I do prefer life recovery from flasks as well. So let's dump you.
Quite the find.
Yeah, I'm kind of tempted to hold on to both of these potentially for future builds. For what it's worth as well, I think I saw that selling an unidentified item is worth less than selling an identified item. I mean, we could check right now. So 109, 195. It's a pretty significant improvement, and that is a lot of life, but still don't think that's worth working with. If it were a pure energy shield base, again, maybe it could be a crafting base for us, but let's, we'll wait until we get back to town and can identify everything before we start selling in bulk. I think that was the last thing we were looking for here. Well, outside of the second exit. Hello.
Sans have you.
I also didn't see exactly how much life we gained from changing our belt, but I imagine it was pretty solid. Would be on the life side, not on the energy shield side. But that's okay. I mean, in truth, that's better against the chaos damage that we are seeing more of. It indirectly helps us deal with that. Alright, tell you what. Well, since we have this waypoint, we'll quickly go just identify everything, stockpile the stuff that we feel like could be worth holding on to, and sell the rest of it. Want to talk to us since we saw you out there?
We've been clashing with the Auroch tribe for generations, but their real fight is with the Azak, and them are losing. The Auroch worship the three-headed snake. Them poison the jungle, poison themselves, poison us too. Their shaman? Only seen her twice. She moved like a panther in the dark. The coward.
Sounds a lot like we are going to see that person later on. And by see, I mean probably fight.
Evil in the shadows. If you find the source of their wickedness, you let me know. I must see it for myself to make an antidote.
Oh. Okay, we'll accept the quest. For sure. Now let's quickly
What have you learned?
identify. And this also gives us a chance to... Whoa! Disenchant. That is a humongous life roll. This is the problem. It's just... It's a hybrid item. Armor, energy shield. So it's not going to give us all the stuff we're looking for. Or at least not as much energy shield as what we had. But this is one really good roll. One pretty bad roll with that life regeneration per second. I mean, it's potentially worth just... Well, we would have to regal it to get to the next crafting stage. It's potentially worth doing that and just seeing what you can get. If it is good, then maybe it's worth pursuing it further. If not, then you dump it. But... Oh, speaking of ones you would like to craft further. That is very nice. The base energy shield. Love the cast speed offensively. Augment this. I mean... It doesn't help us in combat. 16% is maybe high enough that we'd see a very subtle difference in the rarity of some of our stuff, but this is something that I think we would like to either regal or don't know we have any essences left, because I may have used one or two of those in my crafting efforts as well. So I think we just would need to go the regal exalt route if we had any exalts to work with. But what are we working against here? This is the tough part. Double resistance and the life roll. The armor doesn't really matter much at all to us, but I suppose you could say 22 energy shield probably beats 39% armor, or is at least roughly equivalent to that once you factor how we don't have much of any life scaling, but we have a bunch of energy shield scaling. The cast speed is just better than any offensive stat we have here, because we don't have any offensive stats here. So the primary thing we'd be losing by making this switch would be the elemental resistances. So if we could get one of those, or something else of particular note with the regal, that would be ideal. Flat energy shield. Okay, that is notable. That is more energy shield. And at that point, you can see we're going to lose... It's just going to be a straight 39 life. Yep. How much energy shield do we gain? So we have 45. Okay, yeah, it's base 45 energy shield, so it's... We're going to gain even more than that once you factor in the scaling. Yeah, it's over 100 energy shield by putting that on. We lose out on what was probably our single biggest remaining source of life regeneration. We do still have a little bit on our belt, and I know I was just saying that's not a good stat earlier, and that is by and large the case, but every once in a while, when you are completely out of flasks in the middle of a boss fight, and you are just waiting to maybe get the energy shield recharging, or get some ads to pop up so that you can get some of those flash charges back, having just a little bit of life regeneration is not the worst thing in those circumstances. I think we're dumping that. Dump that. I'm a little tempted to keep all those guys because they do have some good stats. Potentially worth billing around. And then I think we'll hold on to you as well. You know, our previous gear that has been serviceable for us will help accelerate future characters. Leveling those up. Where is the bench? Over here? It's not. Place where we do. Here you are. Salvage bench. This and that. Okay. Oh, we could also take a second to look at the fireball-related stuff. See if there's anything decent we can set this up with support gems, or just get support gem stuff. I did cash in a few, or I bought a few more premium stash tabs and one for skills and uniques. So that should just help us a little bit with organizational things. So if we're looking at support gems, potentially getting a couple of those for the purpose of setting up fireball. Solar orb we really have not been using, so maybe we just take the place of that, and instead we use that fireball. And yeah, it does benefit from many of the support gems we've been using already. Higher chance to ignite. Ignition, I suppose, is fitting the name. Then would we swipe support gems from something that we aren't using very much anymore? Oh. Oh no. Okay, that's fine on Mana Tempest. That works. Do like that. Scatter shot, though. Less damage, but skills fire additional projectiles. Less attack and cast speed. That could be workable on Fireball. Otherwise, more area of effect. Yeah, maybe we'll try this. Okay. We'll give that a shot. Throw you in there. Okay. Let's head back. What's up, Boris? I will hydrate. Now if we had it... Oh. Okay, the Troubled Camp is not grayed out, but I'm pretty sure that was the place where we were trading earlier, right over here. And it's not like we fought anyone here, so I can understand why it wouldn't gray out. It's not like, you know, there's a boss here that we defeated. So we're gonna sell this stuff here, because we can. And... Okay, yeah, and it says Troubled Camp, so confirmation. That is definitely what we have here. Just do a quick little sell the stuff that we happen to find on the ground, because why not? And then, so we either could go in... No worries, Boris. We could either go into the Venom Crypts directly, or we could at least search around and see if we can find the entrance to the other zone, because there is supposedly another place that is connected to this. What I think we should do, though, is poke our head in here, see if there's a waypoint right on the other side. I kind of doubt it. since venom crypts.
What
Did I
is
say?
worse?
Pits?
Snakes or scorpions?
Yeah, because this is right next to the waypoint of the previous zone. So if you want to get in here, you can always go to that waypoint, it seems. So I think in that case, maybe up in this corner, we might find the entrance to the other place. Oh, also, how about we throw... Rather than Frost Bomb, we'll put Fireball here. And we'll probably occasionally accidentally press that button. That one was on purpose. But that seems decent. It's certainly longer range than Incinerate, which is nice. There have been times when having to get up really close for Incinerate has made me nervous. Single target damage does seem kind of decent. I'm kind of pressing it once and not really holding it for maximum sustained effect. I'm like now where I am. Single target seems okay. The area clear is a little unpredictable, but could still be useful. But just the bigger base range relative to Incinerate in and of itself is quite nice. Here, for example, we don't like those guys hitting us with the poison skills over there. Let's throw some of these, and especially once the secondary projectiles pop out, it makes it a little bit easier to hit some of those guys that are in and around corners that we might not have a direct angle on. I like that too. A little hard sometimes to see if we're getting a direct hit. Oh, more of these guys. Okay. I feel like if we could get some form of chaining or forking with these projectiles to make them spread even more, then we could get some serious coverage and more or less rely on this as a dedicated area clear skill without much of any concern about having enemies that sneak in between all the projectiles. It's hard to tell at this stage just how often that might be happening, but you could see it being the case. But my first impression is pretty good. Oh, that's one of the ant dudes. We're gonna summon more ant dudes. Ooh, that's actually... Oh, that's a rare. Okay. So yeah, not having to be right up next to rares is nice. Or blue packs. Or a combination of rares and blue packs. If they do get close, we can still go for the Incinerate. And technically there is a synergy between Incinerate and this Fireball, because Incinerate does temporarily lower the enemy's fire resistance. Fire exposure. Could have told you that. Please get back here. Please stop running away from me. It seems like we can even throw this against a wall and it will at least sometimes bounce around and create the secondary projectiles. If so, then that would also be very convenient. In case that makes it easier for us to hit the enemies without being in their line of fire. That's also an enemy. That enemy is not the first one we've seen that says always causes bleeding, and yet it definitely hit us and definitely did not cause bleeding. I don't think we have resistance to bleeding anywhere on our gear. Oh, there's for the ants. Or attacks, wow. And we have 2 additional initial projectiles from the support gem we put into the fireball. What I'm not sure is if we are also getting 2 extra secondary projectiles as well, in which case it's kind of multiplicative. Or exponential, really. I'm curious if it's possible to get rid of those initial ant enemies quickly enough to prevent the other ones from spawning in. Do they automatically cause the other ones to spawn in, or if you are quick enough, can you actually prevent them from completing the signal that it sends to the rest of the colony? I'm not sure. Oh, loose rubble, which we have now hit, which may or may not have made the apes angry. And by apes, I mean quadrilla. Oh, okay. Well,
There is power in this object.
we were out of
can
exalted
feel it.
orbs. Until just now. There are a lot of chests over here. Wow. Of course, we can still go back to this, but it's basically the fireball has served a similar purpose to what we were previously using arc for, it seems. Might be doing a better job at it as well. Technically speaking, I didn't look at the skill screen itself to see what the listed DPS is. We could do that now. It says 164, although that's, I imagine, particularly inaccurate because of how many different projectiles it creates. I guess you could probably say the same thing about arc, given how it chains multiple times. But if you just go on the number listed right there, fireball is higher, and that doesn't surprise me that much because we have some fire-specific damage scaling, both on our wand and on our shield as well. So, if that were all generic spell damage, they might come out to be more even, or maybe even arc would be ahead of fireball, but seems like it might have a little more going in the fireball direction. Based on the positioning of the enemies in the area, maybe find some cases where the additional projectiles of fireball might be more or less efficient relative to the arcing of arc, the chaining of arc. But it seems like a pretty similar use case to me. It seems like up there is the only place we've yet to go. I thought that the what was it? Like tangled roots or whatever that we hit? I thought that was going to be the entrance to a zone. I'm assuming it's here instead? It is. Okay. Infested Barrens. Loving the names of all these places. They sound very pleasant to visit. So I'm hoping this one does have a waypoint right on the other side, so we can more easily come straight back to this place rather than having to rerun the entire previous zone to get here. Although, again, since the other
The
area,
ground here is cracked and broken. What lives in these hives?
the jungle gives way to colonies, did that say of ants? The other place does have a waypoint that is functionally right next to it, so that makes me think we probably do go for this zone, and then that zone we can always circle back to, although let's see. They're both level 35. This gives us, is that a quest item of some variety? Must be, right? Whereas this has... Oh, are there just multiple troubled camps in different areas? Or are they all the same general idea where we can sell to shopkeepers in the middle of an area with enemies in it? I mean, that's kind of convenient, yes. But this, more importantly, probably, seems to be the way in which we get to other subsequent zones, whereas this is kind of just a dead end for the quest items. So that would suggest this is a better one to just poke your head in and be done with, and then you go here, and that's where you're going to have a bunch of other areas to branch out into. But if we can get a waypoint for this one, that might change calculus a bit. Dire Tusk Hole. You are blue pack. Technically, you had reason to suspect that an enemy was more or less resistant to a specific element to deliberately alternate between arc and fireball based on that. Curious mana standpoint as well. Not looking that closely. Ooh, come to think of it. Combine it with this. Imagine arc benefits more? Because it gives what? Additional... It gives more damage, which helps everything, roughly equally. But it also gives chaining, which does not affect... Or I think it gives chaining only to lightning skills, not fire skills. Also gives back another new type of... Fated Explorer. Well, now we know what happens to those who do not make it to those stranded camps. And yes, this very much does look like the makings of an ant colony. Is it still right in front of me? No. So yeah, perhaps more than anything what I'm looking for here is just a waypoint, and then I might even turn back around to the other place and hopefully check it off quickly.
By Shadowcan!
I want to at least get a save point of sorts that we can circle back to in this area before we do that. You like the looks of this area, though. It looks very different from other areas that we've been into, and in general, very different from other places we've seen in just other games as well. This looks like a boss arena to me. Although I feel like we did not have any indication of a boss here, but who knows? Because that's definitely a boss arena, right? There's no way that isn't a boss arena. Or, okay, well this certainly seems like a good time to break out the arc. Maybe it's technically not a boss arena. There's a lot of stuff in there. One way or another. Glass Blower's Bauble. We have not yet seen this, but it improves the quality of a flask. Oh, okay. It's a rare. I see. It's humongous. Oh my goodness. That is terrifying. So like this, for example, says fire resistant. I mean, we're still dealing decent damage to it. So I'm going to continue to use fire damage.
Didn't break a sweat.
Gem Cutter's Prism. Improves quality of a gem. Okay. more quality improving items.
I have no space for
I
that.
would like to make space for that, though. Ooh. These are rather fruitful. Let's see. I could dump you. Probably dump you. Make room for you. I think you're probably more valuable. It's a level 2 support gem. That's the first time we've seen one of those. That's actually huge. So we could either... Oh, okay, I was gonna say we could either upgrade an existing support gem, or yes, okay, in some cases we can get access to gems that were not previously available. Let's see, supported skills have less cast speed. Supported skills deal more damage with spell hits. Penetrate cold resistance, 100% chance to blind enemies on hit, making so they have significantly less accuracy. If we were an evasion build, that could be a really nice combination. Let's see, Arctic Armor, Bludgeon, supported skills knock enemies back on hit. It's kind of interesting on Arctic Armor. Increase recovery from Life Flask while supported skill is active. Oh, that's a nice little passive effect. What do we have in our 2 spots for Arctic Armor? We have the Glaciation, which is one of the reasons why it is so regularly freezing enemies. And then supported skills deal more damage with crits and ailments. Oh. Yeah. That's probably better served on a different gem? A different skill? Because that is a potentially quite big damage multiplier. And Arctic Armor does not do much damage. So, if, for example, we look at the Fireball, the Ignition, more chance to ignite, I mean, we might be better served getting rid of our crit, but giving ourselves more damage. See, that number is going to go way up. 164 versus almost 200 damage per second. Now, we might just be holding on to you, but this. Back to this. Fiery Death would be another option. Increases ignited... Enemies ignited by supported skills have a 60% chance to explode on death, making them deal damage to surrounding enemies in an area, I would think, although it doesn't give us the stats for that. Fire Penetration. Supported skills penetrate 30% fire resistance. That is good. For example, against the enemy we were just fighting, where it says they have fire resistance, although if we were to do that on... Well, the thing is, in order to be able to penetrate resistances, you need to hit. You need to have a skill that hits. And we talked about this once before, but Incinerate, I'm actually still not sure if that does hit officially or not. And the fact that it's not showing fire penetration as a suggested support gem here, to me, implies that, once again, Incinerate may not be hitting. What does this do, though? Exposure applied by supported skills have a 30% increased effect. And is that technically what it counts as when we reduce the enemy's fire resistance with Incinerate? Because it can do that already by charging it up further. If we had penetration on top of that, that would be better still. Flammability has a similar effect, reducing their fire resistance. Maybe that is worth starting to use more, because we basically haven't used it at all. Curse zones from supported skills erupt after 30% delay. Supported skills... Wait, causing them to curse enemies more quickly after being cast? Not entirely sure what they mean by that. Does it turn it into more of an AoE skill? And obviously we have some cold penetration. Spell Echo. This could be really good. Supported skills that affect an area around you or target location. Supported spells echo, causing their effects to happen again after a short delay. Cannot support channeling skills or remote skills. So... it has to be an AoE skill? Does that mean it can't do... Fireball says AoE. Surprised it's not recommending it there, then. And obviously, we would like to have more potential support gems on this. somewhat a matter of what are we prioritizing. It's largely a matter here of what are we prioritizing. Extra area clear or extra single target damage? Scattershot being a perfect example of that. Great for hitting more enemies, but total damage on a single enemy, we would be better served with something like fire penetration or potentially even spell echo. In Path of Exile 1, spell echo is very good. What do you recommend? Shocking hits from supported gems have 50% chance to also shock enemies in a radius. Lightning penetration. Supported skills trigger mana flare on critical hit. Mana flare consumes your mana to deal fire damage. Huh. That's... I don't know what to make of that. I have no idea how useful that is. What do we have on Arc right now? Chain and Unleash. Oh yeah, I do like both of those. Really would like to start seeing some more support gem slots for these skills. You can see they're grayed out right now, but long term that will be one of the best ways for us to scale our damage. So I really don't know, in that case, what the best use for this one is. Can we beat 30% more damage? We get 30% fire resistance reduced. That's pretty close, actually. We could put Control Destruction back on something else in that case, like the Arctic Armor. Bit of a domino effect in that way. I mean, I feel like more cast speed, more area damage, less area of effect. Arcane tempo is not that good. It's useful, yes, but in terms of pure damage, we could probably do better. The fact that seemingly none of these other support gems work with Incinerate is making that difficult to scale. Again, skill needs to hit, so I don't think it works on Incinerate. So I think we're just... We'll take fire penetration, I guess? No, you know what? We'll dump Controlled Destruction. We're going to put on Fiery Death in the name of science. Mostly just because I'm extremely curious to see how that works. And it could potentially be very good for area clear. We'll put Controlled Destruction back on either Arctic Armor, or we'll throw it on something else. Something that we maybe don't use very often. We'll just throw it on Arctic Armor, I guess. But I did forget about it entirely. And it is potentially very good on some skills, so don't want to lose track of it. Let's do this. Oh, I see that. I see that. We're gonna call more ants. Cause any of those ants to explode. It is admittedly difficult to see that. With all the fireballs bouncing all over the place. Let's see. Ideally, those fireballs would have hit those guys who are not that far away. Oh, there you go. That's what it looks like. As for how effective that actually was, not entirely sure, but okay. These are actually going to be a pain in the butt, because I believe this guy was giving resistance to the other enemies. Elemental resistance aura. Technically, we can eat through that a bit with the Incinerate degen. we should do this.
Victory is mine.
Some of these guys are dropping quite a bit of gold now. This looks significant. Oh, okay. It definitely is. Again, it's a question of can we get a... I'm going to poke my head in briefly just to see if we get a waypoint immediately on the other side. If so, then we'll do it. If not, then... Okay, perfect.
Servi was right.
Oh, what does she want?
The Azak must be dealt with.
Okay, I guess we'll summon her, although we're probably about to do a 180. What do you have to say?
You are confident? I give you that. Do you truly believe you can beat the Azak tribe? Do so, and my people would be forever grateful. Slay in Nakdok and free the spirits of our stolen children.
This is actually... This is raising a question for me. And maybe I'm getting a little too presumptuous here.
Fine, Ignakdok.
But there are two different tribes in the area. And they want us to defeat one of those bosses. Gives way to colonies and hives. They want us to defeat one of those bosses. And there is another tribe around here as well that presumably also has a boss that they also would like us to kill. Will we be able to get both of them? Or will we actually need to choose? And are there any implications in that case based on which one we do choose to kill and which one we choose to still have live? Because that is actually very similar in that case to something in Path of Exile 1. So I could see that happening. Don't know that there's been any hint having to make that kind of trade-off yet, though. But as I said, it's perhaps a little presumptuous at this stage, although I am curious. Guess we're going back up here. Ooh, like the fireball. Feels faster. I don't know if it actually is. But it feels like it. It feels like it's gonna eat more stuff. At least relative to Incinerate. I don't know about relative to Arc, though. That does say minion, which suggests there is a rare around here somewhere. And it's definitely you. Oh, you charge. Suppose that shouldn't come as that much of a surprise. Ooh, okay, that shock was actually a big deal, and you did say that you periodically unleash lightning damage. I probably just sat there and completely ignored it, as was the case there. We're still shocked? We are still shocked. Kept him taking over.
Take you!
Dual shard? Not bad. Getting somewhat close to a level as well. I would think around corners, Arc would probably still be better. In open areas, Fireball is probably better. As to whether I'm going to be able to make that kind of decision effectively and efficiently on the fly, oh, absolutely. Again, it does seem like this Mana Tempest does work better with Arc. Could maybe make the case that as long as you have this up, Arc remains the one that you should go with. It does seem like it is greedier on the mana side, though. See you. See all the enemies here as well. All the enemies that are likely to pop out once the ants spawn in. Branching out in a few different directions. A little harder to tell which direction we ought to go in. Ooh, have that. I don't know if there are going to be higher level versions, higher tier versions of the runes going forward. But early on, getting the... Oh, what is this? Trail of Fire. That does check out. Early on, the 12% resistance of various of different types of elements. And things are roughly that level. They're helpful. Oh, you are right. They're helpful. They're good enough to be somewhat significant for us. This guy absolutely does have extra energy shield. But as time goes on, and we get more energy shield... Wow. Okay, that was partially me looking at the mana rather than looking at our health. But still. Oh, okay, this was not a good place to bring this fight. We have range now. Better range. And we can freeze. But yeah, as time goes on, we get to higher level... have more of a need for energy, or for resistances, energy shield, all the various stats. 12% resistances and other stat boosts of roughly the same quantity just aren't really going to stack up much anymore. We'll still need those things, yes, but we'll need enough of those things that our expectations will be higher. This is just a higher level version of our weapon right now, although obviously just a crafting base. But yeah, all that with the runes is to say that I kind of hope we do see higher level, higher tier runes in the future. Because otherwise I could see it being the case where they just become more or less irrelevant, rather than not be the case. But I don't know. I don't know. You are still alive. I did not think you were. Oh, we did also... Ooh, okay. That's a new area. We did also pick up a level, though. I think there are multiple different areas. At least, I think 3 areas that this zone links to. Snap this. We're working our way over here. But again, if we're continuing to go more the fire skill route, then this is not especially helpful in the short term. At least not until we do get the ability to shock with fire damage. So the sequencing of our various upgrades has been a little all over the place, but that's, to be expected when we're doing a little bit more of an impromptu skill tree than we would usually be doing. Okay, so I think once again we're going to pop our head in here, hopefully find a waypoint, more or less as soon as we get over here, and then double back and search for other entrances to other zones. Oh.
I've never seen such beauty. The oases at home lacked such splendid color.
It is very colorful. It's very purple, which is usually the color of chaos damage, which does make me a little nervous. There is a waypoint, so that's great. This zone has a ton of stuff in it. And once again, does link to other areas as well. But by using these waypoints, we can much more easily jump from one place to the next. I'm just quickly poking my head in to see if we can also summon someone over here, but no NPCs to bring. Or ill-fated explorers, although on this occasion, They have little purple crystals
Toxins.
sticking out of their back, and it's the plants that do that. Is it? Is that why our character was talking about toxins? I think those little purple clouds and those flowers create deal damage over time. Also, that's a dragon. Hold up. We're fighting dragons? Get me out of here. Okay, so one more zone that we're trying to link to here. And the good thing is, even if this one doesn't have a waypoint right on the other side, I think we'll just see it through. So we can check it off the list, and then we can circle back to all the places that do have waypoints and more or less take them off the list one by one. Figure out which one would make the most sense. Might want to stop off at town as well in the near future, since I imagine our inventory is getting pretty close to full at this stage. And I'm not happy about it. I don't like all these eggs. Oh? What's this? Just a wall with water on the other side. Interesting. So there was no comment about a civilization on that other side. Oh, what is this?
This looks promising. I should ask Alva about this.
It's a canal mechanism. I mean, that does check out. Oh, right, we technically needed to lower the water level. There's a waypoint here, too. Okay, perfect. Why don't we summon Alva, then? Because we did see someone walk through the water when we first went into town last time. It's like, oh, that's a little alarming. Presumably that means we'll be able to get rid of the water on a future occasion. Otherwise, this person has acquired the ability to breathe underwater. And, you know, that's cool, but unexpected.
Use this device to operate the mechanisms in the canal, but we would need a special artifact to power it. From the translations I've made, I believe they were called soul cores. I've never seen an intact soul core large enough for something like this, though. I suppose if you want to try find one, you could ask our guide, Servi.
Okay. So obviously, if we were to go back to town, she would presumably tell us where to find such a quest item. However, I would imagine the answer is probably from some of these places here. Is this a soul core? No, I don't think so. Orc poison. That's a boss with... I'm not sure what that icon is next to the skull. Toxic bloom, don't know what that is. That seems to be a boss that gives us some passive bonuses based on the plus sign there, so I don't know if that would give us the quest item. But, okay. Getting a little more of a sense of what our goals are here.
You are nothing!
What is... Oh. I saw the little purple stuff. I thought it was an essence for a second. It's not an essence. It's this guy. He deals extra chaos damage. I don't like that. Along with volatile plants, which also deal chaos damage. I don't like that either. I believe I saw some, not quite patch notes, but perhaps some pre-patch notes about reducing the damage from the volatile plants. Or at least making them weaker in one or more ways. I'm not sure if that's happened yet. In general, I've been very cautious around these types of plants, so we haven't really experienced just how potent they can be, but maybe that's for the best. It seems like they have been causing some people trouble. Ooh. That is a shield with a rune. Oh, no, it's... I always forget that shields are 6 spots. Most of them look like they fit into just 4. Okay. Just wondering if we can make room for you, because you're pretty efficient from a space standpoint. Anything more efficient than you? Getting close to getting everything we want in this area, I would think, at this point. Oh, rare. Oh no, okay. Not rare. See you. And your friends. Including you, but you're still up there. Please go down. It's another blue. Or rather, not blue. I swear, no colors. It's yellow. Lightning resistant, powerful minions. Okay. Also, you deal chaos damage, which in and of itself is reason to be concerned about. That's too big for us to bother. That's another rare. Here after they unleash lightning, active. You are about to unleash some lightning. Not bad, is it? Bad enough to shock us, as was the case previously. Some other enemies doing this. Step out of the way there.
Victory is mine.
Oh! A troubled camp. This is actually very well timed. It's actually extremely well timed.
Pleased to see you're still alive. Treasures lost to time.
Okay.
Now yours.
Let's just see what this has. Ooh. That's actually... Oh, okay, no, our helmet is extremely well rolled. I was gonna say, getting some energy shield along with a decent fire resistance roll, at least by our standards, is not a bad starting place. It does already have more energy shield than what we're currently using, but at the same time, we're not about to beat 75 life. Well, it's mostly the 75 life that we care about here on our existing helmet. This might have been the one of the ones that I crafted in between streams. Probably one that I saw that life roll on and thought, okay, this is a great thing to try to build around, and then threw a bunch of exalts on it. And you could see I probably was not very happy with the results of those exalts, because outside of the life roll, it's not so good what we're seeing here. Threw on the glyph for the lightning resistance, which does help, but other than that, it's just a little cold res roll. Not really ideal. I think we can probably just sell
I know
you
quality when I see it.
things that we're pretty confident we won't use, or use some of our wisdom scrolls just to be confident. Like this, for example, I was thinking, oh, it's a Dex Int hybrid. We probably weren't going to use it, but might as well ID it just to be sure. 81 life is a ton, even more than what we have here. We are sacrificing some energy shield in this case because it is a hybrid item. But oh, these decisions are not easy. Oh, snap. Yeah. We're getting a lot of good stats here.
Impressive haul.
Sell you. That's worth keeping. So I have kind of been stockpiling +3 level gems, and this is a +4, which I think this is our first time seeing. So that's pretty cool. Don't really want to sell any of these ones with the glyph socket. I think we can dump you.
I know quality when I see it.
This is honestly half decent as well. It's been so hard to replace our old shield, the current shield. We'd have to basically hit on every other roll as well, and I'm not sure we're going to do that. So I think we kind of just want to stockpile a lot of these things. See if you happen to have good stuff. I also haven't really taken note of whether each of the shopkeepers actually has unique stock or if they functionally share the same items that they all sell.
Mind yourself.
Also, yeah, I've been hearing you guys that entire time and it's been annoying me. Subtly grunting in the background. Politely, you did not attack us. I do have to give you that at least. Ooh. Well, I was going to say, if these had movement speed, they would be incredible. Our existing ones are already pretty incredible. This would technically still have more energy shield, but wow. Okay. Yeah, it's hard to beat our existing ones.
Nice to see a friendly face. Anything you
Outside
need.
of getting a little bit more in the way of energy shield. Do kind of feel like we also would prefer to get alchemy shards rather than gold at this point. I kind of also just don't want to sell rare items. A bunch of stuff.
Remember, you can
I'd
never
like to
be
get
too careful
back
out here.
in our stash. Long story short, I would really like to find this last zone, get a waypoint forward, and then head back. From a single target standpoint with this. Imagine Incinerate is better than that. At least once you get the fire resistance debuff on the enemies. Back over here. This kind of turned into a big loop-de-loop. Seemingly circled back to more or less this exact spot on a few occasions now. There is a checkpoint here. Also, I use this.
Need mana.
Might have been able to get that checkpoint from... oh yeah, we were 100% able to exit from this side. Okay, well that's my bad. I saw the wall and kind of just assumed we were not able to leave from that side. Pretty sure that's still more single target damage. Oh, we can go up further north. Okay, we should definitely do that while we're in the area. I did not even realize that. Foolish place to sleep at the troubled camp. Okay, well this is just a little dead end. Now we know. Now we know. So that was where we originally came in. I would think the last exit is somewhere over here. And that's the last place we have left to explore, of course. But also based on the little mini-map, seems to suggest the last area was to the east.
Fall before me. Out of mana.
It is nice when you are low enough on mana that you can't cast your skill, but technically not on 0 mana, and so the Tempest stays up. It's happened to us on a few occasions. It's most noticeable when our character says we're out of mana, even though we aren't technically out of mana. And again, just saying it because we can't use our active skill. That is definitely a rare. Correct. All damage shocks. Not a huge fan of that. Revives minions? It's a Necromancer Brutal Gnash? Also, what's the shield there? Or rather, the Tempest.
Die forgotten.
That's a 770 gold? Wow. Okay, now this is the problem we're finding ourselves, though, is we have a lot of stuff we like right now, and not a lot of places to put it. Because we want to stash a whole bunch of this. Let's see, should be able to do this. And if we do good old-fashioned inventory Tetris. What's up, Arumi? How are you? Doing well. Doing well. We're exploring Act 3. Lots of areas here. So we'll nab this just because we do have room for it, but as I was saying, we very much would like to find the last place we're looking for here so we can have good reason to head back to town, stash some stuff, maybe sell a few things as well. That hurt. Surprising. More than I expected. Now we're so close to the starting area. I wouldn't expect to find an exit so close unless this really branches off. I suppose it could. Pretty good, nice. I remember, Arumi, you were saying you were having a ton of success with the damage on your character. How is that holding up? Ow. That fire just exploded right as the enemy arrived at our feet. Monk still feels incredibly good. Most act bosses take like 10 seconds. That is insane. That is an order of, if at least one order of magnitude faster than we are killing act bosses. Was leveling with +3 melee skills, plus 80% LA attack skill damage. Just bought a new one that is better. Oh man. That sounds pretty sweet. Also, we're really gonna have to start crashing some of this stuff. Well, we don't need to pick up the blue. Yeah, we can keep you. Where is the... I thought there was one more area that this zone links to. Is it in that little patch that we missed in the middle? Plus 15% LE penetration. That does sound really nice on all of your skills. No, we did spark at the very beginning and was I was immediately underwhelmed. So pretty much dumped it immediately and have not looked back since, to be honest. So right now, what we are experimenting with, for area clear at least, is Fireball. That was interesting. That's Fireball there. Incinerate we've typically been using for single target damage. Although Fireball is new enough to us that we haven't had much time to compare those two against each other. And then we throw in the occasional Arc as well, which does probably synergize best with this Mana Tempest, which has been pretty nice. It is a lot of projectiles. We only just recently were able to set all that up, but it has intrigued me. Make room for that. Pick you up. Don't really care about those. And maybe it's worth double checking just how many areas there are that connect to this, because I may have thought there were more than there actually are. Ooh, that's very nice. Hold on. Oh, wait. Yeah, this. Oh, okay. The waterways, the name, and also the fact that this has the dotted line that is sort of bisected. I think that means we can only go there once we resolve that issue with the aqueduct, the waterway, that we were hearing about from Alva. So in that case, I think that means there is not any other area that we are looking for here. We have basically done all the things we've been looking to do in this area. So probably for the best that we recognize that. And now head back to town, stash the stuff we were saying is good and maybe worth using for crafting purposes in the future. Even if it's not necessarily an upgrade just yet. I think we identified a lot of our stuff, but use that. Oh right, we potentially want to chat with you.
So you're after blood crystals. The thing Alva called soul core. I knew you were going to be trouble. Out there in the dark, there's an ancient ruin. Very old indeed. My tribe has spoken of it for generations. We see strange creatures there, made of stone, unnatural, with unblinking eyes. That place, it is forsaken. I would warn you not to go there. But if it's so cause you see, then take the risk you must.
Okay. Alright. Let's disenchant the stuff we don't think we're actually going to use. Now, if we could guarantee we could get move speed on these, then we might be interested in holding on to them, but don't really think we can at this stage. So I think we just stick with what we have. And here, I don't think we had identified this before. Do like the chaos resistance, but I don't think we can justify taking this over what is a much better chest plate for basically everything other than chaos resistance. That might actually be better than our existing mana flask. Oh no, it's almost identical to our existing mana flask, except it's just higher numerical rolls. Okay, it is objectively better. 59 versus 53, 29 versus 22 for the same types of stats. Sure. I guess it's a pretty straightforward upgrade in that case. Dump you. I think most of the other stuff were probably outside of you.
Don't drink the
Disassembling. Or stashing for potential future crafting purposes. Oh, you as well. Oh, that might have been a crafting base. At least, I mean, obviously it didn't have any stats on it yet. But, it was, I think, a good item to work with, at the very least. Okay. So let's dump you guys. Another level 2 support gem. So we were wondering if fire penetration might have been the way to go on Fireball. We went with the Fiery Death, partially for the memeage. I'm not really sure how helpful that's been for us, so, you know, maybe in the future we will use that, but it's probably a safer bet to go the fire penetration route. But there are many other things in this rank 2 tier that are also very interesting. This one, just trying to think of the math of this. Relative to things like, can we see the support gems we already have? Concentrated effect, you get 40% more damage at the cost of 50% less area of effect, so you're sacrificing one thing to get a big damage multiplier. Then where did we have... It was on Arctic Armor, right? That we ended up putting the Controlled Destruction. 30% more damage at the cost of no criticals. No critical hits. So that still seems Yeah, I was gonna say that seems better than sacrificing 10% cast speed for what is a smaller damage multiplier, but crits can be a very big deal, of course. Yeah, we can also just do all gems. But the thing is, this is only our second rank 2 support gem, so we don't have many to work with at the moment. So long term, definitely, we're going to want to branch out further. But we already have lots of things we're interested in that we have not yet taken, like Spell Echo, for example, another one that I would like to throw in on something, but it doesn't seem to apply on the skills that we would have most use for. Only that affect an area around us or a target location, so I'm not sure if that works on Fireball. It might be worth checking though, because if you combine this with the multi-projectiles of Scattershot, and it's hitting a whole bunch of stuff at that point. If you hit show recommended, we do have it there, but it doesn't show Spell Echo, which is a little bit surprised that it left this spot blank, when seemingly there are a bunch of other things that we're seeing pop up for other skills, and yet they're not showing up for Fireball, which gives me some hesitation. So if this doesn't work for Fireball, do we have a backup plan for it? Wouldn't work on Arctic Armor, nor would we really want it to. Incinerate, I don't think it does. Doesn't work on channeling skills, so no. Arc, don't think it does, because this is technically not an area skill. So, I mean, in the future, yes, I'm sure there will be something else that we pick up, another active skill we pick up where this will be helpful. But if it doesn't work on Fireball right now, then it might be a bit of a short-term loss. But we're going to try it. We're going to see. I hope it does work. It's not letting me put it there. Okay. It does not work. Confirmed. Okay, that does kind of stink. In the future, this can be very good. But not yet. Unfortunately, not quite yet. Actually, speaking of which, rank 9 gem. Might there be something here that could benefit from it? Lightning Warp, I still have some hesitation about that. I don't really think we want to go the chaos damage route, which is what you're seeing on most of these things, besides Detonate Dead, which sounds ridiculous, but actually could be really effective. And it does do fire damage, so it's not even like it's that far of a diversion from what we've been doing, but then all the other stuff is not really what we'd be looking for, I don't think. So, we have upgraded Incinerate to rank 9. We have also upgraded Arc to rank 9. Yeah, I'm wondering if it makes sense for older skills. Anything else that we're using a whole lot of? Oh! Oh! Hold on. Flame Wall works when a projectile passes through it. There's some pretty serious potential there, I would think. Okay.
Flame Wall ignites.
I actually don't remember if
enemies
we
when
took this
caught.
very early on, didn't we? And then we just kind of forgot about it. I mean, if we don't have anything else meaningful to use that skill gem for, I think that could actually be a really nice combo. Let's maybe dump some of the frost stuff, some of the cold skills. We're definitely focusing less on that nowadays. Might still go back to it in the future, but at least at the moment. And then that actually might mean we now have support gems that work well with the firewall. More chance to ignite. Ooh. Is it a limit skill? It might be. Duration could be helpful as well. Okay. Any combination of those things could be useful. Let's see. Oh, okay. I saw the 86 to 128 fire damage part for a second, and that's way higher than what we're seeing for base damage on most of our other skills at this point. That is not the damage that it's adding or the damage that it's dealing when enemies walk into it, though. That is, ignites are especially effective, which actually means it doesn't work on you. No. Darn it. Is this a limit skill? It is seemingly not a limit skill. Darn it. Surely this would work. Giving it more duration. Just makes it more convenient to use in that case. We have other options there. More damage, but a cooldown. Rather not. Projectile speed, that's not going to work. Chance to shock, I don't think that's going to work. Mana regeneration rate while the skill is active? I mean, technically speaking, yeah. If it's a skill we throw down and have active for a while, that actually... No! That would have been helpful as well. Okay, I mean, we do have some unused support gems. Some uncut support gems. We could throw a level 1 of some variety on there for it. Let's see. Where are you? Flame. Fortress. Support skills deal less damage with hits. Walls from supported skills are created in a circle instead. I don't know. Convenient, yes. Necessary, though? Not sure. Oh, we already have an hourglass. Okay. Seems like this is going to be a difficult one to support. Forecast speed. I think we've already used that. Projectile speed, that's not going to work. Concentrated effect we already have, not that we want it there. Can we... Oh. We do... I feel like blue is more likely to be helpful. I doubt this works. Ooh. I wasn't a huge fan of the hourglass because it adds a very long cooldown, 10-second cooldown. This is a little bit shorter on the cooldown, but the area of effect I feel like could be useful. It's a bit of an alternative to the one that creates a circle around us. Fortress. It doesn't have the damage downgrade, which is kind of nice. Oh. This might be another alternative to get multiple versions of it. Wait, is that the one that we just did? Because this sounds like Spell Echo, but this is not Spell Echo, is it? It's just a very similar effect. Hold on. Did we already put it in here? Clarity, conduction, now I'm getting confused. Hourglass, ignition, overabundance. Where did we put that one? Did we throw it on a skill that... skill elsewhere? No, because that was a rank 2 support, so we wouldn't have even been able to see it there. Okay, let's get a little experimental here. So we do have a bunch of these level 1 support gems, so we can get a little aggressive. Basically just make more or less whatever level 1 support gem we want, I think. So let's see if it works. I don't know if it will. We'll try Spell Cascade. For you, we'll try... Again, I'm just looking at blue, just because I think that's generally going to be easier to focus in on the ones we like. Expanse was another one that seemed interesting. Let's try that. Let's see if either of these work. Spell Cascade does work. It's a smaller area of effect, but it creates multiple walls for us. Does have a damage penalty. So I don't know. This is kind of has the same downside of some of the other ones that we were talking about before, so I guess I'm a little bit of a hypocrite, but I feel like this might be a little more interesting. Let's just see if this works. It does. This one, 6-second cooldown. What is the duration here? 5.3 seconds. That is extremely unfortunate. If only it lasted slightly longer, we would have permanent uptime on it, but not quite. That might still be good enough. I mean, I don't know how much we need area of effect versus multiple different walls, so we can test some of that out a bit, I guess. Maybe we'll hold on to this. We'll take up one inventory spot, but gives us the ability to change on the fly. You're on Fireball and turn recommended... Oh, right. We were looking at that before. Yeah. I'm, I don't know. Interested to just test it out a little bit. So I think we were planning on going here next, just because that seemed like that was going to be the quickest place to pop in, do the quest event, and then pop back out, because this one has a subsequent area. This one is level 36. Yeah, this one's also 35, so this one's lower, which makes more sense for us to do it first in that case. Ooh. Oh no, that's a totally different area. Okay. That's deceptive, but different area. Looks like it's linked to the same place, but I don't believe it is. Okay, I was also going to say, I really hope that the Venom Crypts are still right next to this waypoint, otherwise our whole plan is going to fall apart a little bit at the seams. Okay, so let's put on Flame Wall here. Let's just see. So that is with which one active? That's with the Expanse. So that's more area of effect. It does create a bit of an angle on it. Yeah, okay. What if we go here? Just test this out real quick. So this goes... Oh! Yeah, so that creates multiple different flame walls. And in this case, they don't have a cooldown. Okay, but casting, again, replaces the previous flame wall. This one has a damage penalty. The thing is, I don't really know how much benefit we gain from having multiple flame walls. Like, it does give us a damage bonus when a projectile passes through it, doesn't it? Projectiles which pass through the wall deal 15 to 21 added fire damage. However, do we get that for each flame wall that a projectile passes through, or is there only one buff from one flame wall and any subsequent flame wall just adds nothing at all? I don't know. But we'll try it out.
There's a fire!
Oh, that's also seemingly a whole bunch of chaos damage. Which I do not like. However, I think I am already liking this combination. I'm, however, hating the finger gymnastics I have to do with the way that I have the key binding set at the moment, so I'll shuffle them around a little bit in a second. Let's see. I'd rather not have the things that combine with each other not be right next to each other. What if we do Incinerate, Flame Wall, make this one Fireball, sure, make you Arc, and then... Oh, no, actually. Flammability. Arc. Okay. It's gonna take me a little bit to get used to that, but... That. No, that. That's the problem. Okay. Rewrite the muscle memory that I'd already created. That and that. Yes. Okay, that is that. Oh. Let's show you. That's a blue pack. Okay. It seems like we're doing damage much faster. Due in large part to the flame wall, I would think. The main thing that we just changed. I think we are on to something. Also, those are snakes. Okay, they're doing chaos damage, as is everything in this area. If we could find a way to nab some additional chaos resistance, that would be lovely. There's a ton of sarcophagi. Makes me... yeah, I think this is some kind of trap. Because it was, technically. Yeah, I imagine there's probably a charm that we either could get or might even already have. It could at least get rid of poison when we're hit by it. I don't know if we have one that reduces chaos damage in every instance. Yeah, I feel like we're actually starting to feel like we have a quote-unquote build at this point. Things that actually meaningfully combine together. I suppose that's not entirely fair to the combination we had with this. That was doing some work for us. It still can. Oh, that was us. Right, that was planned build. Right. Now, once again, mixed up all the keybinds. There's nothing in there. The enemies did, however, sneak in behind us. Yeah, this just feels like it's already more effective than anything we've tried before. Clear speed seems way better. Some kind of big first monkey, I think. We know there's supposedly some kind of quest after. As whether that is guarded by some sort of boss, I don't really know that. One would think that might be the case. There is technically still a little monkey behind us. That is a checkpoint. This could be a boss arena. No, it's not a rare. Also, hard to tell to what extent we're just getting poisoned by hits versus poisoned by poison clouds. How much of it is that the enemy got us versus, oh, we're standing somewhere where we shouldn't be standing. It's hard to tell sometimes. Skill gem. Oh, hello. Greetings. Greetings to you both. Do they always spawn in every time we open a sarcophagus? I don't know. Yeah, I had some concerns upon setting up this way about our single target damage, because technically we did lower our single target damage, with Fireball at least, but when you add in the damage from the Flame Wall, then it seems like that more than makes up for it. More gem, very nice, level 2 variety, you love to see it. For a Fireball, where it seems like there's a lot of enemies in there. Just poke them a little bit with this, and that's definitely an enemy we would like to kill from afar. It's rare. In here somewhere, theoretically. Hard to say how much we were actually hitting the enemies with our peppering of fireballs, but we tried. Cold damage. Flame wall and a choke point. Use some of this. Actually, Incinerate is not the skill we're using right now. I can understand why you might be confused about that, because we have used Incinerate in the past, and in fact, I might use Incinerate to give you a debuff. That is not the skill we are using at present. It is no longer the skill we are using at present.
Thank you.
Cool. So I have no idea where in this zone we're trying to go. There's the little guys. Oh, okay. I've seen the little snake-like things creeping around when we've approached some of the sarcophagi, but I didn't know if those actually turned into snake enemies altogether. Seems more so like actually summon the other dudes. Non-snake variety. Get him. Okay, don't get him. Not when he's doing that. Wait, Grey Tusk? Great Tusk is the name of a Pokemon, right? I was like, something sounds really familiar about that. I would love to actually press the fireball button. There we go. User error. Repeatedly. The way we came in? It's the other side of the area where we came in. Yeah, as for whether having the triple firewall or the larger area of effect on a single one, which one's preferable, I am not really sure. Those enemies are exploding on death. We, at least, I feel like I've seen a couple of them. We took that off our support gen, right? I don't think that's our damage. I think that's their damage. In that case, double check. Concentrated effect. Oh no, that's Incinerate. Hold on. Fireball. Oh no, we do have Fiery Death. Okay, that is us. That is us. We still have that on. Okay, so don't worry about that. That is our doing. What was the... Not this. This. Oh no, this does reconnect with the area we were in at the very beginning. Okay. We've made a loop. That's fine. That's what we're looking for. Oh, you're still alive. choke points. Throw a flame wall there. Throw the fireballs through and have it bounce around a bit. A little hard to tell to what extent we would be able to do this. We took the larger AoE on a single flame wall instead. Should probably pick that up. I don't know if we actually want to try crafting on that, but it's probably at least worth considering it. Also, if I realized that was a door, I probably would not have pressed on that button immediately. We automatically open the sarcophagi when we hit them with any sort of skill. I have noticed a few popped up as if we can interact with them, but then by the time we've thrown some skills out, it's no longer possible for us to do that. Damage is just way better than what we had before. So that's exciting. And as I was saying, I know we've technically built mostly into shock scaling. This looks almost like we've built primarily into shock scaling thus far from the offensive side of things. And eventually, we can still benefit from that for fire skills. Not yet, though, technically. So, it's not perfect from that standpoint. Maybe we take a little detour of the fire variety. More sarcophagi here. Alchemy is quite nice. Kind of deliberately not picking up things that I know are bigger. In terms of how many inventory spots they take up. That crossbow. Those enemies might be stuck on the geometry, which did just make that extremely easy. This area is absolutely winding around like crazy, though. We didn't go here. Is it worth checking those corners before we get too far away? It might be. It seemed like we were headed in the right direction just based on how far we were able to get. Oh, also armor. Okay, no, not that interested in that. If we had an energy shield base belt, I'd probably be very interested. These are the spots that would be least It'd be good if we used the fireball. Probably. Damage. Oh, fire resistant. Well, that could prove to be a bit of a problem. Also, you can see how much damage we take from down. It's a lot.
Out of mana.
Okay, this is just also circling back to the place where we started. Alright, well, we found all of the wrong ways. Which we are very good at doing, I might add. I mean, it's not a coincidence, I suppose. We're kind of making a point of circling back to check any areas that we've not yet explored. rather than just sometimes going with whatever direction we happen to be going in and seeing maybe sometimes that is the right way and we can just proceed. And sure, we might miss out on a little bit of stuff, but save some time as well, and that means use that time to explore other areas. Like an area like this that's so open though that we can potentially get absolutely ambushed by all these guys. I'd love if we could find an angle. Get through the flame wall, still hit you. Without being in your line of fire, and I think we should. For the most part. Might do that here as well though. Ball constructs and tentacle miscreations. That's the name of the other enemy that I was thinking of before. The ones that it feels like those ones are a combination of. They're doing the chaos barrages. Okay. Nothing here. Technically, a few potential directions here. This might reconnect though. More this direction. Okay, that's a dead end, which means this is the full circle. Oh, okay. Well, everything is a circle, confirmed. Even the circles are circles. Whoa. Scorpion Monkey, I also did not read their names until just then. That's not a thought I needed to think. Ooh, I hate that. Extra projectiles on the Chaos Projectile people! You can see how strong that is. They're all gone. Also, that's a checkpoint. Also, this is very clearly going to be whatever quest item or boss arena we were building our way up toward. Beware the bite of she who lurks. Just took another notable, and you're up to a good old 71% lightning penetration on your main attack skill, which deals majority lightning damage. That may be one of your keys to success, because that is a crazy amount of lightning penetration. I have seen a lot of elemental penetration on the tree. Have probably picked up some, but not really made a point of getting it. But yeah, that could definitely be a big factor, and could be very helpful for the type of encounter we're about to go into here. Yeah, I think that might be not only possible, but very good for scaling. Certainly was in Path of Exile 1. Okay, so you know something's gonna spawn as soon as we do this, right? Right? Proactively do that? No? No, boss? Right. You say so. I guess that works. Sure. Baked out by that as well. I mean, it was a little bit small for a boss arena, and the shape of it was a little strange because it was not the typical circle, but wasn't ruling it out.
Drink this.
I'm not sure I want to.
Brew, but you'll thank me if you survive.
Drinks water. What do we have? 25% increased stun threshold. That's actually interesting. As an energy shield based character, our stun threshold is very low. So that does cover for one of our weaknesses, or at least help cover for it. 30% increased elemental ailment threshold. also means we're especially susceptible to freeze specifically. So that would also be, or at least based on Path of Exile 1 formulas for how that stuff is calculated, and I assume it's similar for PoE 2, but that's not necessarily a given. In fact, for freeze in particular, that might be different. Stun, I suspect, is more likely to be the same. Increased mana regeneration rate. Maybe not that exciting, but we are, at least when we are in that Storm Tempest, using our mana very quickly. Haven't been doing it as much as of late, because it doesn't do as many things for the Fireball, but also useful. We're more likely to get mana regeneration rate from other nodes that we're already picking up on the skill tree. So that makes me a little more hesitant to go this route, whereas this would be hard to get. I guess we've seen some things that give us increased stun threshold based on a percentage of our energy shield, which is a really nice workaround. Not sure I've seen the same things for elemental ailment threshold, so this might be the hardest one for us to get. I'm gonna go with it for that reason. Okay, let's
Won't eat anything cold.
take this opportunity
Quickly.
to identify
What do you
and then potentially disenchant. Yup. Yup. Mm-hmm. Yup. That is a big number. It's tier 3, theoretically. I don't know that that's reason enough to work with you, especially when we already have one that gives us now +4 to all cold gems. It's not high enough to be worthwhile. It's actually not a terrible starting place for a attack weapon, of course, but that's definitely not what we are trying to do. That would just be for future characters. You know what? No, it's not good enough to do that, though. If it were totally ready to go, maybe we'd keep it. Let's throw an augment on this and see what happens, and then we'll decide if it's worth holding on to. Not the best, not the worst. Let's also use this. This is also something that I'd like to throw a quick craft on and see what happens. Although, could that be essence fodder? It could be. I mean, presumably we'll find more of these in the future, and this is probably still not our preferred base. So I think just throw a transmute, see what happens. Well, we are getting more rarity already from our amulet. I think we're just dumping you, to be honest. Not really what we wanted. I think we'll dump this as well. Oh, totally forgot about those. We picked those up
keep your eyes
because
sharp?
we'd like to use you here. And more uncut support gems. Did we strike out with... Oh no, we did end up getting 2 support gems for Flame Wall. Okay, so that's all set. I've started to use flammability, mostly accidentally, every once in a while. But is there a support gem we could use to make that more effective? Supported curse, causing them to trigger Doom Blast on cursed enemies when the curse expires. Trigger Doom Blast when curse from supported skills expire, which presumably deals damage, although it doesn't tell us what the numbers for that are. Or Focus Curse. Curse from supported skills erupts after a 30% reduced delay. So I think this is a different from PoE 1 and PoE 2, where PoE 1, you use a curse skill, the enemy is immediately debuffed by that curse, but it seems like that is not the case in PoE 2. There's a 1 second delay. So you make that delay shorter here. I don't know how big of a deal that really is. It seems like a very small thing. feel like I'd be more tempted to try this. I have no idea how good the damage is, but technically that is a level 1 support gem. Guess we're getting a level 2 version of it here by doing this, but I feel like that might be a bit of a waste when we would perhaps... Did we take fire penetration? I know we were talking about it before. Have we still not taken that yet? I don't think we have. Wait. I don't know about this. So our ignites would be better. But I'm not entirely sure. Is that only... Well, the part that I am not so sure about is because Flame Wall, it adds damage to other skills. So is this technically supporting the ignite not from Flame Wall, but from the fireball that we're launching through the Flame Wall? In which case, okay, I'm a little more interested. Or is that only affecting enemies who walk directly through a flame wall, in which case I'm not interested and would rather just have the duration. Also, what would we drop? Would we drop the duration here? I don't know. I feel like we just take Fire Pen. It might not be something we use right now, since we do like our existing support gems, but in the future, we'll probably be interested in using it. Okay. Did we got rid of everything else? Okay. Oh, we haven't checked.
Some pretty
Have we
things,
checked
yes?
the stock of you guys as of late? See if there's anything good here. Unless that's one combined mod, which it isn't. I don't think that's worth doing. It's a lot of cast speed. And decent fire damage. 84% spell damage, that is nice. It's a ton of mana, +3 to fire gems. We do already have a +3 fire gem staff. Not feeling like that is a must buy. Chaos gems, lightning gems. I don't know if we have a +2 lightning gems wand. The thing is, with all of our +3, I think 1 +4 staff, they're all two-handed weapons, so we'd have to sacrifice a shield, which is in large part the reason why we have not just thrown those on as soon as we've seen them, although they almost certainly are still good damage increasers, although we lose the 40% fire damage and 15% cast speed from having this shield, which is another reason why it's been so hard to get rid of this. But on the one-handed weapons, the wands, I imagine you can't scale up the level of gems as easily, so level 2 might more or less be as good as we can get, although that says it's only tier 2, so it probably could eventually go up to +3. But my point is, we're comparing apples and oranges. If we're saying, oh, it's only level 2, we're not interested, well, that's not really the case. Okay, there's a +4 staff for cold. How expensive was that?
Take your time.
Mana roll is kinda meh. I think we'll be okay.
Don't drink the water.
Alright. In which case, we're now done in the zone we were just in. That means we're now looking to go one of these directions. This looked like chaos damage. I mean, everything looks like chaos damage, to be fair, so I don't know if that's really a determining factor. But Toxic Bloom and the other chaos-related stuff here, we are certain there's a lot of chaos damage there. I don't really know if we went very far in this spot. It looks like this is more of a dead-end type place. We don't currently see any connections there, whereas this one does have at least one additional place. That makes me think this might be better to go to first It's easier to go there and then just turn around once you're done, whereas this one is sort of a natural progression. So I think we do this. As a bog, death wears a mostly human face. Hunt down that person. Or thing. I don't remember what that is, really. It's probably, well, this wasn't one of the leaders. It might be one of the leaders of the group. The other direction, we know for a fact, I think, had a leader of a specific group. Or maybe I'm just mixing up both these sides now. Either way. Ooh. Very narrow pathways. Okay. Oh.
You will burn.
Throat cutters. Nice warm welcome, I see. You're doing fire damage. Okay. I believe they were throwing fire skills, not just us. I could be mistaken. There are a lot of fire projectiles bouncing around. It does make it a little hard to track things. What is our fire res right now? 38. Not as high as it once was. That's not great. This looks like a large arena of some variety. Almost. Kind of, sort of. These guys might also be resistant to fire damage if they're all about that stuff. Because that took a very long time to kill what was theoretically just a basic enemy. I think we crit there. Made it do a much larger chunk of damage. We know there's a boss here. For sure. A boss that gives us some sort of bonus stuff. That is primary objective, one would assume. As for what, if anything else of note there is, that remains to be determined. Oh, look, they're cooking something. Isn't that wonderful? Maybe we should ask if they're willing to share. I'm sure we would love their local delicacies. That is a dead end. Okay. Wait, is that a... See that mark on our minimap. Seems to be something. I think that's something. In this direction, small effigy. Wonderful. Great to learn more about their customs as well. Doubt that we can actually shotgun a single enemy with multiple of our initial projectiles. As for whether... Oh, hold on. We are definitely not out of the woods yet. As for whether we can hit one enemy with multiple of the bouncing projectiles, that seems like it's more likely. Okay, there are multiple of those small effigies. Those seem to be the things that have the little icon next to them on the minimap. So read into that however you will. I noticed that. Oh.
Wow, savages. Worship.
Okay, apparently there are 5 effigies. Not sure I want to know what happens when we activate them all, but Pretty sure we do have to activate them all. Also, if you could please give me a moment to get my energy shield back, I would greatly appreciate it. It is legitimately hard to tell when they are using the same skills that we are. Also, how dare you block me in there? This is like a frost wall where we can break through it if we deal enough damage to that? Yes. Okay. So I kind of want to clear out all the normal enemies here before activating the effigies. The checkpoint's probably not a bad idea either. Because I imagine this is gonna be the thing that initiates the boss fight. Right, we're just doing some good old-fashioned anthropology. We're just helping... I was gonna say Alva, although she's really more of a treasure hunter than an anthropologist, right? Okay. But we're also extremely close to leveling. Okay, if we were really concerned about this and metagaming, we would poke our head out into a different area for just a little bit longer and see if we could... Oh, this was also such a more efficient way to get to this spot. We were right next to it before. Oops. It wasn't that big of a detour we took, I guess, but still. Okay. So, I mean, it's called the Flame Skin Ritual. What's the worst that could happen, right? Okay, activate 1, nothing happens. Activate 2. Nothing seems to happen. Activate 3, still, nothing happens. You activate 4, nothing happens. You activate the 5th, and, you know, maybe you take some precautionary measures, like, say, throwing down some of these guys. And then you probably burn the witch.
The Tail Women never spoke of this kind of power.
What do you mean, this kind of power? Because, it's kind of waiting for a big dramatic enemy to pop in. That didn't seem to happen. It's a little off-putting. Trying to find this evil lady of some variety and slay her. That's all I'm asking for, right? They refuse to oblige. I even lit their little fires for them. Tried to announce my arrival. They weren't having it. They just weren't having it. There's the level. Suppose if nothing else, boss not arriving there. Have to wait a little more time to gain some XPs. Let's see. So yeah, this is a good example of, okay, we were going in here. Yeah, we're still benefiting from the mana regeneration rate, regardless of what element we end up doing, but we were working toward this increased magnitude of shock. It's the primary reason why we went here, but if fire is looking increasingly like the one we're gonna use, increase elemental damage if you've ignited an enemy recently. There is also fire penetration here. We did take the fire damage here and increased chance to ignite. You can take a little more if you go there. Seem a little reluctant to go to the elemental penetration at this stage, because that is definitely something that is very specific to the element that you're using. As we were saying before, you know, the shock is kind of unique in how we can potentially apply that regardless of what type of damage we're dealing. That is not the case with elemental penetration. So in some ways, it feels like that's more of an issue if we invest in that when we may not be doing that type of damage long term. This is the kind of thing that I was talking about before, where it's potentially a way to make us more stun resistant. Oh, that looks pretty cool. Certainly for the fireball, at least. Yeah, I mean, so much. I still have not really done a thorough, comprehensive review of the tree. So there are definitely several areas that I've not, many areas where I've not spent any time at all looking at the possibilities here. So I'm sure there are some things that are just squarely less efficient relative to some of the stuff that I could be taking. But it's... Hold on, what are the things that lead up here? That's a 4% chance for spell skills to fire 2 additional projectiles, another 4%, 6%, 6%, so what does this add up to? That's 8, that's 20, 26, 32, so you're basically looking at a third of the time you're gonna fire 2 additional projectiles, or I assume these are additive, right? This turns into a collective 32% rather than rolling each of these individually, in which case there's a very small percentage chance that you get like 10 projectiles, which would be less reliable, but would also be absolutely hilarious if you had that many projectiles going at once. So that is also something that only works for specific types of skills. For us, it would work particularly well for Fireball. I can't recall if we've had anything else, though, that has been... Oh, the Frostbolt would be the other thing that would work for. But Arc is not projectile, Incinerate is not projectile. So we would be restricting ourselves a little bit in that variety, or in that way. Love to have a little active skill gem here, an uncut skill gem here, just to look at future skills we might take and whether those might benefit from the additional projectiles, because that seems really strong. It's not quite at the level of a support gem, but that's the kind of thing that you would usually only be able to get from support gems. So that is a really interesting idea. And this just doesn't really give us much in the way of short-term value, so even though we're halfway through the cluster, I feel like it might make sense for us to abandon it, at least at this stage, and maybe revisit once we do get this. But that's a ways away. That is a ways away. If we're willing to accept that we may find ourselves spending some points in the future to respec out of some clusters and into others, then maybe we feel okay starting to go after these nodes. And I've taken some strength recently for health scaling purposes, although intelligence, I think we might need to go back to getting more of that so that we can continue to wear energy shield based gear and blue gems, all that stuff.
Desert fire!
So short term, I suppose that also doesn't do a whole lot for us, but gets us working towards something that could be a lot more interesting. Assuming we stick with the fireball, but I am really liking this. Never really done a boss fight with it, although I imagine we would still probably go back to Incinerate primarily for single target damage. It's mostly an AoE based thing. This fireball spam. is weird, though, when the enemy is so close to us that it looks like all we see is the fire nova and not the original projectiles. Everyone down? That looks a little significant. Oh! That certainly does. Extra fire damage periodically unleashes fire. Okay. Fire essence. You certainly have my attention. And if that's an indication of there being additional essences in the area, you definitely have my attention. Also, I was taking that moment to get something out of my eye. I did not appreciate it. The enemies chose that opportunity to sneak up. I was thinking this would be a very unfortunate time for enemies to suddenly appear right on top of us. Oh, I don't like that. Wow. Oh, I don't like that. Okay. It is nice being able to hit you from further away.
Didn't break a sweat.
I might have broken a sweat there for a second when I saw how much damage that dealt. Again, it's the chaos, though. It's always the chaos damage.
Die, scum!
Oh, I can play more. That's what I meant to spam. Please go away. This might just be circling back to the starting area. Looks like it is. Oh, hold on. There are still enemies, though. For a second, I thought when we started headed back in this direction that it was going to be one of those things where it kind of teases reconnecting with the starting area, loops back in that direction, but isn't actually connected. And that might even be where the boss in question would be, but that does not seem to be the case. I'll actually take a second to peek at this essence we got. Oh, it's a chaos modifier. Okay, and that's where the extra chaos damage was coming from, I imagine. The thing that was dealing huge damage to us. It's not likely to be a huge deal for us, although, tell you the truth, not offensively. That's disturbing. Defensively, though, throw that on any piece of armor that cannot get offensive rolls, and that, I would think, would mean we have a guaranteed chaos resistance roll, and that would be useful. I don't know if these deal damage when they explode. Because, frost walls do. They do seem very frost wall-esque. He says that was disturbing, those things previously, and then he goes in and immediately interacts with them as soon as he crosses past them. In the future? Yeah, you know. What can I say? It may not be the best thing to look at or think about, but at the same time, if it gives us loot, There's something to be said. Still something to be said for interacting and using. Okay, let's see. So, further east, to the right, seems like. It's pretty much the only answer. At this point, I don't know what to make of the place where we lit all those effigies. I, of course, initially thought that the boss was going to get summoned as soon as we did that. Then when I saw that that wasn't the case, I thought, well, okay, maybe the boss is just very close, just not quite in this arena. But even that seems not to be the case. Gem. Let's nab it. It is also a lot harder to see, not just when enemies use fire skills, but in general, what any enemy is doing is hard to see when we have this many fireballs and firewalls bouncing around. Which is very much something that is familiar territory from Path of Exile 1, to be fair. Though one could argue that is one of the main areas that people might have been hoping to see improvements in Path of Exile 2. Better visual clarity. We've spoken about that a little bit already. That is a thing that, in several ways, I think could still be improved. Imagine the place we're trying to go is further to the right, but let's see what's over here as well. So that's a Mauler, which seems like a big slow guy, and also seemed to have a big hammer that he smacked down and presumably deals a bunch of damage with. Apparently we have been here. Okay. Good to know, I guess. We're getting further up there. Again, kind of close to where we activated all those effigies. Can we hit you from up here? Oh, certainly if we go this way, we can. Some of these enemies are also maiming us, for what it's worth. It's a status effect that slows us down. Sometimes you'll notice we are not moving at our swiftest speeds. Didn't quite break through the concrete. Looking for little indicators that certain areas are more significant than others, you know, like we're walking up into the boss arena. I haven't really seen them yet, although there are enough dead ends. It seems like there aren't very many pathways left, and they're all kind of seemingly converging in this direction. Oh, that looks like fun. They did. That, I'm assuming, is also a Mauler. Yep. Wait, what? Did you see that? He just walked over to one of the buildings and knocked it down. What the heck? Now I'm curious what that does. I want to know what the significance of that is. Piqued my curiosity. He's more than just a mauler, okay? Oh, we broke down some of the stuff there, okay. Maybe that was just a coincidence. Any sort of damage can knock down some of these structures. Happened to be that one of the enemies did it with one of their slams, but we've probably done it just as much as they have. I liked the part where these guys were not running after us. I appreciated that. I like the part where they very slowly sauntered toward us so that we could pepper them with projectiles before they actually got into attacking range. They definitely have fire resistance. And to be fair, what I thought were previously all converging paths are now opening up into a few more directions than I would have thought. Oh. Some of these guys are quite literally shooting poison darts at us. Namely those guys who are directly in front of us just then. One thing that is nice about having the multiple flame walls is that if an enemy does happen to walk past one of them, it is still possible to have them pass through another one and still get the effects of the extra flame wall damage on the projectiles. Yeah, okay, this area is a little bigger than I was giving it credit for sure. That is seemingly the case with every area. That remains true. Yeah, what? This opens up again? And we might have found what was about to be the boss arena. But I thought that was the only part that was left. Definitely is not the case. Had enough of your poison darts. Ooh, that is also a checkpoint. I'm gonna nab that real quick. May or may not be an indicator that that is the boss arena. I mean, we might have also basically just circled around the same area that I was saying before I suspected was the boss arena. It seemed like it had several entrances. But especially when we see zones like this that are just so big, it does make me fearful sometimes when we seem to get really far in the zone, but don't find a checkpoint, and I'm like, oh man, we have to rerun all this. It's not gonna be a good time. Or at least, I will be very disappointed with myself. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's actually not that far from the place where we activated all of the fiery effigies. It's just that we happened to snake around down here afterward. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Oh, resume.
Wall of flame!
Wall of flame. Walls, plural. Fittingly, a fire quiver. There's a dude behind me. Yeah, I am concerned if the boss has the same amount of fire resistance as all these guys. We could be in a bit of trouble. But we can't go through that. That just seems to be... Can we go here? Nope. It's a little dead end, but seemingly nothing especially important there, so I don't think we need to do an entire loop around just to get there. But we might be able to a little bit by going here. Still hit you, even while we are not getting hit by any of your attacks. Again, it seems like they kind of got stuck on the geometry a bit, which is another thing that I think is, you know, probably a little bit more of a frequent occurrence than you would like to see. Obviously, it can happen in any of a number of games, yes. If it happens regularly, enough so that it becomes a legitimate part of the strategy more often than not for how you fight the enemies, then that might start to detract a bit. Okay, so this seemingly does open up into the area that I suspect is the boss arena. I don't think there's anything else we are looking to do here other than... If we suspect the boss does have a lot of fire resistance, we could always go back to Incinerate. As I was saying, I think that might still be better single target damage, unless the area gets totally flooded with enemies, in which case maybe you do the Flame Wall plus Fireball combo and you just get some of those to hit the boss, but you're also focusing a fair bit on the adds as well. We do have Flammability, which can debuff the boss when it comes to all that fire res, and then Incinerate does also do that to a certain extent as well. So, those are kind of our keys if the boss does have a ridiculous amount of fire resistance. But we might be about to find out. Yup, we are.
She flies.
She flies. Okay. Oh, she does. That she does. Okay, she also basically blocks off half the arena. Like, more than half the arena. That wasn't the way in which I thought that our fireball was going to become relevant, but... Oh. Okay, this is interesting. Yeah, not the way that I thought fireball was going to be relevant, but I am going to use it. Help clear some things out. She does have energy shield, which is actually extremely annoying. That means we do need to keep the pressure on her, otherwise... She is going to regenerate her health. Also, admittedly, I'm just kind of testing her damage right now. See how much we should care. Whether we can just kind of face take her and not worry at all. Like, this is the annoying part. Energy shield comes back, she runs away, and now this has the makings of being a very long fight. Can this chain across the various, whatever, bone walls, whatever you want to call them? Doesn't seem like it. You have craft meat. Cool. Where'd you go? Please get rid of the energy, or at least prevent you from regenerating the energy shield. It does, I mean, she can hit us and technically deal a tiny bit of damage during this phase, but it doesn't really seem like this hurts as much. It's mostly just a matter of, this makes it harder to dodge these types of things. Try to curse you. Just really annoying. Doesn't seem that difficult. It's just another one that is very much a test of patience. goes now. I might be imagining that, especially because it's not like we've dealt much damage to her. It's not like she's gaining more moves because she's at less than half health or something like that. We are actually poking. She doesn't have energy shielding buttons. We are actually poking her for a little bit of damage. Did we actually knock her down? Oh. Something changed, for sure. That doesn't seem like something we want to stand next to. This is not hitting. I'm realizing we're not in range. Great mistakes were made. You definitely said the word laser. And that was basically a fire laser. Also, I'm pretty sure you just cursed at me. I do, however, despite the fact that you're probably using stronger skills right now, I do prefer this phase. Because it seems to be significantly easier to actually hit you. So I do appreciate that. Also, it does seem like, generally speaking, as with other enemies, the best way to attack you is by standing right next to you. Unless you hit us with that. You're doing that. Sneak up behind you. Dodge that real quick. That's just an indicator of when the bones are going to pop up. It's not even like some big one-shot like move. Worth it? Worth it. Perfect. Our curse circle does look very similar to her attack, though. You want to look at that attack? It's a fire laser. He is less than half health now. May or may not cause her to change something up, although I kind of feel like we may have preemptively caused her to change phases because the game was just like, alright, we've been in this phase long enough. Oh, I did go without damaging her for a while there. That's not good. What? Oh, okay, that's also the fire laser. Just with a different name this time. I mean, we have scaled a lot into energy shield thus far. So some of this may also be that we just have a lot of survivability at this level, despite us not having that much fire res. I mean, I don't think the game expects us to have half fire res at this stage. But it does kind of seem like no matter what skill she uses, we're not that concerned. Unless she has one more ace up her sleeve as she drops close to a third health remaining. As you can see, it's taken us a lot longer than 10 seconds to kill the bosses. Right in the corner like that. Yeah, close to taking enough of those. Change direction for a second there. Even that. get impatient with it at this stage. Tempting as it might be. This is a good window, though. Try to hit you with an arc. Oh, that was almost a corner in which I was going to be completely trapped. Right as you were charging with your laser beam. Come on. Well, it took about an hour, but we did kill her.
May your spirit speak for eternity, vile one.
As I said, wasn't exactly a dangerous encounter for us. But I suspect she has higher fire resistance, and our damage, not ideal, not great. What's up, Schmegan? How's it going? First time playing Path of Exile, just made a Sorceress level 11. Can you build Frost? As you hear it on YouTube, Frost is dead. So, I was doing Frost early, and I was underwhelmed with the damage. So from a pure DPS clear speed standpoint, I was not thrilled by it. I then changed to fire skills, and the damage seemed to be better, at least in the immediate term. But the one little subtle upside of the cold skills is freeze. Freeze is pretty sweet, because defensively, it can help so much, even with, oftentimes with basic enemies. When you're getting surrounded, freeze a few of them, and it is so much easier to then follow up and deal damage to them. So in many ways, it almost feels like the ideal situation would be if you were able to freeze the enemies with some cold skill. Maybe it doesn't deal great damage, but then you have a different skill that you follow up with that does the brunt of your actual damage. Now, that's maybe a little bit questionable, because for the most part, that's not really something you want to do in Path of Exile. Splitting the types of skills that you're using generally means that one of them is going to be more well optimized than the other. So, I'm not exactly sure what the best way to execute that would be, but that's at least the thought process that I was going through. Because yeah, freeze, I loved the freeze. I did not like the damage. And as you just saw, us fighting that boss, our damage was not great. However, our cold damage was worse than that. Now, this may not be a great example because, as I was saying, I suspect that enemy had particularly high fire resistance, so maybe that was making it seem like our damage was worse than it actually is, but either way, I think the point still stands. Okay, so now we have killed you. This isn't grayed out yet, but I suspect that's because we still have the quest items and haven't turned those in yet. Oh, also because we can do this to get plus 30 maximum spirit. Oh, that's hard to get. And a level 10 uncut spirit gem. Oh, that's very interesting. Okay, because yeah, we were previously using 30 out of 30 spirit for Arctic armor, which has been useful. That's been the primary way we've been applying those freezes. But I was eyeing some of these guys. We just weren't able to use them without getting something else to increase our maximum spirit before. Now it is possible. And we are, talk about freeze, we're trying to do that kind of thing more often. Freeze, ignite, shock. Eventually, shock will be a very critical part of the build. Which one of these are we doing the most often right now? I feel like with our fireball multi-projectile spam, ignite might be the best way to go. These spirit gem drops do seem to be somewhat rare, relatively speaking, compared to the active skills and even the support skills. So, it might be a little while until we see more of these. Let's just read the specifics here. Gain 2 energy per power of enemies you ignite with hits from skills. Modified by the percentage of the ailment threshold the ignite will deal. I think that basically means if you're dealing more damage with the ignite, then you gain that energy more quickly. 27% increase energy gained. I'm guessing that's going up based on the level of the gem. Trigger all socketed spells and lose all energy on reaching maximum energy. Has 10 maximum energy per 0.1 second of base cast time of socketed spells. So basically, this is a way to automatically trigger spells when we ignite. So that could mean we're doing our Flame Wall plus Fireball combo. Eventually, we get an ignite on an enemy, and maybe we have this cast to ignite linked with our arc, say. And that means that after we get some ignites, the arc will automatically trigger. We don't need to manually press that button. Yeah, so that, I mean, getting spirit drops is the other way. We haven't really focused on that yet, so getting just passive spirit is pretty useful. I think we go this route. Long term, I think the shock is going to be the one that matters most to us, but hopefully we'll have time to get that later on. Spirit gem drops. Okay, well that's good. So we definitely have not seen that many of those thus far, and that is something I would like to change. I think we're headed back though. Picked up, this is the other quest item? Okay. The skulls of stolen children adorned carved wood. That's, you know, I could have gone without reading that. I didn't need to know that.
You have slain the Bog Witch? Oh, then you have healed a wound on the heart of my people. Today, these swamps be blessed by a touch of sunlight.
Oh, okay. It's a charm. Freeze immunity, bleed immunity, or freeze removal, bleed removal, poison removal. This is what I was hoping we might be able to get, and I'm not sure we've seen this yet. Ignite immunity, or ignite removal, not sure we've seen that either. I think I did pick one of these up not that long ago, but there are so many enemies in this area that seem to be doing poison damage, and we are susceptible to it. So I think that is
It was my honor to assist you.
best for us. Cover mana when used, reduce charges used. Okay, let's throw this on. Okay, and now why don't we identify some stuff and probably head right back and disenchant some stuff. No thank you. 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 Oh! That's a lot of life. Wow. Okay. That's on a strength dex base, which really is not interesting to us. On the other hand, that life roll is so big, it's, it would make you question your priorities a little bit there. Compare it to this. 58 energy shield, 16 life. And we are scaling energy shield much more than we're scaling life, so that 58 translates to possibly close to 100. I think our existing gloves are still better. They also have other stats, at least the glyph, that's helping us. And a little more rare. We actually have more rarity than I realized. 12% rarity there. 16% rarity there. At that point, it's not like we're getting uniques dropping all the time, but we should be getting a little bit more of the blue and yellow item drops. So you could make the case for holding onto that for crafting purposes long term, or really for leveling future characters more than anything, which, you know, maybe is reason enough as time goes on. And we certainly, if we were to start doing more trading with other players, then that would become less of an issue. By getting access to leveling uniques and or other pieces of gear that other people have gotten, then I imagine suddenly that would not be all that difficult to do, getting good leveling stuff. But we have the inventory space for now, so why not? This question for this is, do we immediately use it and allocate all of our spirit to it? We would have to drop Arctic armor to do that, and that would mean our best and really only source of freeze that we're using right now goes away. So I don't really think we can throw freeze on anything else at the moment. So, but the offensive, so that's mostly a defensive thing. I guess the Arctic armor technically does deal a little bit of damage to enemies that hit us. But it's not, I just, in the back of my mind, I still think of Arctic armor as a defensive skill because it's very much a defensive skill in Path of Exile 1. And the name certainly suggests that it would be a defensive skill. But if we're actually thinking of Arctic armor as more of an offensive skill, then yeah, Cast on Ignite almost certainly be better from a clear speed standpoint, at least. And what is the best skill to combine that with? Hold on. Let's see. Honestly, flammability? Can we do that? We can. Automatically cast flammability when we ignite stuff? That feels convenient, at least. What is the cast time for this? 0.7 seconds, which means it actually doesn't take that much energy to charge it up, right? I'm pretty sure other things... Flame Wall is 1 second cast time. I don't think it can trigger Incinerate since that's a channeling skill. Fireball, 1.2 seconds, so that's a very long cast time. Yeah. I'm intrigued by that. Technically, you could put additional skills in so that multiple things get triggered by Cast on Ignite, but I think if you add more... Let's see. Has 10 maximum energy per 0.1 seconds of base cast time of socketed spells, plural. So if we add more spells to this, it triggers less often. We might actually prefer to leave it this way. In that case, that means we can also take this flammability off one of our key bindings, because when it's supported like this, you can't cast it manually. You can only trigger it through this trigger, the Cast on Ignite. So, what did we previously have here? Something of the Frost variety? I guess we could get... Yeah, actually, come to think of it. Wouldn't be Frost Wall, but we could use a different cold skill to apply freeze in that last spot there. Rather, it wouldn't be Arctic Armor, but we could use a different one to activate that. So, some things here I think have a higher ability to apply freeze, more magnitude of chill, and knockback on hit. For Ice Nova, just double check. Other hold skills. Hold Snap only works once they are already chilled. Frostbolt is what I was thinking of. Here's... It does have increased magnitude of chill as weight. Plus 100%. Let's just take this out for a second. Storm, Spark. Let's compare. And if this is something that we're only using for the sake of applying chill / freeze for largely defensive purposes, I think Ice Nova is going to be the most useful for that. It's level 4. This is also level 4, or we could get a higher level Ice Nova. We certainly have enough active skills to do that. We could see if there's a different ice one, I suppose. It could be Frostwall. More freeze buildup. Oh. Also, if you want a meme, throw this on as a skill that gets triggered automatically from something, and chaos will ensue. So we could throw that in the cast on Ignite, and it would probably be a bit of an interesting experience. Maybe not the best choice. But this is
Frost Wall creates a
actually a
wall of
little
solid
interesting.
ice. These ice crystals can be damaged. If the crystals are destroyed or pushed hard enough, they will explode.
I'm not sure in terms of how reliably it will apply freeze, since I think the enemies / we need to destroy the wall in order for it to actually deal that damage, have that freeze chance, unlike the Ice Nova that just immediately goes off and could freeze. The Ice Nova also has the knockback. It's kind of nice. Ooh, the spell echo. Honestly, let's keep both of those for a second. Oh, did I just throw... Wait. Ice Nova, Frostbolt... Where did... Huh? Huh? Did I... What happened to Frostwall? Did we not make the Frostwall? I thought I made a Frostwall. Did I accidentally misclick and make something other than Frostwall? We have enough gems to do it again. Rather not make 2 copies of it, but... Frostbolt, Ice Nova, Mana Drain. What happened to the gem we were working with? Arctic Armor, Mana Tempest, Arc, Cast on Ignite. I'm not seeing it. Whoops. What'd I do? Don't remember. But we can make one. Again, potentially. Sure. Not a huge loss if we double up. Okay. What I wanted to do is get rid of you. And then make the Frost Wall. Potentially have more area of effect. Is there a limited number? There's 3 uses. We could give it 6 uses before it has a cooldown. I don't think this is something we're going to be spamming, though. Although that does work, I don't think that really helps us all that much. I think more likely we are looking for the glaciation, wherever that currently is, which was, I think, on Arctic Armor. Yep. Oh, here. Let's make the bigger frost wall with higher chance to freeze. How practical that is actually going to be, I am not sure. Now, are we gonna further mess with the key bindings here? I guess we might. Right, incinerate. Oh, wait, what happened to the flame wall? Huh? Why is that gone? Okay, no, we're good. Get rid of that. You replace it with Frost Wall. Sure, keep Archon. Okay. Alright. We ran into Alva in one of the places somewhere, but it's not like we have reason to check back in with her. Although, we checked
Anything catch your eye?
stuff here. Pretty bad. Across the... Whoa, hold on. Hold on. One moment. This is better than our topaz ring. except that it means we're doubling up on fire resistance, so we're not going to be as well balanced resistance-wise. Hold on. What is 35% total fire resistance between the 30 flat fire and the 5% all res? Which means we're at what? 68, 73? So we're not quite at cap, but we're practically at fire res cap. Lightning is currently our highest. So we'd miss out on 30. Gain 5 back from the all res. So we'd be at 25% lightning resistance. I feel like we're not seeing a lot of lightning damage here.
Need a guide? Ah, some pretty things, yes?
Life gain on kill, evasion, strength gives us a little bit of what is functionally life. This is exalt worthy.
Make the most of it.
If we exalt and get either another resistance or flat life are the two ideal outcomes. Hold on. Okay. I think we're exalting this. 10% fire damage. Not what I expected, but not horrible. Also only requires level 17, which means this could also be useful in the future for other characters. I mean, technically, I wasn't really thinking of it as a replacement for our existing ruby ring, in large part because that has the life roll. We are getting some life from this because of the strength. So it isn't as big of a loss on that side of things as it might seem. You get the life gain on kill, which, although not flat life, does give you a form of healing. You could potentially replace the fire res ring, so in that case you're sacrificing a little bit of life in order to gain resistances with basically no downside on that end. That's actually the more straightforward one. To go that route. How much life do we lose in the process? Oh, almost none. In fact, wait, what? Life actually goes up? Yeah, strength is... Hold on. Strength is so much better. 1 strength equals 2 life? That is so much more efficient for scaling life through strength than it is in Path of Exile 1. Strength is no joke. Okay, we'll take it. It's better than I was giving it credit for. That works. Did a little counting, you're up to 70k boss damage. If they're acting nice, not moving too far. Perhaps somewhat wishful thinking, but I mean, that number is quite big. That's very encouraging. It sounds like things are going really well for you, Ruby. That's good to hear. Let's see. So, where do we stand now? Got the fire boss over there. Yeah, now it's grayed out, suggesting that we have completed that. That's good. So we have... Oh, I didn't even see the ravaged... Oh. Not troubled camp, ravaged camp. Different name, different symbol. I don't think this is a place where we trade. I think that's a place where there might be enemies guarding some sort of loot. Okay. I think maybe we go and do one more zone tonight, and it looks like this is going to be a pretty busy area. It is getting late, and I imagine it will take us a while to finish this zone, but let's give it a shot. Okay. This was the purple area. It seemed to be set to deal a lot of chaos damage. We are still at 0% chaos resistance. We did improve our other resistances just now, but not chaos. So that could be an issue. I am a little concerned about that, especially if one or both of the bosses in this area deals chaos damage. We are not going to be able to face tank it like we did the previous boss. So, if that is the case, and it very well may be, then we might have no choice but to mix it up a little bit. Or rather, well, there's the crossbow. We might have no choice but to basically return here once we have made some other improvements. Or I need to remind myself of the property. Also, once again, there are dragons here. Here be dragons. Not just chaos, also those guys are incredibly fast. Oh, that guy's rare. One of them is non-resistant periodically releases fire. Killed it. That's about to happen.
Toxins!
There are toxins here. We think from the plants. That's gonna blow up. And I wasn't referring to the enemy, but that works too. Oh, that's a lot of sockets. That works. Okay, so I would imagine that this is an area where we want to be pretty thorough, given just how many things there are in this area. So what? It's the flammability is the thing that's getting casted when we ignite. Thing that creates a little circle on the ground. Not that kind of circle. Do they all do that? Do all the dragons do that? I didn't think I had remembered that happening before. But it might have just been blocked by all the other fire. Oh, do the plants only do the chaos damage if you hit them with a skill? Okay. Okay. We're learning. Okay. I was interested because it's been a long time since we last upgraded our wand, and although this seems pretty solid, one would think we could at least get higher level or higher numerical rolls at this stage. Guys, the dragons can pop out of the ground. That's unexpected and unwelcome. Dragons burrow underground. No worries, Arumi. Thanks for stopping by. And yeah, it feels like we're starting to put some things together here that make some sense. Oh, yes, I thought I saw a yellow health bar, and I did. Crit resistance, periodic lightning, like that. Body blocking me? I don't appreciate it when you do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Quality. It's a very narrow path. for an extended period of time. Oh, we can also do this just to block enemies. And then do this. And just build walls with all of our skills. That is freezing them. At least the ones that we place the wall directly on top of. So that is perhaps doing exactly what we would want it to. We are currently standing in chaos damage over time ground. I've not really seen the flammability curse go off. Haven't been watching that closely. It does make me wonder how useful or not useful that combination might be. Is it the dragon behind us? No. Don't think so. Oh, wonderful. Now the plants themselves are coming to life. Good job. Lids, are you trying to imply that plants are not alive to begin with? Okay, you got me. Perhaps that phrasing did suggest as much. The plants are being animated. And actively advancing on our position. Do you prefer that phrasing? Say, it seemed like we were approaching a dead end. Which, given how narrow and linear this area had been, odd. Wasn't sure where we would have gone from there. Now it branches off a little bit. This is a checkpoint. Looks like it could be a chaos arena of some variety. Now, we expect for there to be 2 bosses here. This could very well be the toxic bloom. Not only is it seemingly in the direction that we had started going, but this could certainly be considered a toxic bloom.
A magnificent sight, but deadly all the same.
Yeah, and I see you're suggesting it's over here. Now, do I want to destroy all these things in advance? I feel like I might. Basically a giant trap. Oh! You are freaking humongous. Yeah, it's a giant dragon. Supported by a toxic bloom, of course. Where'd it go? Excuse me. Mr. Dragon. Found it! I found the dragon! It seemingly did a purple attack, which suggests it also deals chaos damage, which I do not like. Siphons mana and, I'd say, steals blast charges or something like that. I don't like the sound of that either. Except it's almost dead. Whatever you were about to do, yeah, don't do it, please. The noxious behemoth is dead. Oh, and all the plants you can see wither away as that happens. That's cool. I mean, we did... Ooh, we did manage to, with whittle away at him from afar using Fireball. Thankfully, we did not need to get up close for Incinerate, otherwise that could have proven to be much more challenging. But that's a prismatic ring, which means gives all elemental resistances. That's very nice as a crafting base. Not loving the intelligence roll, although base is good enough. I may still be tempted into trying to craft something off of that. So, technically just a rare, not a full-blown boss of the unique variety, but did have a whole bunch of drops of pretty solid rarity, no less.
Die, scum!
As for where we go from here, double check the map was good. That did make some funny things. Might kind of be in the opposite direction. So yeah, you could see, obviously we went down in that corner. Don't know to what extent that continues to go onward. I think that's where we came from in the previous zone, so it wouldn't be that far, but might this loop around in a big circle? It's probably possible. Maybe we just follow the path all the way. See where it leads us. Actually, kind of nice if that were the case. We don't have to worry so much about what direction we're going in. What the most efficient pathing is, because inevitably we will not do it. I know we didn't get a super close look at it, but it seemed like the model for that mini boss of sorts that we fought was really cool. And technically was a poison dragon, I think. Not a fire dragon. A little surprising by dragon standards. Maybe not so surprising given how poison is very much in this area. And just in a poison, particularly poisonous location, even in this particular jungle. Guessing all these paths converge. Check. No, they are not converging in the same direction, at least not immediately. Let's take a peek over here in that case before we get too far away. Okay. A little bit of gold, sure. This looks more significant. Than I realized. This feels more like it's gonna circle back to where we came from initially. Should we go in this direction? Unless I'm curious if it connects left here, where we had started to go. Seems like that might be the case. It does make me wonder if there's going to be something in this corner then. Ooh, well, very aggressive rare, who is fire resistant. I don't like that. vortex? He's dealing a lot of damage to us, make no mistake. Also, Blade Vortex is a skill from Path of Exile 1. That looks like Blade Vortex. Is that what the proximal tangibility actually means? Because hard to make any sense out of that phrase. I've seen several rares that have it. It seems like more than anything, he's like disappearing momentarily. He's phasing out of existence. With his ghost form. And that ghost form can't be hit or something like that. This is A strategy. Take a second to get the energy shield back, then you go back to this. Any day now.
Didn't break a sweat.
Oh. Oh. For the trial of the Sekhemas. Okay, maybe it was worth it. It's pretty nice when we have a tiny little area like that for the mall to walk straight into and get absolutely pelted by all the fireballs. Okay, here we go. Yes, it does reconnect with that spot. Might still be something in this far corner, though. There is a checkpoint. That sounds ominous. And we know we're expecting one more boss, perhaps of a more significant variety, probably an actual unique enemy rather than just a rare. And then this ravaged camp, so I would think it would be one of those things. Deadly Nest. Uh-oh. Whoa, okay. He's a Chimera. It's the unique boss. Oh, also that's probably not a good one to spam. That's a cold skill. Interesting. Would not be on the cold expected. Oh. That's a fire skill. Okay. We did that. Crazy. No, but it was worth a try. That is not the place you want to stand for that, I can tell you that much. Flying away. You can fly up there! Can we hit you while you're up there? Wait to break the pillar. Oh, that's cool. We have to have a skill that hits in order to do that. Okay, well. We can make frost walls as well. I would appreciate if you came down, though. Thank you. I'm also grateful that you don't have energy shield. You only break the towers when you're on top of them? No, you're just pelting us from above now.
You will burn.
Well, of course. Kind of detonate your crossbows for extra damage. Whoa. Okay, now you're up here. Now we'll do this. Try to break it. Except maybe not. Now you're doing electric. Oh. Did you just change? You have 3 heads, and the heads are all different colors based on the element. Okay, I see. Break this. Does this give us a window to attack you? It does. That's cool. That's very interesting. It's a long window. which I'm grateful for, don't get me wrong. And here,
No mana!
wrong skill. Like this. Here? No. Where not? Oh, I did not see how much damage you were dealing to us. Please destroy. Oh, because you have chaos damage from your tail. That's why. That's why. The 3 heads all deal different types of elemental damage. Tail deals chaos damage. The tail is, without a doubt, the most threatening. Oh, okay, so much for that. I think he can, yeah, detonate that to deal more damage to us. That's not good. Oh, and we're shocked as well. Okay, don't stand there. Don't stand on the shocked ground. We are shielded. Oh, just the crossbow when it means. Please hit that. Thank you. If it weren't for these windows, it would be very hard to deal significant damage to them, I suppose. Maybe. That's the bad phase. It also create poison ground. That's ice. Tell. A little bit. Not really sure how large the tell windows are. That's the tail, obviously. You're now in and around half health, maybe still slightly above. Slightly. Ooh. Cool. Okay. Lightning. Don't be anywhere on the shop. Oh, I walked straight into that. Slam. What's up, Ryan? That's cool. Chaos is bad. You do not have any ads, I'm realizing now. I'm trying to get energy shield back here. Not great. Oh, that was just a slam. Shield, and it's a lot of shield. Needs to be a slam. Oh no. Fire breath. Poison. Hate it. I thought we found a little space that was safe. We did not. Kind of just trying to avoid getting hit by anything while you have the poison ground active. Slam. Oh no, fire again. Ooh. Slam. Yes. not really hit you there. Poison? Bad. Very bad. We are getting flash charges from something. I'm honestly not sure what. Oh! Oh, you did. Step on the chaos. Damage over time area, and our health goes down very quickly, and it is not always obvious when we are standing on it. That does scare me. Back, please. You. Shock round, also bad. What you doing? Fire. I like that one. Generally the best one for us. Ooh. Shock round bad. Shock round bad. Could have been a big hit. Yeah, well, obviously that goes away as soon as we step out of it. Poison? Very bad. Very bad. Not getting a lot of uptime on our damage, unfortunately. Fire does seem like the biggest window, for the most part. I got greedy there at the end, but we did do it. Again, the damage just seems quite lackluster, but make no mistake, that was very cool mechanically. Maybe
Garukan favors me.
Maybe some of the extra feel of it, some of the extra uniqueness of it started to wear off, just given how long the fight ended up going on for, and given how, as I was saying, our damage was pretty bad. But nonetheless, still, I think, one of my favorite fights mechanically thus far.
This artifact bears the symbol of chaos.
Oh. Completing this Ascension trial will grant additional Ascendancy skill points. Area level 38. So... Ascendancy skill points. It's like the Trial of the Sekemas, although... This one goes to the Temple of Chaos to participate in a Trial of Chaos, not a Trial of the Sekemas. So that's... new. And given what we got from completing the Trial of the Sekemas, that could be very worthwhile. Might also require that we power up a little bit, but given how that was not the easiest thing for us to do, the Trial of the Sekemas, even when we were over-leveled, it wasn't a matter of surviving hits, it was a matter of not getting, not losing all of our honor? Is that the name of the term? I think, having now defeated that Chimera, we should have most of the big encounters done here. There's supposedly one area that we suspect is going to be more significant for loot reasons that we've still yet to see. Murder Fangs. Lovely. As opposed to Peace Fangs, I suppose. That's his cousin. Damage taken from minions first, fire resistant. Oh, well, that's wonderful. Can reduce that fire resistance, though. There we are.
Take you.
dead end? Oh no, it looked like it was gonna be. Actually, you know what? This looks like it turns into a circle if we go this way. Kind of like to just confirm that. I can see those guys up first, to be honest with you. Is this the confirmation we're looking for? I think it pretty much is. Might be something. A bit more stuff here. Not much. Okay. So yeah, I imagine this will probably loop around up here, and that'll be where the last notable encounter is. River drakes are coming out of the river. True to their name. They are doing that.
Wall of flame!
Can't fault them for that. Ooh, okay. There's confirmation. Yes, that river drake did in fact come out of the water. I think that was also a pretty good demonstration of how, once I switched to Incinerate, the damage definitely did go up. So yes, Incinerate is still our best single target skill, I think. That transition. More of the river drakes, sure. They'll catch up to us eventually. In the meantime, we'll poke those dudes. This is good. Anyone else? Okay, over here, perhaps. Seems like it would more or less be the far corner. One of these ways. One of these days. Can't tell if we just skipped over the significant part and are now going back to the beginning. I think it might be. Let's try this little spot here. I think that's where it is. The thing we're looking for. That would be my guess. Oh. Okay. I was looking for the ravaged camp, but this looks important too, because I believe this is the place where, yes.
The Tale women say, chaos is a fickle master.
This would be the place where we would do another ascendancy trial of sorts. I think this one will be different, though, and we are not about to do this right now, but that will be on the list for sure, going forward. And now that we have the waypoint for it, we can go back whenever we want. So, quickly dump a little bit of stuff here. that's what we would use to do it. This was kind of jump. We could potentially jump that all together, but there's theoretically, I think, still something in here that we were waiting for. Either there, or maybe even that little alcove. Would it be right next to the exit to the zone? I don't know. That was interesting, because I don't know that it even showed us there was an area adjacent to this before. So I did not even have that on my radar. Let's check this little spot. Okay, this might be a little bit bigger than I was giving it credit for. I didn't realize we were passed by in the first place, to be fair. This might be the spot, though. Glad we did end up going back to find that corner. Otherwise, we might have missed out on that Chaos Trial area. I'm sure eventually we would have found it, but certainly expedite our future trips there. Oh, this looks like a thing. Yup. Resting place of those who did not listen to Survey. Uh-oh. So it does reconnect. Some other places. Over here, so apparently we weren't actually that far from it. Ow. That hurt.
Ugh, typical.
Oh, he's dead. There do be a skeleton on the ground. Not that that's that unusual, to be honest with you. Okay. I think we might be good. And now that we have found that, there's this little corner over here, but I think that just connects back up the starting area. I think we basically have everything at this point. So we wanted to just...
Desert fire!
For completion's sake. A little bit more here. Also do that. You are still left. Those guys were a bit of a hint of the boss that was to come. A little bit. Not really sure what I was... Well, I was expecting something more strictly chaos-oriented. But I guess we ended up getting that with the rare enemy? Maybe it would have been a little strange if we had multiple people who were all dedicated exclusively to chaos damage, and the Chimeral dude did have chaos damage among all the other stuff. Those guys are... The boar dudes are beautiful. Surprising amount of damage. They've been the ones that have come kind of close on a few occasions to... They've always gotten rid of our energy shield, but... We're starting to go through some of our health as well, and if we're sleeping on the job a little bit more, might have taken it. Might have had to blast on one or two occasions, or nearly had to blast on one or two occasions against them. Looks like somebody is shot. All damage shots. We are also kind of close to leveling, so if we could get just enough for a level, that would be great, but I don't know if that's going to be feasible. Might not quite be enough enemies left in the zone to do that. Levels also just, when it comes to taking on difficult content, they just don't make nearly as much of a difference as they did in Path of Exile 1. Where in Path of Exile 1, that was a very common... single enemy. Very common and largely effective strategy. If you did find yourself having some trouble with one of the big encounters, just level up a little bit more, get some more health, some more passive points, and the health is somewhat significant. But then that can potentially allow you to get stronger skills if you know, that gives you the time to level up your skill gems, since Path of Exile 1 skill gems were experience-based, how they got stronger, rather than purely based on the drop. So I guess that's one of the main reasons why it's harder to make progress through difficult content just for leveling, because your skills are going to remain just as strong as they always were. You're not going to be able to level those up any further. That's a dead end. We are, as I suspected, close, but not quite there yet in terms of getting a level. A little bit of stuff here. A single enemy. Certainly not enough to give us 3% experience from that one enemy. I think that basically means that we've taken everyone out here. We could go back to town and just... We're also right next to the portal, but... Right next to the portal. We can sell our stuff here. Just want to double check. Where are we technically supposed to go? Yeah, what? Where is this? Oh, also there's this, where if we can reduce the water level, we can go there. That says it's level 39 zone, whereas this is only 37, so that, to me, suggests this is going to be where the final encounter starts go. Probably not directly here in the waterways, but it might be something over here. Maybe it's some sort of platform in the water itself where we fight someone, or it goes further in this direction. So we're gonna go there first, is what I'm saying. But yeah, we didn't find a way to get here, did we? Do we have people in town that we still need to speak to that'll give us access to that place? Hold on. That's odd. Did we poke our head in there, but not get a waypoint, and that's why it's not lighting up more?
Hey there.
Huh. That might require just a little closer inspection.
Welcome.
It's a lot of lightning res, but it's not reason enough to hold on to that item. Let's see, you... It's a good life roll. I think we'll still dump it, though. That I'd kind of like to keep in fry crafting. Not loving that, but not a terrible idea to have amulets with the different attributes on them, one of each, and then, you know, in a pinch, if you're really hard pressed to get a specific attribute, it gives you a way to quickly get some, even if it's not always ideal. Oh, can we... Hold on. Can we use this on you? We cannot. Ooh. Yeah, that is... Colossal is the same type we're currently using, so if we were to roll this and get a decent roll on it, could certainly become an upgrade. Let's see. I mean, it's worth seeing what we get out of this. I kind of hate it, though. Recovery instantly applied is not what you're looking for mana. We're looking for slow but high total amount of recovery. That's exactly the opposite of what we have here. So no thank you.
Welcome.
Probably means it is now getting scrapped.
Don't
Even if
eat
it had
anything
higher quality.
horrible.
Okay. You're significant. Dump you guys. I would also like to see if we can make something happen here. Of note. I mean, it's not a low roll for attacks, but that's completely irrelevant for us. For other future builds, perhaps, of the attacking variety. Okay, but I want to quickly double check. Hold on. This is the wetlands. Did we see a connection to another zone? Oh, here we did, didn't we? Was it? No, that was the Chimera fight, wasn't it? Was there an exit beyond that we just completely missed?
Toxins!
Is there an exit beyond that? We were all distracted by the loot? I always do that when I want to do this. I think that's worth a quick double check, because that's also the direction that the map suggested the exit was going to be in. And I'd rather not have to rerun this entire large zone again, and just to find something that we theoretically should have already found. Check for shortcuts. Unless that little area that we didn't explore has the exit. Kinda doubt that. I'm gonna check where we fought the Chimera. I feel like we may have gotten distracted, because that also looks like there could be an exit there. So when the Chimera died, it sort of died around here. Or rather, right there.
I must travel light.
But this staircase, yes, does lead to the next area. Okay, so I'm glad we did this. I hope there's a waypoint right on the other side. Because, otherwise we would have had to have refought the Chimera just to get through here as well. Okay. Gotcha. Alright, so maybe we poke our head in here ever so briefly just to see if we can level.
I feel a murmur of power within them.
And see what this is all about.
This is a find. A Baal ruin that hasn't been looted? No one from camp has managed to make it to this part of the jungle and survive. Until now.
Is that an invitation for things to go horribly wrong now?
This mechanism, if powered with a small soul core, it could open that door. There should definitely be soul cores somewhere around here. They had to power these constructs somehow.
Okay, so we're looking for a small soul core in the area, presumably. I'm not going to search high and low for it, but go for just a little bit here in order to hopefully get this level. Also, I'm noticing, excuse me? Did that just came to life? I'm also just choosing a base tank with that stuff, hoping that Incinerate can still out damage. But the thing that I was about to say was that I'm noticing that now it says that these are Baal enemies. Previously, that was not the case. We were looking for the Baal, and perhaps there were some more indirect ties all of these enemies had, but now it actually is Thrall. And there was the level we were looking for. There are enemies, in addition to the ones that we were fighting. Now let's take a look. Okay, so we were starting to head over for this chance for additional projectiles, because that seems pretty sweet. We could go strength to get more life, just because when possible, that's kind of nice. But int does give us mana, and some items and skill gems may require that we continue to pick up more int going forward. But I don't think that's current. Well, hold on, let me check our inventory real quick. 41 int. I don't know if we have anything that is pure intelligence at the moment. This chest plate, which is no longer the highest base available, is 59. It's not really that helpful of reference. We have 83. 49, that's very old. 57, 53. I'm trying to get a sense for, are we right on the verge of needing more int for higher base level gear? I think we can afford to go strength. Because in doing so, we get 10 extra life. Not that that's a game-changing amount, but it's a little bit. Do it a few times and it starts to add up. And it does help us also equip some fire-related skill gems, which oftentimes require strength. And since we are currently using a bunch of fire gems, maybe that's not the worst thing. But I do think this is probably still a decent stopping point for us before we get all engrossed with that area. Just quickly ID and sell the stuff we picked up along the way. And yes, I'm definitely very glad that we took the time to double check if and where there was an extra connection to another zone, because
Keep your eyes.
I thought we were really thorough in the wetlands, but apparently not quite thorough enough. We did get all of these things, but it looks like this is probably next. And Temple of Chaos, okay, it does say that's 38 for what it's worth. So also good that we almost missed this, but probably means we'll want to do at least a couple more zones here, and then not sure if the Temple of Chaos will be next on the list, or if, kind of like the Trial of the Sekemas, may make sense for us to overlevel a bit before we take this on. Obviously, getting more Ascendancy points as early as possible would be really nice, but we have a limited supply of the keys that give us access to this place, and we cut it surprisingly close with the previous trial. Even if this one is different, maybe that means we'd like to play it a little bit on the safe side. Might even be able to head back through the portal. I imagine the instance will be reset, since this is a while ago that we set the portal now. Yeah, okay. And it's, okay. Either way, it's putting us right at the doorway. Technically, we've had this conversation already.
This is a find. A Baal ruin that hasn't been looted? No one from camp has managed to make it to this part of the jungle and survive.
Okay, we kind of
Till now.
already know the deal. We know the spiel and we know the deal. So let's proceed. I haven't had a ton of time, though, to see exactly what types of enemies we're going to see here, other than that they now have Baal in their names. Poison plants still? They have a little bit of a purple tinge to them. Oh, hello. Oh, and that, okay, that can also turn into an enemy. Thing that I thought at first might have been like a chest of some variety. No, that's not the case. Not you, but that thing. Oh. Okay, so these guys do seem to be the designated big slow enemy of this zone, and it seems like that's a pretty common theme here. Each zone has a brute enemy of some variety. Those seem to all just be dead ends. That's a blue guy. Okay. Once again, I'm liking the extra projectiles on the fireballs and now the combo we have, combining that with the flame wall. Oh, right. Yep, you are an enemy. We have found that Incinerate still does better single target damage. And I think just straight up damage is probably the biggest thing that we are still trying to work on. Because we've gone back and forth so much about how do we want to apply this damage in the first place. That's actually pretty interesting. Did you just teleport a little bit? Kinda seemed like you did. Yeah, now that we've figured out that this is a combo we like, perhaps we can more definitively start scaling the damage. And I know we were kind of working toward getting extra projectiles on the fireball, and at least for area clear, that does help us hit more enemies. So it would certainly improve our clear speed in that way, but that doesn't really seem to be our primary shortcoming right now. Our primary shortcoming is much more so just pure damage. The amount of damage we do per hit. So, yes, we may very well still choose to... That's interesting, we can't open that. Even though it shows up as a doorway over here. Unless... Okay, no, it's not like we can click that to open the door. We have to go around. Anything here? I'm not here, but the frost wall did. Oh, you actually got frozen. Big one got frozen. Oh, dear. Okay, I was gonna say we nearly frost-walled ourselves in there. There are now two bears right on top of each other, and I'm not a huge fan of this. I like to get rid of... What? Oh, Alva will fight? Interesting! I did not expect that. Wasn't really a conscious effort to kite them back in Alva's direction. She did at least momentarily assist us. Did we get rid of the other guy? No, we did not. We definitely did not. But now we have. Got me there, buddy. Lightning resistance. You do also do that. Preferably when you're further away from us. That close enough to attract Alva's attention? No, apparently not. Alva's just gonna mind her own business. Oh, maybe? There we go. Come on, Alva. Get the finishing hit. She's not. She sort of, kind of, almost helped. Yeah, so we'll of course take a closer look at exactly what we want to do with the passives once we start leveling up more. And oh wow, it's right there. I did not expect for the soul core to be right in front of us. Had we just chosen to go this way initially, it would have been very minimal effort required. This does surprise me a bit. That seems quite odd to me. Oh, wow. Okay, blowing up the frost wall with the fireball. Very effective. I was about to say, it might be worth double checking what exactly we expect to be in here. I don't know how many other things we're looking for beyond just that soul core. Activate stone altar. Not seeing any other boss icons or loot icons. So I'm gonna take that to mean there isn't much to be gained from trying to full clear this zone. And we've done that an awful lot. So I think we've gone a little bit overkill in that regard.
Oh, goodness.
Oh.
They live.
I mean, it was understandable that the big door behind them opened up. That's not terribly surprising. Probably should have realized these guys were here as well. And I suppose this explains why Alva was able to fight as well, since her usually standing right there is kind of an invitation for her to participate in that fight. Path on the ground is very dramatic. Me or whatever. Oh, those arrows that explode or something like that? Seems like the ground was shaking a bit. It'd be great if I actually hit you. This is obviously not the main path anymore. Also not sure... Yeah, what? Wait. Why do we need to go further into the Machinarium? Kind of lost track of the purpose behind this. We want to lower the water level, yes. But I guess the small soul core was only to get access to this area, but then we need a bigger one to use the device we saw in that other area. An enemy? So we're searching for the larger soul core here, and that is why there's the other zone that theoretically we're trying to get to around here somewhere. Put the stone wall on top of the ice one. What happens then? Oh. Oh. Well, I see the opening. Or, well, I see the room with a bunch of stuff in it. This was, / kind of is, an opening of sorts, except we can't go through it right now, but maybe there's a way. It says supply room. Is that an opening on that end, maybe? We would have seen that, though, from this side. I would think. So maybe there's some sort of switch that we can flip somewhere. We'll open that room up. I do think it's funny. Every time I hear our character say incinerate when we use a fire spell that isn't incinerate, it would be totally fine, totally normal, if there wasn't a skill that was called incinerate. But the fact that there is just makes it seem really weird. So now I'm curious how we do get access to that other zone. That little room with all the treasure in it. Oh, it stomps us as well. I did, of course, start going down the main path and then immediately deviated from it as soon as I got the chance to, which may or may not have been the way to do it. Although those guys do hit kind of hard, they don't hit hard enough for that to be a huge concern. At least not a huge concern when they're the only enemy that we're facing. If we're surrounded by other dudes, then okay. Maybe that'd be a little bit more of a concern. You could tell. I jumped on that one. That one did startle me for whatever reason. You shall not pass. Was I looking at the mini-map at the time, maybe? Focusing primarily on that, not focusing very closely on the stuff on the ground directly in front of us, so that might have had something to do with it. I don't know. Can the arc destroy the frost wall? Oh, it can. Oh, that's actually interesting. Can you use the frost wall to chain the arcs when there otherwise wouldn't be enough enemies to do that? No, it seems like it just kind of stops as soon as it hits that. Can't chain from the frost wall onto other things. Oh, that is an enemy that is still right in front of us. It is also kind of funny when, I guess somewhat predictably, the walls do, at least the frost wall, does basically require the enemy to walk around the long way to get to us. Music is also, I mean, the music in general has been very good. There have actually been at least one time where I noticed that the music is actually a remake of sorts of a, oh, this is a horrible place to stop. A remake of sorts of a Path of Exile 1 song. It was an interesting touch. But this just has that sort of dark, ominous, creepy sound to it. Seems like the right move for where we find ourselves right now. I was gonna say, I saw that big guy as well. He hadn't quite come to life just yet. It's another small soul. Okay. Did Alva tell us what exactly we were looking for here? Is that small soul core the thing that we need in order to activate the device we saw previously? And if not, then what is that small soul core for? There's just going to be always subsequent rooms that we're trying to get into that require more soul cores? I'm just kind of ahead of schedule, because I don't think we've seen that blockage just yet. Something like that. And we did, of course, eventually find ourselves back on this main pathway here. What is this? It's another small soul core. Obviously, there are multiple. Maybe not the right time to put up the frostball. You're there as well. Fair enough. That's another one. What do we do with 2? Can we continue to pick up more? In fact, to tell you the truth, we did double back somewhat early from that other area where we picked up the initial small soul core, in large part because I thought, well, we already have what we came here for. Looks like we're done. Don't need to go any further. Except if the whole reason for continuing to explore in this direction is to find more of those small soul cores, then there's a chance there were more back in that other corner as well. Yeah, those guys make kind of a freaky sound when they come to life. Probably played into the reason why, one of the reasons why, it can be a little gnarly. It does seem conceptually a little strange to me to use Incinerate on an enemy that is currently completely frozen solid. If anything, that would seem to be the way to thaw them out. What's up, Arumi? I saw, I think a couple of days ago, some perspective patch notes, I think. I did see there was a patch that I updated today, but I'm not sure if the stuff that I read was for today's patch or if that was for some other update that may have already happened. So I'm a little mixed up when it comes to which patch is which, I think. It's gonna reconnect with the place that was pre-doorway? Surely not, right? Oh, okay, it was only a few minutes ago that they released the full notes. Gotcha. Okay, so I definitely have not seen those in that case. Back on the full path. Oh! I see. The main pathway gets blocked eventually, requiring us to take those detours. Okay. That explains some of it. Actually, now I'm looking back at some of the little spots that we missed, like that section there. As I said, we jumped off the original path as soon as possible, which may or may not have been something we were looking for. I still don't understand to what extent we actually need these little small soul gems. Are we done? Is there anything to be gained from having more of them? Do we need to have more of them? Is it optional, but beneficial still? I'm not entirely sure. Alva didn't really say. And there's nothing here that says that we need them. It just says proceed deeper into this area. Lots of stuff for witch minions. I mean, there have been times in Path of Exile 1 at least when minions have been really good league starter types of builds. But I have not tried any of that stuff. I just have not gotten the hang of the key bindings yet today. And I know it's just a mana implicit, which is not that exciting, but could still be potential crafting base. This might reconnect to the main path. We're gonna come to life. Yep. Checks out. Not so fast, but Oh, that is a small soul core. So, to the extent that we do need more of them... Oh, that's actually hilarious, continuing to knock them back like that. Oh, man. Throwing up crossball for crossball and then exploding them all simultaneously. It is satisfying. I can definitely tell you that. We'll nab that. Take a look. I assume those are going in our inventory, taking up inventory space. Are they? Yeah, they are. It says they're a quest item. I guess that much isn't really a surprise. It's just a matter of, do we need multiple of them? And if so, do we need all of them? Oh. Get walled in. Pretty sure he's already dead. Ooh, okay. Oh, okay, that was not part of the plan. That was not part of the plan. Get back to where he once belonged. Alright, we done here, guys? The art on that looks really cool. It is qualitied a little bit. It is a big item, so I don't know if that's reason enough to take it. Feels like that's kind of overkill. Oh, and here I was thinking that that little barrier was going to mean we were done here. Tried to startle us once again. Okay. So... we now have pretty good sight into what's over here. Oh, and that supply room does have that red icon there, which does look a lot like these soul cores. So I'm guessing that's what that is. Do we need a number of soul cores in order to open that up, maybe? Not really sure. What I do know is we are continuing to zig and zag our way through here. That is not an opening. Can we break through? Did I try using a skill to damage our way through those walls? I'm not sure if I've tried that. Might be worth giving a shot. It is showing up on the minimap as if it is an opening. Both the entrance to the treasure room of sorts and this door right here. We can incinerate through it. Can we break through it? We can. Okay, that was the answer all along. Well then. We zigzag our way through the maze back to this spot? I don't want to, but there is theoretically a small soul core in there. I think we have to go back up here and around, because otherwise we're going to run into a wall blocking us. Fortunately, we should have cleared out basically all the enemies here, so this should just be a... I was going to say straight walk back, but not exactly. Not quite that. But that is certainly good to know for future reference. We can break through those walls, like, is this one here? No, that's just a straight up opening. That's interesting, though. Are there any walls like that in Path of Exile 1? That you opened with damaging skills? I don't know if there were. Maybe some things that, you know, you interacted with by clicking on them directly. Come on. Come on! No, don't do this to me now. Don't do this to me now! Not after we zigged and zagged our way back over. Oh, there's a stone altar here. That should probably do it.
I should take a look.
I hear a low grumbling sound. as if there is a powerful ancient creature that was displeased with us for having opened this door. Also, did that use all of our soul cores? No, only one of them. Okay, so that also might tell us a little bit more about how these are going to get used. Yes, multiple different doors that we're going to want to open. In some cases, what seems to be an optional room. Oh, actually, the red icon that I saw on the map must have been to use a soul core rather than to acquire one. Anyone gonna ambush us when we do this? Oh! Don't mind if I do.
There's power in this object. I can feel it.
Okay. Maybe it was worth it. Suppose when we're over here, we can take a quick look in this direction. Since one little spot where we didn't really look before. Kind of sort of in here. So yeah, I imagine all this with the soul cores means that yes, we will absolutely need some just to progress through this area. But then there may be some other spots like the one that we just went into where we get access to some additional loops or bonuses of some variety that are optional but nice to have if we do go in and get more of the soul cores. Kind of similar to the trials structure where you can get benefits from taking on additional risk, and it affects how many rewards are available at the end. I'm hoping there would be some sort of little reward in here. Instead, we were greeted with a stone censer. That's a dead end. As I was saying, we technically do still have this area back here that we cut short as soon as we saw the initial soul gem. There might not be much more there, and that looks like a dead end. If it's symmetrical with this other spot, then you would think there would be very little additional stuff there, so we might be fine. There is also the waypoint back in that direction, so if we found ourselves just a little bit light on soul cores in the future, we could potentially use that waypoint to get back over there more quickly and efficiently, rather than having to manually retrace all of our steps as we did a minute ago. So that's the dead end there. Activating the chest, or opening the chest, activated the stone censer. One way or another, stepping closer would have done so, so I suppose that's not a huge deal. Hello. Bit of gold? Okay. Now I think we can once again retrace our steps, but this time in a positive direction. But this is, without a doubt, a maze. Now we could, of course, once again try to check out little areas that we had missed previously. Now that we have a little bit of a clearer picture of what we could stand to gain. Gonna say this kind of little alcove would seem like the place where one might hide a soul core. Apparently not. Oh, hello. Likewise here. Doesn't seem like anything notable, but now we have confirmation at least. Okay, so that would seem like the main way, because that's continuing to follow the primary path. But that would mean back over here be the last section where we might find one, maybe even two more soul cores, but don't really know. That's a checkpoint. And a stone altar. Okay, well that would be a place where we would use one of those soul cores. Check that out then. What is the deal? And perhaps before going in, we'd check the other things back in this direction, since it may be a sign that once we do go through that, we aren't necessarily going to want to go back. But that's a whole lot of nothing. There might not be much here either, but while we're in the area, it probably does still make sense. Just to be certain. Double check. So that means down here. Another one of you. Is that all? Still this corner, which might have a little bit, but may have gotten the vast majority of the stuff over here. Oh! What do we have? More of some variety? Looks like it's quieted down. And that's interesting. Let's see what this is.
74 shipments of soul cores in the span of 3 moons. 74 shipments, and it still won't be enough. If our fears become realized, we have put our lives on the line because Doriani asked us to do so. I accept this, and I am not a traitor to the Queen, but sometimes loyalty requires protecting her from her own mistakes. We need more time. We just need more time.
What's up, iRotor? How's it going? Just recently started using the Fireball plus Flame Wall combo, and it's been fun. Starting to throw a little more Frost Walls in there as well. And some synergies that we just weren't really trying previously, but it, at least from an area clear standpoint, does feel really cool. I think we still need to just scale our base damage a fair bit. And our single target skill, I think, is still not going to end up being Fireball. I mean, we did put multiple projectiles on Fireball, which is going to limit its damage per hit anyway. But we're just exploring at the moment. Also, with that particular piece of lore we just saw, it is interesting, once again, to hear, if not outright mentions to, at least indirect implications, allusions to some characters that we have, in some cases, had some very significant encounters with in Path of Exile 1, and another one that had a name that certainly came up very regularly, if nothing else. Okay. Does seem like we got everything over here. So the one place we might have missed was this section, but I'm hoping there isn't much of anything there. So let's go check this waypoint, or checkpoint, see what's behind it, and then I'm assuming that's not the quote-unquote correct direction, that this is probably instead just some sort of bonus stuff, and that the main pathway over here is probably the place that's actually going to take us to the next zone. As for what that means for, well, yeah, I mean, I guess my first guess for what this would be some kind of loot. Just based on what we saw in the other area, but may not be the case. Again, just more deep rumbling sounds. Chamber of Remnant. Oh no, it's a boss fight. It is a boss fight. Blackjaw, the Remnant. Okay, well, I will admit, I perhaps was not expecting this, or at least wasn't the first guess. I'm also curious just how much damage he does, of course. Just too much. He does seem to be primarily doing fire stuff. I think, no, actually, is not one of our higher resistances. I had thought it was, because the previous fire boss that we fought was not doing much damage to us, but that was actually just overall tankiness, not especially high fire resistance. I mean, it's okay, it's decent, but it's definitely not huge. Of course, this guy may have a trick up his sleeve as he gets lower health. Also, he's damaging us with some of those hits. It's sort of strange. That is not damaging us. Or it is, but only to a very small extent. That one, yeah, probably should have just outright dodged it. Now he has about a third of his health gone. Sometimes that changes some of the boss mechanics. But this guy seems to just be a purely optional boss. Didn't even show up on the world map as a preview. That didn't hit us at all. Okay, he does have, and we've seen this for some of the other bosses, if he does hit us with one of the hits, that he can follow up for a combo, and that does start to deal more damage. So not that we should necessarily just completely let him do whatever he wants. That's new. It's a little strange timing on that, because it wasn't like he hit a major health threshold when he started doing that. That is a combo. He's doing it again. He's doing it. Fortunately, no energy shield, which with our quite lackluster damage has been an annoying thing for us for some boss fights. Is that? I don't know if he said exactly the same line he said before, so that kind of threw me off. That's different. Oh, I thought he said it earlier, which also probably would have been an accurate thing to say in that situation. But he is getting more nuance with the skills that he's using now. Longer combos with more components to them that are, well, that are more dynamic. That's comparatively much more straightforward. Well, except for when he adds that to it. That I don't like. Oh no, you didn't focus. Which is significant because I was trying to get energy shield back. Yeah, this is now turning into a pretty crazy combo. One, two, more than just that. That's, even if the first hit is not that big, it's still not a great idea to just stand there and face tank that. Even if it's tempting. That's a horrible place to stand for that, as it turns out. Oopsie daisy. Yes, previously he was only doing all 3 hits in that combo if he landed the first part of the combo. Now he seems to be doing the triple no matter what. That's a horrible principle. That was not great either. Quick energy shield recharge as I walk into that. Is doing what we wanted it to do, which is making it possible for us to just dodge a couple hits and then start getting the energy shield back. I am curious what we have we gained from fighting this guy, since as I said, it was not listed on the world map. We checked, so I don't think it's gonna be a passive or anything like that. Maybe he'll drop a small soul core kit here. Just loot.
Stone One, your duty has ended.
Alright. Flame core. Oh, grants 10% fire resistance. Okay, that's very nice. We will certainly take that. Not bad. Okay. Breach lures are benevolent, and we don't have to worry about them. It's totally fine, guys. Looking to make an elemental conflux invoker monk. Fireball is definitely on the list of skills to consider. It certainly looks like it has potential. I don't think we have done enough yet to scale it, but mechanically, I definitely see the tools there are to work with, and with enough investment, it seems like it could be quite solid. Let's actually dump one of you, because this potentially could be useful to us. Alright, so check that one off the list, and now, where do we stand from a fire resistance standpoint? It's now actually our highest resistance, ever so slightly, after that little buff. So that's nice. It is definitely was worth fighting him in that case. But as we are seeing with basically every boss encounter we've run into as of late, the damage is definitely lacking. And so that is the most glaring weakness at the moment. We can tank a lot of hits, and we can regenerate our energy shield quickly enough that we can play the long con, if you want to call it that. The slow, drawn-out fights against those big enemies. Nope, they are not happy with us. Yeah, crossball plus fireball does seem to have a lot of potential. Originally, we were thinking it was going to be all flammable. Honestly, the frostball is quite intriguing, especially if you are looking to combine multiple different elements together. Would be a way to do it. An effective way to do it. Oh, what? I zoned out and totally just assumed that we could walk straight through. I was like, why can't we walk through this area? Alright, and this is the next floor. Considering both attacks and spells, there's a spell damage with melee weapon cluster in the monk area, and also weapon swap to his staff. Caster staff, yeah. Use that second weapon slot. It's not a bad idea. Okay. What did the... Just explore, is all we know about this. Seat of Jaquani's Rise to Power. Would seem as though that means we are likely to face said enemy. Now that we have a waypoint and that our inventory is pretty much full, probably does make sense for us to hop back over. Right, weapon swaps are more of a thing now, or at least can be more of a thing now. I also need to remind myself of this.
What have you learned?
Yes?
Let's see what we have. No. That we're going to want to disassemble. It's a lot of mana. And mana regen. But I don't think that's our top priority. What's the implicit? Reduced charm charges. Plus 3 level of melee skills on a one-handed weapon. Ooh, that might be worth holding on to. Don't think that cast speed roll is high enough to... Well, maybe we throw an augment and see what happens.
Keep your eyes sharp.
Let's see. hold on. The problem is, and this is what happened when I have attempted to replace this shield in the past. Yes, at the moment it has actually considerably more energy shield. Cast speed roll is a little bit lower, but we need to successfully hit multiple exalts. Or a regal and then multiple exalts for this to end up being better than our current shield. Now, maybe now that it has significantly more energy shield, we'd be willing to compromise a little bit with some of the other stats. We did just pick up an exalt not long ago. Let's try regaling it. Well, actually, what is our essence situation? Get add a chaos modifier. So I actually do kind of like this for something that cannot roll damage to get a guaranteed chaos resistance mod. I believe the shield actually can get chaos damage. Elemental penetration does not penetrate resistances below 0 in PoE 2. I did not know that. I assumed that it could. Likely don't get as much of that. Okay, curses actually reduce resistances below 0 though, just technically not penetration. It's technically a different source, or different way of debuffing the enemy. Very interesting. Okay, we're gonna regal this, but I'm not, that's as much as we're committing to it right now. Actually, level 33 base, so tell you the truth, might not be that far away from getting a
Some pretty things, yes.
higher base shield in the first place, like this. So actually, better yet, we'd build around you. Actually, huh? That flat energy shield is still better than a 50% energy. The flat energy shield roll is just so critical. So critical. It makes a dramatic difference. Even that with a decent percentage energy shield roll on a higher level base than this is still a lower roll. But I guess we pick this up, we augment it, and then we see whether we'd like to regal this or regal that. A decent spell damage roll as well. Ooh. +2 lightning. Not currently what we're using. +3 fire on a one-handed weapon. We are taking this and we are very likely using this. We need one more level and we need more intelligence before we can use it. But that is very likely our next one. Okay, that's actually big. Because we've had this for a very long time. Been looking for something to replace it with. And between the spell damage, I mean, all of those stats are helpful. Which again is why, despite it being a low-level weapon, it's just hard to get that lucky. But +3 to all gems, all fire gems, when we're now using fire gems most. That's a big deal. The mana is still a high roll, and that is kind of convenient. Especially if we do use Mana Tempest more often. We definitely want to regal that. Okay.
It is yours.
Okay, let's see.
Take care.
So, and before I forget. Oh, you have quality. I was like, why are you letting me do it on
This
that?
isn't the place.
Okay, so you guys are competing against each other. Augment you. That stinks. Okay. Well, it's not gonna be you. I'm hesitant to invest heavily in this when we know that we can now get a better base. I feel like that means we wait it out further. I think we still wait it out.
See you.
Just dump this stuff in there. You Let's regal you. Fingers crossed. Increase crit chance for spells. Not a very high roll. Also, probably not the best possible thing for us to see, but it's not bad, per se. Like to give +3 melee skills, gives you +3 to auto attack as well, really. I was thinking about getting frenzy charges, our power charges notable, and getting buff frenzy gen skill. I think we are still exalting this. It's the right kind of roll, but that is a very low roll. Without a doubt, it still will be an upgrade once we manage to use it. But oh, it's because it's a hybrid mana spell damage roll. So now it has an absolutely insane amount of flat mana. I did not even realize that. I mean, ideally we would still throw additional exalts at this. Just transmute this, see if anything interesting happens. It's not the worst thing. It's worth augmenting. I mean, it's useful for mana, but not much else. We've been... hold on. Is that our first level 10 skill gem? I did not even realize that, but I think it is. I think it is. In which case, yes, we could get Lightning Warp, which we don't yet have. We could upgrade Mana Tempest or Frostwall, but Fireball has become much more of a... well, actually, no. The thing we need the most is to scale our single target damage, which we are still using Incinerate for. So I think that is the thing that we would benefit most from improving. At level 11, we can start to get new skills, and Firestorm has been a skill that I've long hoped to use, especially with our cast on Ignite or Freeze or whatever it is that we choose to go with. This, however, it's AoE, which is easily scaled. Fire works well with the stuff we've been scaling recently. Duration, that's fine. It is not projectile, though. And that's one of the reasons why, although it has been very tempting, and we have started moving toward this additional projectile cluster here, it wouldn't scale Fireball at all. It's another reason why I feel like just more straightforward damage or penetration could be worth doing. What did we do at this cluster? We did take the notable for fire. This cold stuff is not doing us much good at all at the moment, though. There are other good single-target fire skills. Incinerate seems more like a setup to reduce resistances rather than the main damage single-target skills. I have been struggling to find a go-to single-target skill outside of Cold Snap. I mean, that's obviously not fire, but in general, have been hurting for a single-target skill, as you could probably tell from how long that previous boss fight took us, and other boss fights have not been faster than that. Elemental Conflux. Rotate elements, but you get around 56% more damage of that element. That does sound like a lot. And yeah, the debuff from Incinerate is certainly good, but yeah, Firestorm could be a big source of damage, potentially. But it takes a while before you unlock it, because it's a level, or tier 11 skill. So to have to wait that long is not ideal. But I think we still go here, and we still go Incinerate. At least for now, we are using it as our primary single target skill. Okay. And we want... well, actually, the thing we are going to want the most in the short term is going to quickly turn into intelligence. obviously there are the attribute nodes, yes, but does there happen to be anything intelligence-wise that we can pick up on short notice? It's 10. That's 10. That does not give intelligence? No. Yeah, I think it's gonna have to be the attribute ones. Or stats directly from gear. Yeah. Okay, we might have to do a little bit of gear shuffling to make that happen. Ember Fusillade, we haven't really used much, to be honest with you. So I perhaps have never given it a fair shot. Maybe it's deserving of more of a chance. So maybe we'll experiment with that with one of our next rank 10 gems. Whoa. Oh, okay. So now that we get down to this floor, we see there's a lot of stuff here. This is where it includes the mini-boss that we fought that was technically in the other floor. So I'm kind of surprised it showed up here. Made it easier for this to sneak up on us. This Warden of the Core seems like that's the quest-related boss we need to fight. But I'm not sure what that is then. Special mechanism? Oh, that's probably what we use the core on. And we do need to actually travel there, not just look at it. Yeah, it's worth at least trying it. I mean, I think we... Oh, what? Oh, here. Here, there we go. I think we had like a lower level version of it that we tried for just a brief moment, and it might have been just before...
Ah, I should call Alva.
Just before a major boss fight. And, so we didn't really have time to fully experiment with it.
This is the largest soul core I've ever seen. With this, we could power the mechanism in the waterways. But it isn't charged.
Uh-oh. That's a little bit concerning. Tried a lot of skills with your Chayula Monk, but think you'll put it on hold for now because they announced incoming Chaos Fizz spell staff attack buffs? Ooh, okay.
There is still latent energy residing here. From what I can gather, these lines in the stonework should lead to generators. You might need to find some more soul cores to spin them up, but everything looks to be in surprisingly decent condition.
Almost like this place has still been in use.
The constructs have been maintaining all this. In any case, let's hope it still functions. We'll then have to remove that large soul core from the wall, of course. But that shouldn't be a problem.
No, it's not like this is very clearly a boss that is going to be released the moment that we remove that soul core, and that it has a bunch of snakes, suggesting that it's going to deal a whole bunch of chaos damage to us, which we are very vulnerable to. That would never happen. True, didn't they...
Looking.
Was that in the patch that we just had recently that made respecking powers, or passive points I should say, less expensive? So we still have... Oh. We do not still have small soul cores. Never mind.
We're fucking Malekith.
We might have had one still left over that we could have potentially benefited from here, but they might automatically reset once you leave them. Well, I don't know. Maybe there are more soul cores you can pick up than you actually need to use in the previous floor. Ow. Oh, extra fire damage? Ouch. You did obviously just gain more fire res, but still. That is an enemy. One thing that the fire skills are good for is dark zones like this. you can help light them up more. Oh, blade dancer? Have you seen those yet? Not sure that we have. Something made a sound. Break all the yards. You come to life? Maybe not. Whoa! Okay, that starts to add up. Ooh, okay. Body room, okay. It's a nice golden chest. That was an unpleasant sound.
Fire, thank you!
I thought you said fire and thank you. Like, I mean, I like that you're appreciative and respectful of the fire skills that you're using, but probably not the phrasing I would have used. Growling. Oh, also nothing skill, I meant to be spamming. Is steel damage over time for this? Or is it just chills? Oh, you are a ram. Okay. 100 lightning storms, extra energy shield. I do hate that. Yeah, that's kind of nasty. It drops quickly once it does start going. Not a lot you can do to dodge it. You still haven't gone through your energy shield.
Die, scum!
One can only hope that once we do, your life bar is going to be considerably smaller, although that's not really the case. Perhaps we'll kite you back to Alba. Hey, Alba. Here to help? No? Can't be bothered? Very nice of you. There we go.
Forgotten!
Might be a half-decent shield for us. Not a great starting place. Yeah, respecs are cheaper now. I mean, we've certainly made some mistakes, or at least some suboptimal things where, repathing would be preferred. Especially if we do switch over to Firestorm, then the exciting cluster that we were headed toward might not be quite as meaningful as we had once thought it would be, unless we continue to use Fireball as perhaps the thing that triggers the ignites in the first place. Come on. We also might need to respec to get some additional intelligence. A little bit of respecting could be helpful there. That animation. That reminds me a lot of some enemy from Path of Exile 1. What is it? Oh, I'm also looking at the wrong direction, even though I thought I was putting the cursor there. Is that... Where does that animation come from in Path of Exile? Not Delve, is it? It might be a certain section of Delve specifically. Delve cities. An essence. And a checkpoint. Okay. That looks like a boss room. Mini boss room. Rather not have the essence take us into that room. There's a rare here as well. One of these rare. Isn't you? Out of curiosity, this is an energy shield base. That is a horrible roll of what would have otherwise been a somewhat interesting stat. They're also where's the ray? Might be in that checkpoint. It might be a mini boss or an unofficial, non-unique boss. Okay. Chaos-resistant lightning mirages when hit, and it's gonna have ice abilities as well from the essence. Okay. This as well.
Not yet.
Oh wait, lightning mirages. An uncut skill gem over there. That's interesting. You're annoying me already. I'll tell you that much. Technically, if we incinerate you, we don't hit you. There was, not a greater Essence of Ice, but an Essence of Ice, no less. This is, yep, level 10. So if we wanted to, we could turn this into an Ember Fusillade. Hovers above us after short duration, launches at an enemy, dealing fire damage in an area on impact, prioritizing the last enemy targeted. Recasting the spell resets duration of all active embers. Multiple embers fired in the same fusillade will attempt to target different enemies. Embers deal more damage for each previous ember fusillade fired in sequence. Can accumulate up to 7 embers. Okay. I mean, otherwise, what would be next on the list for us? Probably Fireball. We have gotten Incinerate ranked up, which we were saying was maybe the top priority, so more willing.
Ember Fusillade conjures
take
motes
some
of
chances
fire
here.
that hover above you. When you stop casting, the embers will launch at your enemies.
I think the thing that got me, that made me question it in the past, was how it says it will target different enemies if possible, which made me think that's probably not great as a primary bossing skill, but I guess if the boss is the only enemy, then that's not a huge downside. Arctic armor we are no longer using, so we might throw it in that spot. Controlled destruction does give it significantly more damage. Yeah, I mean, that number that's listed there, at least, is quite high. Spell Echo work on it? It might. More area of effect. Freeze buildup, that doesn't really make sense. I mean, if we were to steal from Incinerate, we'd get access to other interesting support gems. It's the Flame Wall. Ooh. Would chain work? It is a projectile. Technically, it would. It would deal less damage with hits, which is probably not what we're looking for if that's something we're trying to turn into a big payoff skill. What about Unleash? Does that work? That could be interesting. That's a little tempting. We aren't using Arc as much anymore. I haven't necessarily written off Arc altogether. It does seem to work, though. That's not gonna do anything to the listed DPS, but now if we were to go... turn this into Ember Fusillade. I don't know, but we might be about to have a great opportunity to test it, because that certainly looks like an important place. It is the generator.
Die, scum!
Eh? Oh, listed DPS was high, but a little underwhelmed. Maybe if all of them hit the same target like that? We also did get some signal of there being rare, but we never actually found it over here, I don't think. Also, do we need more of the soul clues before we can actually activate that generator? Or is it immediately good to go? Because we don't have any at the moment. Fusillade. I don't know if it technically is listed as channeling, but I am holding it down to charge up the multiple different projectiles. I just press it once. It does give 2. It is nice how it does lend itself pretty well to the run and gun playstyle, or the dodge-centric playstyle that we often find ourselves using when we're in a boss encounter in particular. So to tell you what I'm starting to wonder is, did that become instead of the primary thing you put on, what if you make that the cast on Ignite skill? That seems a bit of an interesting prospect to me, because the flammability just seemingly was not working. Then you throw on the controlled destruction. You can still leave an Unleash on Arc. Flammability, of course, we ideally would find a way to work that in. But now... curious. I think it'll be more obvious when the cast when Ignite is actually triggering. character trying to see if/when we have that happening. Not seeing it at the moment, though. A lot of enemies. Not seeing the cast on Ignite triggering a Peace Raid. Unless you guys saw a Fusillade around us, but I was keeping a relatively close eye on it and didn't see anything like that. Hello. Classics, at least. Please just take a little bit more damage. Thank you. You can also double check. Did it actually say channeling on it? It doesn't. Duration, yes, but channeling, no. It just seems like this cast on Ignite never activates. Oh, wait, do I wonder why. I wonder why. It's almost like we didn't press the button to turn it on. In my defense, I'm not used to having support gems, trigger gems that need to be manually activated like that. That is new to PoE 2. Now we can see if we find the Fusillade popping up more often. Oh, that tells us how close we are. Okay, that's actually really helpful. That means more Ignite chance, especially helpful. So we're still looking for even more of the Soul Cores? Maybe just one with all ninja. Oh, this is really bad. This is really bad. This looks significant. Very dramatic hallway. Oh. Oh. Hold on. This was listed as one of the things, was it not? Thought it was. Mechanism here? It's risky, but it's up to you. Is that it? The Warden of the Core. Huh. Oh.
I do know a way out. If we fail and the Empire falls, I have one last resort. I fear it, but it is my last hope. We imprisoned Iklotil the Black Jaw in a soul core, alone for his crimes. Isolated like that, without any other souls in the lattice, his stone form seemed to retain much of his personality. Do I dare drain my own lifeblood into something we used as a punishment worse than death? We have toiled so long to defeat death. All I know now is fear. If the sky turns to blood, if flames consume Utsal, only then will I decide.
Okay, so we, of course, just recently fought that guy. That was the mini-boss that we found in what was technically the previous area, even though it was actually listed as being in this area. So, sort of. Kind of. Okay, there's another medium soul core. Okay.
A larger soul core.
Now, where to place it?
The generator is the obvious answer. As to whether we needed 2 of them or just 1 to do that, now that remains a question. Also, that would cast on the Night Trigger. Theoretically did just then. But it is not a quick process, and that may just be that we don't have very much in the way of crit/ignite chance at the moment. That is scalable. Hey, Alva. Oh. Hey, everyone else. What is the base crit chance on Fireball? 7. That's not very high. Compare that to 12 on Ice Nova. 9 on Arc, it's still higher. Tried socketing Charge Staff into Elemental Invocation and it seemingly just doesn't work even though it's a spell? I've not tried to do anything like that, so I cannot provide any insights of my own. Hello, friends. Full spaces? Oh, that was a level. Okay. That does work. I also didn't really intend to trap us in here, but I guess this works now. Oh, there's a gold chest in here. I did not even realize. That looks really cool. Not what we're trying to do with our build, though.
I must travel light.
That is the same base we're currently using. Unlikely to outdo what we have? Yeah, definitely not. Let's take a look here. So the tricky thing is that, yeah, short term, getting an additional projectile, or at least chances of getting additional projectiles, is cool, but it only really works well for Fireball, and then not so much from a single target standpoint either. It's mostly just for area clear. So, in truth, we would strongly prefer to be doing something that is more single target oriented and something that could scale for both Fireball and whatever fire skills we look to use in the future, like Firestorm potentially. It's 10% elemental damage here, and then extra damage if we've ignited, chilled, or shocked recently. And if you can get all of those, which is potentially possible, given how we are looking to spam a bunch of elemental skills with this character, especially at least long term, that is a little tempting, but is still maybe a bit preemptive. Let's take a look at fire. Okay. Why is that lighting? Oh, just because it's adjacent and it is possible for us to take it. Not because it has fire in the name, because it doesn't. Bunch over there in that cluster, of course. That's pretty far away. Exposure effect. Freeze buildup. Gain 25% of cold damage. There's extra fire against frozen enemies. That's a little... It's interesting. It's just a little hard to activate that, because it does require that you go freeze first. This is a big fire cluster. Okay. Huge increased chance to ignite. Enemies ignited by you have less fire resistance. Ignite duration. Ignite magnitude. Oh, then this is technically connected on the far side, but damage with hits against burning enemies. Fire damage, fire damage, fire... Ooh. Fire and area of effect. Area of effect, burning enemies you kill have 5% chance to explode, dealing 10th of their maximum life as fire damage. Minion fire resistance, that's not interesting. Not for us at least, but okay. That is, and then this is probably the closest fire stuff. Haven't touched Whirling Strike yet, been using Lightning Flurry with faster attacks, which works pretty well. Oh, the bell as well. Interesting. Okay. Alright, at least for us... Oh, is this... That looked like fire for a second. Total Incineration. Critical damage bonus against burning enemies. Chance to refresh ignite duration on critical hit. That's pretty cool. Chance to ignite. Critical hit chance. That is... helpful. Yes, it's a little far away. But the kind of thing that if we had made up our mind from the onset would have been a little bit easier to target it. So... do we go for this? And, I mean, ideally we'd be able to respec a little bit of other stuff to actually get into this area. I mean, what's our alternative? There's nothing else that's anywhere near as close as that is. That's the next closest. So we're looking for immediate results. That is certainly the best option. We do need several rounds of intelligence, though. Alright, we'll do this. We'll make our way over here. So our pathing remains incredibly inefficient as the amount of times you can just see us second guess ourselves. Oh, this looks interesting. No, you know what? Actually, this looks interesting. Oh, no, you know what? Actually, this looks interesting. This tree is such a mess. Such a mess. Might be a good thing that they've made refunding passives a little more affordable. I can, yeah, I have a friend or two who might benefit from that. Oh, hello.
Desert fire!
Now that actually that we're level 41, there is that new staff, or rather new wand, that we can potentially use. We're high enough level for it, but I think our intelligence is still a few points too low. It's another reason to respec a little bit. Okay, let's see, this corner we've still yet to explore. Then we should probably do the whole generator activation thing, right? Oh, hello. Hello, Mr. Red. All damage ignites and creates lightning storms. I don't like that combination. That seems like a pretty bad combination for us. Get over here.
Didn't break
There
a
we go.
sweat.
Regal Shard. Colossal... Oh, I think I did actually buy this from a shop, more or less right after our previous stream, because it was one tier higher than the other life flasks we had gotten, and I do really like the automatic charge generation over time, at least against bosses, especially when it takes us as long to take down those bosses, as we've seen.
Desert fire!
hit and run. Weaken him up a little bit. And eventually, we'll go in for the incinerate. Oh, I did not realize that was dead. Mistake for me. Oh, what? Oh. Okay. He still had a friend. It would also help if I could actually hit him. Alright. Well, maybe he didn't quite go according to plan. But we did take him down. I'm intrigued by that, mostly just because it's a rare. Not a huge fan of the increased charm effect. They used to go Mind Over Matter, Eldritch Battery, instant mana leech, so it never gets reserved, so you always get the full chaos damage gain. I mean, that combination does sound really good, I wrote her. It sounds really intriguing. So, then we don't really have the inventory space to pick it up, but if so, then we'll find a solution. We'll make room for it. Where'd you disappear to? Anything else in this cornerish area? You dead? Continues to go on. Wow. As has been the case for seemingly every other area, this place is freaking huge. Yeah, dude who likes to sneak up. We probably didn't have to go to the other side of the frost wall to hit.
You will burn!
Pick up just for the quality? Yeah. This is a big enough area that I would think it's certainly still possible for us to see another soul core. Or one of the other things of note. Potentially including a ball. Oh, that's a second generator. Okay. I think I understand now. We didn't use the first generator, don't get me wrong. But the fact that it now seems there are 2 generators and maybe 2 medium soul cores? That doesn't seem like a coincidence. I think we'll go activate that. Maybe drop a soul core from our inventory in the process, which wouldn't be the worst thing. Eluded me before. Oh, the reason why you're not taking much damage is because I was spamming the flame wall rather than incinerate. My bad.
This is what I need. Back to the generator. I must admit, it is impressive that all this still functions.
But as I was saying before, it does suggest that maybe this place is not quite as inactive as we might have previously assumed. More inventory space now. Oh no! It's a quarterstaff, not one of the casting staves, and so it takes up more space, but that's okay, we don't need you. There we go. Like that. So yeah, at first I thought that the original generator might have spawned in some big bad enemy once we activated it. But as we can see from this one, that did not appear to be the case. So that's just a... is this just a little dead end? Yes. Okay. All of your walls are belong to us. It's been a while since we last saw one of you. Seems like, at least. Might have only activated since we set up the generator. That might not be a coincidence. These might also be places where we've been before. Where we're starting to see you. Yeah, that does seem to be the case. Interesting. Okay, so it wasn't quite the effect that I was expecting, where we're gonna immediately see a whole bunch of enemies swarm us as soon as we activated the generator, but there's a little bit of that general idea still. Can't necessarily just waltz on back. Not quite that straightforward. Oh, this actually takes us all the way back to Elba. Okay. I assume we need both the generators active. Yeah. Yup. See, that side's activated, this side is not. We do know how to activate this side, so that should be fine. Only place we didn't end up getting to was that upper hold on. So that we're expecting to be the big boss once we activate all this stuff. But we haven't seen this. I do want to make sure we still get the chance to do that. Yeah, actually, wait. How do we teleport between checkpoints now? You have to be at a waypoint to do that? Because teleporting back to the previous generator that we found would actually be quite convenient. Right about now. Those guys don't activate until we fire up the generator. I guess it's not that far away anymore. Click on the checkpoint. But where? Do you have to click on one of these check? Okay, I see. From this checkpoint, we could then jump to that checkpoint. How do we get up to this spot that we hadn't been able to access before? It's not through there. Oh, it's through here. Okay, let's take a quick minute to do that, because I'm just wondering if that's where the last thing that we've yet to see might be. Yeah, because this is also a checkpoint. Yeah. So, this is definitely the thing that says it's risky, but it's up to you. Do you think it's worth it? I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what it does, but I suppose we can give it a shot. Oh, haha. Okay. Bit of a throwback to the corrupting devices of old in the temples of Atzoatl in PoE 1. Randomly corrupting an item, which there is a form of currency that we've yet to see in Path of Exile 2 and Path of Exile 1, the Vol Orb, which corrupts an item, which prevents you from doing any subsequent crafts on it, functionally meaning that it has to be the last sort of craft you put on an item. And it can add additional mods, the likes of which you can't see anywhere else, but it can also completely change the rolls on an item and make it completely useless, so it is very much a chaotic type of thing to do. But then there's also technically a place in Path of Exile 1 where you can double corrupt an item, and this is what that place looks like. So I don't know if this is technically a single corruption or a double corruption, but we only have one item, I think, that is fully rolled and potentially ready to corrupt. PoE 2 corruption is a lot less risky. I thought I heard about that from one of the developer streams. Almost all upside, and a brick can only reroll half the mods at worst, rather than completely rerolling the entire item, which would usually be the thing that completely bricks when you do a corruption. So this is really good, and it would be a shame for this to get messed up. It is technically now a somewhat low base level or base tier of chestplate is the one thing it has going for it being not quite as high a risk. And then also it means that the upside is if this does turn into a good corruption, then we get it on a very useful item. So that's what I'm weighing there. This is also a very good pair of gloves, although this is, I believe, still exaltable one more time. Other things are not. They don't have the maximum number of rolls on them, which means if you vol it now, you're never going to get that last roll on anyway. So that's another reason why I'm kind of leaning toward this, oddly enough. Just going to dump that so we have room to do this. Going for it.
Of course. It's a form of harness corruption.
Uh,
Still unpredictable.
Did it do nothing? I think it did nothing. She said it's a harmless form of corruption, still unpredictable. I think that's perhaps a reflection of what the outcome was. In which case, I mean, not bad. You gotta vol your best item, right? It's the only way to do it. Okay, so that was the big thing there. Technically, there's some area here that we haven't gotten access to, but I don't know how we would. Unless somehow the encounter with Alva opens that up. So there don't seem to be any connections to that place. But we can certainly do this. Which means we can now retrieve the large soul core, which definitely is where the big boss is going to be.
I should be quick.
Should be quick. This place might be about to self-destruct. Can we go to the waypoint or only from checkpoint to checkpoint? Maybe only from checkpoint to checkpoint. All right, fair enough. We do know we will now see these types of enemies spawn in at these. Hey, friends. Yeah, there are a lot of you. Come on, me. Snap over here. And so, I'm predicting that big enemy we're about to fight, the big boss, is going to do chaos damage, which is unfortunate because we have, I believe, 0 chaos resistance. Yeah. And we, as a primarily energy shield character, are very susceptible to taking energy shield damage. And we know our damage that we deal is not good, and we have not really scaled it recently. So if we were to respec some skill points, wouldn't be the worst time to do that, but we should at least give it a shot, right? Got an extra 42 energy shield, but lost the thorns on your body armor? Oh, we did. Wait, we got... Oh! That's fine. That's good. Yeah. Thorns were the worst stat we had. Did we gain that flat plus 40 energy shield? At the cost of thorns? If so, then that was like, couldn't have asked for anything better than that. Just go CI, right? Even protects against bleeding now. I mean, that actually, unironically, that would presumably be the best thing. Seems to have rerolled the flat energy shield mod. Oh. I mean, the flat energy shield roll is pretty good now. I don't remember what it was before. I feel like this had around 252 energy shield previously. I'd have to check the before and after. Bleed is chaos Bleed goes through energy shield at the very least. I don't remember how CI deals with that now, but it would need to, otherwise maximum life becomes 1 immune to chaos damage. Yeah, if it didn't make you immune to bleed, bleed would immediately kill you. Because yeah, bleed ignores energy shield. So unless it is chaos damage, then yeah, what? Oh, it was 210 before, now it's 250. Okay, that's actually, yeah, that is ideal in that case. The energy shield base. It's still fizz, but the bleeding just triggers off the damage that hits life. You lost me a little bit there. I mean, I assume that functionally that means that chaos inoculation means you're immune to bleed, which is very good. It's just that seems a little counterintuitive. Hits ES or hits mana only equals no bleed. Okay. Okay. Oh. Out of curiosity, we actually aren't that far away from CI. If we really wanted to go with a whole bunch of respecs, we probably could get there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're practically there already. So, I mean, you jest, but unironically, you could actually make a pretty decent case for doing that.
Oh dear. Now we just have to remove it from that giant construct.
Yeah, no, we totally... Did you just run away, Alva? How dare... It has energy.
Fire, thank you.
Also, it's moving us a lot. Okay, it seems to be doing a whole lot of lightning stuff, which honestly, I am pleased with. That's nightmare fuel. I'm guessing we don't want to stand here. Oh, okay, I didn't see that coming exactly. I mean, if we do this, technically, I definitely don't want to be standing there doing that, though. Oh, it looked like you were using that skill in the opposite direction, so I was like, well, silly Billy. Where do you still do that? Directly in front, apparently. Very much appreciated act progression. Okay, hold on. Maybe this is not the best time for you to chat. Stand at the point of the triangle. That does a whole bunch of zaps, like Mission Impossible style. Honestly, our mana is good. If not a direct issue, close to being an issue. Maybe don't stand there. Bad place to stand. Dodge. Nope. You're still in that the entire time. Yep. Not yet. We're gonna focus on dodging for a second. Oh, okay. More rounds of that, I see. Goes on quite a while. I'm gonna be honest with you, that was one of the easiest boss fights we've had in a while.
Alva, I should plunge you into a pit of scorpions for that.
I agree. I was thinking that entire time, oh, maybe she'll assist us during this fight, and then as soon as the enemy spawns in, away she goes. Let's see, that does have a socket, but we're kind of running out of space here. Very Alva move, that is true, though. That is very true. That could be worth checking, since technically this is the best space for us. That's a nice life roll. That could be worth checking out. A little bit more crafting stuff. Okay. Fortunately for us, it did not do chaos damage, despite having numerous snakes. It's a bit of a unexpected, but welcome surprise in that way. Okay, so now we head over here, because this is where Alva can use the item. Speaking of the easiest boss fight, with instant mana leech, you just hit the Act 2 end boss with a mace over and over without moving. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, defensively, we are still dodging some of these big hits, but we're kind of close to that, where our damage is really low, so it does take a while before we take the big enemies out, but we have kind of just been sitting there tanking hits.
Now, let me access these waterways.
Where exactly are those waterways? I thought they were up. Oh, are they? Hold on. They might be right here? They're right here. Okay. Alright. I think we'd like to see a waypoint immediately on the other side. Well, technically this is right next to the other waypoint. It's a checkpoint. Seed of Utzal's birth and death. So I think we'd like to head to town here. We can get into this area easily just using the previous waypoint we just went to, so I think we're still okay in that regard. We'd like to dump some stuff. Conan was full of agents, like 90% of your bossing is just hoping you hit your crits before they hit the random chance to one-shot you. Oh, that is fantastic. I love it. Very high risk, high reward playstyle, but hey, it sounded from what you were saying before like it is working.
Move swiftly.
And then when it doesn't take long to give it another shot. I mean, I suppose, unlike Path of Exile 1, it's a little less forgiving when you do go down. But still. Okay, let's see what we have to work with here. Not a huge fan. I do want to craft that. That's not great. That's a nice life roll and a couple of resistances. That is worth at least double checking to see if that's better than our existing one. That's just worse than what we have. Got like 300 ES or so, so it's not terrible. It's definitely not one shot, but you take a lot of damage very fast from them.
Keep your eyes sharp.
Okay, this. That. Now we're gonna test out a little bit of stuff here. Let's throw an augment on you. Darn it. I mean, this is another good example of, is the life roll better than the life roll on our existing armor? Yes, absolutely. Is the base item better than the base item of our existing armor? Yes. However, how likely are we to hit good mods with every other roll on this item? Very unlikely. So how likely are we to outdo our existing item? Very unlikely. Especially with that corruption that actually turned out to be quite good for us. So I think this is just going to turn into vendor food. Whereas this, oh, it's actually lower than our existing life roll, and combined with that strength. I also prefer the implicit on our current belt. We would gain more resistances with the new one. This belt is probably worth exalting. Almost certainly is. Life regeneration roll is a bit unfortunate, but there's still room for other things.
Be wary.
And you. So we got the Ember Fusillade at 10. Got Incinerate. I think Fireball's the obvious next choice. How much damage do we gain? It's actually a little hard to see when we have the preview. How do we get rid of the preview video? I don't know, but we're gonna do it either way. Okay. So now, dump some of these guys. We would like to work flammability in somehow. If we could get more reliable skill ignite triggering, then it would work pretty well. But as we were seeing before, it's just it's not really consistent enough at this point for that to set up any skill reliably. Let's see
Some
what you
pretty
have here.
things, yes?
We might have been eyeing this before, or it might have been that one, or that one. Whoa, hold on. Spell damage, fire damage, big mana, crit for spells, mana regenerate, increase ignite chance, light radius. I mean, it's not all good. I mean, admittedly, the first thing I noticed was just how many mods there were on it. It's good. It's not incredible. 2 lightning gems. I think we might have seen that before. What we'd really like
Farewell.
is to make room for you and to craft you. Oh no, not you. Where'd it go? Where did it go? Where did we put... Oh, this. Okay, I didn't realize it already had all these other mods on it. Didn't remember that. Okay, but we need 95 int. We currently have 88 int. We have other gear we could swap on to get us there. I mean, exalting some int on an existing piece of armor would be kind of nice, even if that wouldn't usually be our top priority. Because otherwise, it would require some reshuffling of the skill tree, or several more passive points. We need at least 2.
Inspiring.
I think we have a fair bit of gold. Well, not that much gold. How much? It's about 750, well, a little more than 750. The unspec stuff. So that's sticking out to me a little bit. It's not even that good of a notable. We do that, we can then go... What was it that we were working toward? Not physical. Oh no, it was over... It was over here, right? We've gone and we've started going in so many directions that it's rather confusing at this point. So we could unspec that, turn it into intelligence node here, unspec that, turn it into another intelligence node here, and then we'd have enough for the new wand. I think that might be worth doing. Or jump these guys. And the tough thing is, like, yes, eventually these may be nodes that we would like to have, but they're just not the most important for us at this very moment. Ooh. Wait, what? Oh, okay. That's how many... I saw this number, and for a second I thought, we're losing 13,500 gold from respecking 2 points? No, that's how much we have at the end of it. I thought it was, a few orders of magnitude more expensive than it actually was for a second there. Got me a little nervous. Okay, so we do need these to be intelligence, though. And admittedly, this is a little bit of a short-term fix, just so that we can equip that new weapon, but I do think it could be a pretty big deal for us. Oh, we lost a little bit of mana regeneration, but we now are going to gain 104 mana, so that is going to more than make up for that. So let's just take a peek here. Let's see, what do we want to use as our frame of reference? Fireball, Incinerate, 179, 367. 217, 467. It's not like it's an absolutely game-changing amount. Yeah, 6k gold per passive would be kind of insane. But what I thought it was I thought that for some reason, refunding 1 only cost us 767 or whatever the cost was, but then refunding that second one, for whatever reason, the cost then ballooned exponentially. I was like, what? There's a big penalty for refunding 2 points? I didn't predict this. This was not part of the plan. Okay, so yes, this is a significant damage upgrade. It's not insanely good, in part because we got a little unlucky with the things other than the fire damage roll, or the fire spell skill roll on this. This is still exaltable, so if we were to get one other good mod on this, that would certainly be helpful. And then, as we're saying, we're still trying to pick up a fair bit more in the way of damage from the tree. So it should help. It should definitely help. It's hopefully enough to be noticeable, but not dramatic. Anything else we're looking to do here? I think we're all set. Okay, that looks like optional boss that doesn't necessarily give us anything in return. And then it sounds like a quest thing, but the icon usually is more so representative of some kind of optional bonus drops. Don't know. Oh, we actually need to be at the waypoint to do this. I often forget. And can we actually... Oh, hold on. No, we can't go through the water, but we saw someone walking through the water previously, and I thought that now that we'd lowered the water level, that would be possible, but it isn't. I'm crushed. Okay, so here... Now here... And theoretically, I think that means we may be on the line, at least, to approach the final boss. We haven't really heard much about the final boss, though, so I imagine there's still at least a couple more zones before we get there. But I think we're probably done with our jumping all over the place phase, at least based on what we saw in Act 2. Oh. Yeah, I saw some movement. Okay, so let's see how the damage feels now. Ooh.
So, these are the Azak that Servi despises. I can understand why.
Can we? I mean, we only just met them. They did, however, immediately try to stab us to death. Oh, that's cool. Mongrel Master, who has 3 enemies, 3 dog-like enemies on a leash, and you can see that leash. Eventually they break through and run out to attack you. But you're not. Excuse me, sir. Thank you. I am noticing how we are seemingly running out of mana rather quickly. I know we did lose a little bit of mana regeneration, but we actually picked up a ton of base mana from our wand, and then also got a little more base mana from the 10 intelligence that we picked up from the tree as well. This is surprising me a bit. Oh, you know what it might be? Is that increasing the level of the skills increased the base mana cost. That's my guess. Damage is definitely better. Rare? No, that's cool. Would also help if I could. Oh, those were just the kiwi. You are not the kiwi. What? Might also start to see some higher base level items. So there's the lever
If
that
the
we heard
Val
about.
was so intelligent, why would they build something that could flood their main city?
Unless they had a reason to think, for security reasons, they might need to flood the city. Oh, it's a river drake that doesn't have a river anymore. Now I feel horrible. Essence of the Mind? Don't remember what that means. But that is intriguing. Also, there's another lever over there. Okay, let's, do some of this, some of this. Well, maybe I'll do this first. Volatile Crag does terrify me. That might be one of the things that they actually weakened in this patch. It's something along those lines. Stuff that activates on death for those enemies. As I was saying the other day, ooh, that's exactly what I was saying the other day. Just ooh, the entire street. No, the volatiles were once upon a time the single most dangerous thing in Path of Exile. So every Path of Exile player who played in that day and age has a long-standing fear for them. There might have been enemies there once upon a time, but they aren't there anymore. There's some. Oh, this is the thing that I was curious to check out. Don't like the mana recovered instantly, but the charges gained over time, that's usually not as big a deal for mana flasks, it seems like, although now that we're using them more often, it might be more interesting. That's 185 over 2 versus 262 over 2.5. Yeah, I don't know that that beats it.
Solid, I say!
You can see the fish that are flopping around. Oh, it's can't really zoom in on them, but there are fish flopping around that don't have any water anymore. Also, someone is using detonate yet. I did technically notice this before, but it is recent that you forgot to stand around next to dead enemies. Another. Kind of just assuming as soon as we walk past the lever that it's always a thing activated. I don't know this to be true. I am assuming this. But how do we double back? Oh, maybe the area that was flooded before over here. This is now open. These were the guys we could see previously. Okay, if these were the guys that we were stranding on land, then I might not feel as much mercy, or that much pity for them anymore. Might not be as inclined to show them mercy. That is also just such a fantastic name / word. Mongol Master. Other lever. Oh, and you can see the little energy that we saw previously using those soul cores. This is now traversable. Not for you, though. Bullying him. Oh, okay, there weren't very many enemies there to begin with. No crap in the corner. Nobody puts baby in the corner. Also, nobody detonates baby's corpse in the corner. It's just disrespectful. Ooh. Oh. Feral primates that we could hear, and then they broke out of the cage. Despite all the raids, they're still just walking through the cage. Yeah, it does seem like the base movement bump is hit lever. It's almost like a Metroidvania. Hit lever, new area opens up. Proceed. Yeah, and I did see that bot got around Nightbot by technically not posting a link. But that is... I know it's annoying sometimes when Nightbot prevents people from copying a lot of links or sharing a bunch of links, but it does usually work very well for stopping the many bots who try to spam us. There's the lever. I assume that's going to open up this spot? Yeah. Just want to check this corner back here real quick. Just get some of these guys. So we move block back here for a second. Okay, there wasn't really anything over here in the first place. Blocking our line of sight threw me off. It's not fair. The tree's on their side. Trees are so fun. Oh, hello. One moment. Please allow me to first activate that lever. Kind of hard to tell just how big this zone is based on how many times we have to wind around in circles with the levers. See, we're actually, I think, kind of close to where we started. As the crow flies, at least. Unfortunately, we are more like a king in that way. Guys, I think, in some cases, are using fire damage and might have a little bit of extra fire resistance. Or the fungus. Yep. Don't worry. Smash some pumpkins at them. Checkpoint. Oh, that's actually an area. First, I just saw this. Probably a mini boss in that spot. Just quickly get rid of these guys. We did, I think, see that there was an optional mini boss, one that did not appear to have any reward, or at least it didn't show us that this has any sort of reward. Although we've been surprised by that in the past. Like what was the previous optional boss that we faced gave us some other form of passive bonus. So, I mean, it's still worth doing, I'm sure. Just not sure what the benefit will be. Unless it's just a rare, not unique. Yes, the pain and suffering. Oh, maybe we should just talk this one out. This does seem like a very good place to do this, though. Maybe get some of those. Oh, please don't shoot gigantic meteors at us, though. That's actually not something that I tend to prefer. It's not a good place to stand, to tell you the truth. In fact, it's actually kind of hard to see where your periodic lightning explosions are going to happen when we have the Tempest Storm active. Or where you're going to do that.
I forgotten.
Okay. There's some high rarity drops. Not a dramatic encounter, but something. I was gonna say, I thought I heard a drop, maybe it was just the gold. Boss had a great theme. I read some of it. Admittedly, it did come up kind of quickly. Something about the place of suffering? You are definitely hiding. Overall, though, it definitely does seem like that's something that they've paid more attention to and done a better job with in Path of Exile 2, is having encounters make more thematic sense with where you are. Even ones like that, where technically it's not a unique enemy we encountered. But like there was the Poison Grove area where we encountered the Act 1 boss. Wait. Oh, I might have just not been caught up on chat. Let's see. The bell right on the boss with staggering palm, whirling strikes just deleted the Act 1 cruel boss. Also, the boss has a great theme. Okay, that's what you were referring to. Gotcha. I remember that one. The song for that one. Oh, well, wait. No. Why I guess theme is sometimes used to refer to songs, but no. The theme of Act 1 boss. Yes, I agree. Just want to check this corner. It doesn't seem like these corners tend to have much. Yeah, nothing here. I definitely did struggle with that. But thematically, quite cool. And yeah, so overall, it feels like there's a lot more consistency within a zone, and even from one zone to the next in Path of Exile 2 when it comes to the types of enemies that you encounter. It doesn't feel like, oh, here's just a or at least it doesn't feel as much like, here's a random dude who apparently is more powerful and I should be concerned about him. Even if there's little to no plot reason why I would expect such a thing to be here. Call that immersion, or however you want to phrase it. Might not necessarily be the right way to describe it, but it's cool. fine if we do. So rank 10 now. What's the next highest priority? We are using a lot of Flame Wall. So it would increase the duration ever so slightly. It would increase the damage a little bit as well. The Ignite would be more significant of an improvement. The mana cost does go up, though. And that is, I think, as I was saying, where the actual issue was coming from a mana sustenance standpoint once we did throw on the new wand. If we do that... Now I'm just thinking ahead a little bit to what our next choice might be, but I'm getting a little ahead of myself. It's a checkpoint. And as I was saying before, it's a little hard to keep track of just how far we've gone in this zone. But we've done enough zigging and zagging at this point that we might be getting kind of close to the end. Need something to cast Bone Cage off of life. In danger when your mana goes to 0 because you take too much damage. Yeah, that, I was gonna say, as cool as your setup does sound with using the Mind over Matter and all the various other ways to increase your effective life pool, it does mean that even if you have the instant mana leech, if your mana does reach 0, then you could still get into trouble. Because you can't use any skills unless you use your default skill. Obviously, getting more mana leech in the first place would help as well. It's a gear question primarily. Now Catherine's starting to use it more often. Ooh, that's a support gem. Of the level 2 variety. Fusion? What is this even for? What we're looking at right now? Power Siphon? No, but supported skills have 50% chance to grant an additional charge. Well, I mean that is actually very interesting, but yeah, Power Siphon is a new active skill force on this weapon, so it is our default attack. It was a skill gem item in Path of Exile 1, and a very decent one at that. However, are there other things? Well, I guess we already have multiple support gems for most of the things we're looking to use. Supported skills gain extra energy. Honestly, that would be pretty helpful for this one, since it seemingly never goes off. So that is a little tempting. Otherwise, anything that generally looks interesting? Why can't you look at the sword of the Act 1 boss? You want that sword? Is it, it might be in the MTX for one of the supporter packs, because isn't one of the supporter packs named after the Act 1 boss? There might be a weapon effect for it. But yeah, obviously, at least in Path of Exile 1, a lot of uniques are named after bosses, or at least NPCs that have names that come up very often, even if we don't see them much, if at all. So I wouldn't rule that out that we could eventually get his sword as an actual item. Didn't get an MTX effect for that, though? Darn it. Okay, I'm also going to be honest with you, I don't know how we want to use this support gem right now, so I think we're just going to stockpile it for the time being. Oh, it's another Mongrel Master. was like, oh, that's weird. Those enemies aren't immediately attacking us. Well, that was why. They were leashed. Until they were unleashed. Quite literally. But technically it's enemy, actually. What's up, Jer? Cannot tell me that the boss turning into a wolf with the sword in his mouth isn't Dark's. That was absolutely something that I was thinking of. Yes, I wrote her. Who knows what the future may bring, though? Who knows? Who knows? Turn lever. Oh, hold on. These little alcoves sometimes after the lever, and I feel like that would be a clever place to hide something significant. I haven't seen it yet. Huh? Oh, I thought that was a dead end for a second. Tell you, man, these tree branches are getting me every time. Not so much that I'm thinking that they are an enemy. It's not really the case. It's more so just that I can't see if there are enemies on the other side of them. So, kind of need to be prepared for the worst. Started a Sorceress yourself yesterday. Want to try a real Stormweaver type? Nice. Is there a particular skill or skills that you had in mind that you wanted to focus on? Now we're seeing the tree branches on the side here. Diverging path. See, there appears to be what I assume be another lever over here.
Out of mana.
Just throw all the fireballs in the opposite direction of the feral primate. Maybe it'll bounce around and eventually hit him, right? That lowers this side.
All before me.
Seems like there might have been something on the other side. Kind of want to populate those storms as much as possible. Oh, from the Ascendancy. Specifically. Crit and a 3-spell rotation. I will admit that's not something that, well, I guess maybe I just chose not to take chances on the uncertainty of that storm effect. Which, to be fair, it's not as if there was much certainty for any skill when everything was new in Path of Exile 2, but wasn't sure what to make of it. So I didn't really plan on prioritizing it. It's likely going to be something that I skip. Or at least, that's what I had anticipated doing initially. Please go away now. Care about fire damage. Someone has to test it, right? I mean, this is the time to do it. Test it early. See what you think of it. Try to get a sense for... I mean, maybe it's just immediately great. maybe it has potential but needs a particular way to set it up. Release a monkey? Eventually, yes. There's a checkpoint. I mean, as I was saying, it feels like we have been in this area for a while now, but it's really hard to keep track of just how far we've gone. And how much we've doubled back. Oh, that is a place we can go through. Okay.
Desert fire!
Mongrel Master and his mangy mutts. I hear the monkeys. Okay. Seems like we're out of the waterway itself now. Reservoir mechanism, main control for the Utsal spillways. Oh. Is this gonna summon a big bad boss? Only one way to find out. Only one way to see. No. Seemingly not. Oh, okay. Whoa. There's a city. Alrighty then, perhaps it's time for us to head back to town. And we saw a bunch of canal levers along the way, and I guess I had just thought to myself, oh, I suppose that's reason enough to put the canal lever label on this zone, but it seems a little strange given how there's like 20 of them. But no, this was the big one. Also checking out with a controller, seeing how that feels. I've not yet tried it myself, but it seemed like it was getting a fair bit of praise, so I am curious. Maybe it's worth trying that soon. Okay, let's head back.
That should do it.
No boss that shows up dramatically after the fact? Just to mess with us? No? Apparently not. I assume we talked to Alva in town?
What have you learned?
Be warned, friend.
Oh?
The waterways on the Matlan River be a barrier between us and the Azak tribe. The Orok may be troubled, but the Azak, them are true horror. Their queen witch, Ignakdok, takes her child every blood moon. Why? I won't guess. If you trespass, only death awaits you. But if you survive, while you are there, please, rip out our heart.
Oh. Now, what with this being Path of Exile, I do kind of expect for us to actually rip her heart out and present it to Servi as our bounty, proof of having defeated her. Let's see. That can go. That can go. That I think can go. It's not a bad life roll, but not a good enough base. That is a nice life roll. Not a good base for us. It's also good mana, good lightning res strength. You'd like to be higher, but it's actually not terrible. That we'd like to deconstruct. Don't think that's good enough. No. 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 Okay. Ooh, I like the art on that. Looks really good. It's hard to see it when it has the glyph socket. It reminds me a lot of the crown / helmet that King Arthur wears in Monty Python and the Holy Grail, for whatever that's worth.
Don't drink the water.
We'll just stash you. Oh, didn't we? Hold on. Oh, we got. Oh, yeah, we have a few essences here that we should put in the actual essence tab. To avoid confusion, probably best if we do that. Okay, let's see. We're supposed to chat with Alva. She's still over here? Oh, no. Where did she go? At the base of the... Oh, wait! Now that we've lowered the water level, can we finally walk through here?
This drowned city, disgraced by time, just like precious Keth. There is still a beauty about it, I admit.
But we also lose the really cool water effect in the city, which I really liked. That's a very long and dramatic staircase, though. Hello.
Beyond this sealed door is the Temple of the Sun God Konek. I've seen writings by a fellow named Ketzuli that mention his research in this temple, but I can't quite make sense of what the device was or how it functioned. Unfortunately, we can't use Kalguran explosives without risking whatever's inside. However, there's a piece missing from the door. Knowing Naval, it'll be made of gold, of course.
Or souls.
I recommend heading into the city to search for it. Try looking around the Agarat area, as that is well known for its opulence in the golden tributes, especially at the main temple's apex. Hurry back if you find it.
Okay. Alright.
Bye.
This guy... But the actual city itself is down this way. Let's see what we can learn here. So, several new zones. One we're in right now, 40, 41, 41, 42. That's the one that's locked off until we get the quest item, which we theoretically expect to get here, although I'm not sure if that's definitive. Molten Vault. Apex of Filth? Oh, no thanks. And then you would think this is probably the place where the final boss of the act would be, but can't really say that definitively. Okay. No indication yet as to whether there are any bonus things in this area other than how...
Exile, you are impressive, even as a drowned ruin.
Although, there are many different areas that link to this spot. Now, if we read into this, the direction of the different zones at all, it would suggest that up / to the right are technically the directions where you would get the most benefit, but that, or we'd be the most likely to find those new sections, but that may not actually prove to be the case. Also, there may be reason to deliberately go in the opposite direction first, so that by the time we do get to those other areas, we can just pop straight in and go in them and start exploring them and not have to worry about skipping any of the stuff here. This is cool. Still see the fish hopping around. I was gonna say, not a lot of enemies yet, though. Not until they all jump out at once, at least. Filthy. What? Lover, in this case. Flathead warrior? This sounds disrespectful. some sort of ranged attack. It's almost like a sunder. It seems you I don't like. I can already tell I'm not gonna like it. Also, the art for that reminds me a whole lot of the art for some enemies in The Witcher 3. For what it's worth. With roughly the same name, no less. I was gonna say, yeah, so this would be the opposite direction. Perhaps makes sense that, or at least our suspected opposite direction. Oh, you are still alive. And you freeze us and kill us incredibly quickly. I was admittedly not looking at our health pool. Also, that explains a lot. Okay. I was sleeping a little bit there. I didn't realize you were still alive, first of all. Second of all, I wasn't looking at her health bar. Third of all, apparently that was all chaos damage. Or not chaos, it was... poison? Bleed? Because it ignored our energy shield, but normal chaos damage does not do that. Okay. Yeah, that was... a bit of a lesson to be learned. Of several varieties. What? Oh, right. Since we died, potentially, the enemies respawn. This is true. And it does give us the XP we need to level, so in a way, it was actually beneficial. Okay, we can get better chance to ignite, which in and of itself is not that dramatic, except that it could make it much easier for us to actually do the cast on Ignite Ember Fusillade, because that has been a next to complete non-factor. Ooh, hold on. Not about to go straight into this, but this actually looks like it could be a decent energy shield cluster. Reduced life in order to gain a whole lot more energy shield. If you have way more energy, flat energy shield than you have flat life, then it's also much better mathematically from that standpoint as well. Gain 8% of maximum energy shield as additional stun threshold. Stun threshold related stuff. Light radius, increased energy shield from equipped helmet. Does have potential if you have a really good helmet. More stun threshold stuff. Okay. So this is potentially the one with the most upside. Though these do cover for what would otherwise, or this particularly would cover for what would otherwise be one of the greatest weaknesses of an energy shield build. But offense is what we are most lacking right now, so we're definitely going to take this. Okay, but we have a newfound respect for the water hags, or whatever they're called. Is that what they come out of? No. The seemingly more basic normal enemies, but took their sweet time. I would like to know more about how the damage worked from that skill that the water hag dealt to us. I really thought that was cold damage. Well, there it is. At least one of her skills. Okay, there's also arms. Oh, what? You're just hanging out there. Step in the geo. Oh, okay, there's also a huge boot-like enemy of some variety as well. Saw you for a second, water hag lady. Where'd you go? You're over there. River hag. There's another one. Okay, we're obviously dodging into an area where we have not yet completed, which is also generally, as a rule of thumb, a very bad thing to do. enemies as well. We might be able to. So that is a nasty skill that we do not want to take part in at all. I suppose it makes sense. It looks like something that you wouldn't want to be anywhere near. They can make multiple of them, though. That might have had something to do with how they were technically moving here. That's only hitting our energy shield. So what was it that got our life in that case? Because it was ignoring our energy shield. Was it actually a different enemy? I don't know what to make of that. It's cold and something because it slows and freezes, if you recall correctly. I noticed we got slowed down significantly, which might have also made me think it was cold. I assumed that was just a pretty nasty chill. But could it have actually been like a wither effect? Of some variety? Which would generally be more associated with chaos damage. Also, Yoinkity. Is one of the new higher tier light blasts, although it's the same tier that I bought. I think that's our first time seeing it actually drop directly, but I did like the rolls more that I purchased. I'm really sure we have that much to gain. Roll with this, but pick it up just in case. Yeah, so I now have this sort of unsettling sense of concern about the enemies here. Don't really know what to make still. That previous enemy that we fought. This one's hasted, by the way. Wonderful. It's over there somewhere. Oh, she's doing that. I mean, that is not hitting our life. But I wonder if the ignores our energy shield. While that skill doesn't. Also, your energy shield is an issue. Ideally, I would do this. We don't have to mark on that button anymore. Oh, I hate this. Pretty quickly when you're charging up that attack. It seems like you kind of follow up with a backhand attack. Uncut Spirit Gem rank 10. Oh, also you explode on death, which I did not realize was a thing. Did we get rid of the tag? I hope so. Wait, that was normal. I thought we... Skill Spirit. Okay. We already have one at rank 10? At the moment, we're mostly just igniting. Hold on. Is it really rank 10? Yeah, it is. Okay. I mean... Ooh. I'll be honest with you. Blasphemy, which turns a curse into an aura, combined with flammability, would, at least in the short term, almost certainly be better than the cast on Ignite. Now, we are starting to scale our chance to Ignite more. I think it's already making it a little bit easier for us to trigger that, but at least at the moment, I think that might actually be the most effective way to use our spirit. Do we still have flammability here, or did we leave that in town? We might have left that in town. I think we did. Okay. This will be our little reminder, though. Okay. And it does cost 60 spirit, so we would have to sacrifice one in order to make room for the other. At least short term, I think that would be better. I don't know exactly how big the aura is that it creates, but certainly it would work for Incinerate at that range. The long-range fireballs, presumably, you would need to get closer. But obviously the enemies generally do try to rush us down. And for bosses, oftentimes the best place is to be right in their face. So in that case, it would also work pretty well. So those guys blow up on death. Which, notice that that guy was doing just in time. Which I didn't see when I started to say that. I was looking at the other guy when the thought occurred to me. Excuse me, sir.
Need mana.
Now you back up. Have that, because that might be a better base for our mana flask. That looks really cool again, art-wise. That does too. I don't ever want to see you again. I don't like this enemy. I don't understand you. One of you is dead. And we're two here. A blue. You have that proximal tangibility thing, which I think makes you phase in and out. Make it at times impossible to hit you. Also makes it harder to know where you actually are. No, that wasn't. Please go down. Thank you. Okay, there also is seemingly a pathway over here. Is not necessarily the direction we were starting to go in before. Or well, we headed in this way longer ago. Then we started to loop around a little bit further. Don't watch it. You should not be allowed to make multiple of those at a time. That should be illegal. Please run away. Are you dead? I think so. Take the arm. this is the opposite direction that we were starting to go in. But what about them barrels? Obviously, you have to do the barrel. These crawlers do also remind me of enemies from Path of Exile 1. Ones that you start to see around start of Act 3, primarily. Very start of Act 3. Those orbs from the witches remind you of the Shaper fight? Huh. Visually, I could see that. Oh. Oh, yep, that does mean enemies are going to pop out. That is true. That is true. That is an old type of light blast, but it's still an efficient, small item to trade in. Wait for it. Then you go. I mean, part of me wonders if that's the thing that actually killed us initially. Not the witch. They definitely didn't know that those guys exploded at first. And could see that dealing a lot of damage. You are not welcome here. Oh wait, did those guys run at us? It seems like they're straight out of a cartoon. Hit that? We can. Oh? Oh, I thought that was our frost wall breaking. I thought that was the wall of the actual map breaking and potentially opening up an entirely new area. No, not exactly. It does seem like we might be getting close to the edge on this end. It potentially could mean we're getting close to one of the exits. Would be nice. There are supposedly two of those. How dare you approach our rotten lodge? It is our most prized possession. And there you go, destroying it. Curse you. How dare you? Actually been there. Oh. We're starting to circle around there as we were headed towards before, it seems. Maybe there wasn't anything in that corner after all. We are getting seemingly a whole lot of experience now, though. Definitely seeing our fair share of blue packs, and that definitely helps in that regard. Altar Road? That is a higher level base. I mean, our chestplate is so good right now, that's going to be really hard to outdo that for a very long time. other pieces of gear, though. Would certainly be interested in seeing higher level bases. Other gargantuan mana? Okay, we probably don't want to load up too much on just a bunch of base flasks.
You will burn!
Ooh, our first ball orb drop. That is the currency that we were talking about before, the one that has the same effect, the corruption that we got from that, I guess you could call it, quest item of sorts, back in the previous dungeon. The one that made our chestplate even stronger, actually. Stun resistant. Energy shield aura. I don't see any reason to suggest we should not just do this.
Sands take you!
That is hybrid energy shield dex. Huh. Felt like we've been picking up enough stuff that we'd be running out of space, but apparently not. That also looks really cool, art-wise. Yeah. Items are looking good. Wait. Okay, that was a wall, right? It's not as if that was an exit to a different area. I don't think so. Really rather not have to double back to that. Ooh. You were extremely camouflaged. Hate you. Go away. Go away. Especially in that choke point. Don't want anything to do with you. I think we got her? Wait. This music. Is it directly from Path of Exile 1? Might not. That's a lot of people. Our could have been good there, but honestly, still with all the projectiles we have on this guy, Fireball, still doing some decent work. The damage does feel like it's starting to fall off a little bit now that the enemies are getting stronger. Okay, we can't just pick up every single gargantuan life and mana flask that we see. Oh, that's a chest plate that's... Oh, actually, pure strength. Point now where we're gonna start getting pickier when it comes to what we do and do not pick up. Oh, they're still coming out. Oh, one of those is rare. Cinder aura, all damage ignites. You did. Oh.
I must
Also
travel
interesting.
light.
That was just the base. Okay, let's see. That's unfortunate. Okay, I would actually prefer just the normal base in that case. Get out of here. that orb does the nasty stuff? I think so. I think it's the orb. I think it's actually much stronger than the cyclone-like effect that we're seeing. Yeah, but you actually can't get hit. This is kind of insane. Please die already.
Out of mana.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the music is very similar, but not quite identical to some music from Path of Exile 1. There's the follower. I guess we're not about to, so we can wait to ID that. We've not found any exits to this zone, despite having made almost a complete circle around it. This must be one of them, though, right? Surely. Checkpoint. That's a little comforting, since it's been so long since we last found a checkpoint. But I mean, I guess we haven't been in the middle. Could be something up here as well. We don't know of any bosses. They're rare. An elemental resistance aura, which I don't like. You also automatically inflict bleed, which I also don't like. You are very, very fast. Like, so much faster than us. Yeah, the bleed only takes effect once he starts hitting our life.
Die forgotten.
Doesn't affect us if it only hits our energy shield, which is similar to what Iroda was saying earlier. So was that just a checkpoint because there were some rares there that were guaranteed to appear? Or is there something more than just that? Also, still one of the other areas we have yet to see in the opposite direction. To the left here. Some of these guys are minions. They don't necessarily look like the same type of enemy we saw that rare be. Might mean there's a new rare headed our way quite soon. You seem to be coming back to life, like, immediately. And I'm not sure why that is. Oh, wait. We're the hag. It's called a water hag in The Witcher, I think. I think there's a rare somewhere over here that has a mod that regenerates or revives minions. I think that's what's happening. 'Cause they are getting revived, and that's the only explanation I can think of. That's dead end. Excuse me. I think it's over there. Over there. I did not mean to do that. is a water hag. River hag. Yeah, you know what I mean. It's the same thing. Okay, she's dead. As for the other one, which is a rare, you revived the minions. It was you all along. I should have known. You know, it was all going swell when you did that. Please die. Because I really don't like it.
Victory is mine.
I think I just figured out what it is. She curses you. And that curse, is it a Hex Blast? Does Hex Blast deal chaos damage? If so, then I think that's what it is. Yes, I think that's what it is. I think that's what got us before. When we stood close to her, I could hear a little, almost like ticking sound. It was a lower sound than that. It was like a boom, 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 which sounded like it was a curse that was in the process of being applied. And if we had stayed there longer, / if she had lived longer, it would have eventually applied, or that was the Hex Blast that was preparing to go off. Oh, okay, here's where the checkpoint was leading us, apparently. That's a blue bag. Fortunately, when they're all standing next to each other, it does mean we can do a whole lot of this. Also, we could do that, potentially. I'm pretty sure they're all dead now, but that could have been helpful. Oh, yeah, you still have more friends, apparently. Might have just been the sound of us getting hit normally, but I still... going back to the sound from the River Hag, but I still think that Hex Blast was probably the answer. That would explain a lot. There's the level. Oh, you're rare. Temporal bubble. You slow us down when we're inside this? How am I supposed to escape? Can't. There is no escape. Confirmed. There actually is no escape. There legitimately is no escape. Kind of just, yeah, trying to get rid of all of your friends so that we can 1v1 you here. You also stun. Makes it even harder to run away from you.
Didn't break a sweat.
A lot of money and... Ooh. Do we have any junk we're still holding on to here? We have all these flasks that we've been stockpiling. Probably don't need you. Do this, do that, do that. Check this real quick. Eat it. Go back to the base. I mean, we probably don't need to be holding on to the base that much. Okay, but... higher chance to ignite. And across all those, it starts to become pretty significant. This is 30, 45, 85. Ignite duration. Magnitude of ignite. Enemies ignited by you have reduced fire resistance. Okay.
Fire, take you!
Money. Oh, you're also a rare? Excuse me? Also, you regenerate life, which is rather unfortunate. Hold on. Isolation? Fortunately, ooh, degen damage does kind of counteract your life regen. On the other hand, you hit us pretty hard. And I did not appreciate that. And I am actually unsure to what extent we can out-damage your regen. Bit of a reality check. Why is... Oh, because I'm pressing not for life flask. That's why we're not getting it. What the... Oh, no, it's not... Okay, also, I almost killed this by doing that. No, it's not because of that. It's because of one of your stats. It prevents us from regenerating more than half our life. This guy legitimately will kill us. We cannot kill this guy. Or at least it's going to be very close. Okay, thank goodness. He did drop a ball orb, which is nice. But that was not a good experience. Trying to fight that dude. Wonder if you can only get Vol orbs once you get to a certain level / area in the campaign, because we got 0 Vol orbs until we actually started encountering Vol enemies, which you could choose to interpret as a coincidence. That does seem kind of odd. And maybe this branches off in 2 separate directions, in 2 different locations. There are theoretically 2 exits from this zone. We've explored basically every other direction. Alcove? No? Okay. Oh, river hag? Hopefully just a normal one. Yes.
Burn away!
Those guys can't damage on climb ground? No, I think that's just the mossy stuff on the ground. Made me think for a second that might have been the case.
I have no space for that.
Okay. I'll take your word for it. Double river hag. Double trouble. Bubble bubble. See, we got poisoned by something there. That might actually be it's actually the fish. Oh, and they're minions. Wait. Something's rare here. Ow. Not yet identified which one it is or what it does. It does concern me. got rid of all those enemies? Okay, this one's rolled already. We'll try this. We've kind of passed on that in the past. Although it's probably more often than not the time when we're using our mana flasks. Maybe that is actually okay. Sure. We'll do it. Technically this is sort of sellable, or at least disenchantable. Hag is still there. Somewhere. Where are you? Like when that starts happening, when the circular, oh, I don't like you. You are rare. When the circle projectile hits you from the water hag, it starts creating this sort of, what's the name of it? Vignette effect? Is that what it's called? Where the edges of the screen start to change color, they turn black. I think the longer you stay in there, the more that becomes the case. You're fire resistant, and I don't like that about you. That was the default attack, Power Siphon, that I threw in there for a second. That might have built-in Cull. Hold on a second. Does it? Attempts to rip the life force from an enemy. Enemies within culling range will be highlighted and instantly killed on hit, granting a power charge. Can only target enemies in culling range. Okay, that is kind of weird for a default attack to only be able to hit enemies in culling range. However, to have Cull on Q is actually pretty fantastic, especially against bigger, tankier enemies. That one is also rolled, so we should probably take a closer look at that. Excuse me, sir. I was busy looking at that new item. Remove some life from mana. I don't think we want that. No. We'll also dump you. Hello. Enemies are very much back into the corner. Hello, River Hag. Please go away immediately. Oh, you're still alive. Let's change that. That's going to be a place where enemies come out of, isn't it? Have they already? Possibly. Assuming so at this point. Now you give me this. Oh, well, that's an older one. You must go.
Fire!
What is the significance of the little blue orb that some of the enemies have? that mean that they've been revived? Or, like, this guy has it right now. Does that mean that he's been revived before or something? Technically, you could make the case we ought to pick this up as well. We do technically have space for it. Oh. Is that a rip attack right in front of us that entire time? It might have been. Means they're it means they're in calling range. That makes sense. Okay, thank you. I would not have guessed that, but that is helpful. That's especially helpful because it would take me a very long time to figure that out.
Not yet.
Oh, that was supposed to be that. Or can we just call any and everyone who is in calling range? And not have to worry. Because that's pretty sweet. Don't mind if I do. I mean, that is functionally a cooldown. You can only hit people who are already low enough health that they can be killed. But, yeah, it turns out that's actually really useful. And it does give us some power charges, which does make us stronger. A checkpoint. And a door. An actual exit. I don't believe it. I was starting to think we would be in here forever. I mean, I am still, I was gonna say, wondering where the other door would be. They are, in fact, right next to each other. I assume those go to two separate zones. The Apex of Filth and the Molten Vault. Okay, I think we poke our head in, potentially to both of them, and see if there's a waypoint immediately on the other side, because that would be ideal. Oh. This might just be a little area with loot. I don't know. So I was a little surprised to see that many enemies directly on top of us as soon as we walked into the zone. It's not what I expected. And I did see a bunch of these things. Oh, that's lower tier anyway. Okay, so like that would be a straightforward option for the mana flask, whereas this one's a little bit more unusual or nuanced, where we really do want to only use it when it's on low mana. This is also just gonna ID it. So if it's not great, then we're probably gonna drop it. Okay, I mean, it has a socket. It's not of critical importance that we use that. That we're probably still going to use just for alchemy shards. So yeah, this was just a small little loot area. I guess that means we do have space to pick you back up. I think? Wait. Huh? That's weird. Is this a similar story? It
The
is.
water did not touch this place.
Now, of course, there's just in abundance. stay away.
Fire, take you!
Okay, cone throw. Let's actually press the button that we need to press. Let's say use this combo. Okay, also would be great not to get stuck in a place where I quite literally cannot move because this is the exact corner of the loop.
No mana!
So this is where he phases out of existence and we quite literally cannot hit him. But please don't do that. There we go. Oh, I forgot about that. Yup. I walked straight on top of that. Fortunately, it was not strong enough to kill us. That would have been horrible if it was. Okay, so it turns out this was not what I thought it was. I thought this was the actual exit. It was not the case. It was a bonus area where we got some additional loots. That wasn't really what I was looking for. There are a lot of you. Ooh, that is, I believe, is an energy shield helmet. Oh, it's a high... Oh, no, it is pure energy shield. It's a lower base, though. But we... If it wasn't, Well, just another way to prove that we've been here for forever is we've, like, filled up our entire inventory several times over at this point. Also a very good item that we would like to pick up. So, 2 sockets. Alright, fine, we'll break our own cross. Dump these guys, although that actually doesn't completely address the issue. There we go. Okay, actually though, like, where do we go? There are still some areas that we've yet to go, but this is kind of ridiculous at this point. Down. Thought so. There's still 2 more though. Over. No. He's on the full range. Now she is. Get rid of her. Get rid of her. Don't want to see her. Dead end, except no, maybe not. Exit? Goodness gracious. Is this the biggest zone we've been into ever before, or is that just me? This really feels like it is the largest zone we've ever seen thus far. Oh god. Crowdwalker? Yes. potentially nasty one. Stink Jaws? That's Doedre. That's actually Doedre. Unironically. In several ways. Is that not more or less exactly Doedre's model? And also Doedre's skills?
I must travel light.
I'm very grateful with this enemy. Unironically, I think that attack I suspect does a whole lot of damage. Resistant to fire. I really don't like how far we are in this zone without technically being done with it. You also can detonate dead. And they're standing on top of a bunch of enemies. I hate this. I hate this right now. I just want you to not exist. Nope. Don't do that.
Die forgotten.
Oh, thank goodness. That's Doedre. Like, approaching carbon copy territory. Seemingly. Oh, she's friends who also are trap walkers. They're a little list. Oh, that's to prevent the poison from our charm. Okay. I don't remember ever having you, but maybe that's part of the value of having fireballs bounce all over the place. Occasionally they do hit distant enemies without you even realizing. Exit? Tell me it's an exit. No? It's a river. Oh my god, finally. Wait, it's an actual exit. Oh my god. I was hating how big this zone was. Actually insane how large that zone is. And on one hand, sure, it's kind of cool to have a lot of stuff in an area. On the other hand, when you die and have to have all the enemies respawn in a zone where you're not even sure where you're supposed to leave, so you potentially have to retrace a whole bunch of steps and fight a whole bunch more enemies, that's not a fun experience. And I would have been very, very unhappy had that happened. The last zone of the act is the biggest one, the entire thing. It just never ends. Yeah, I mean, I feel like they went a little overboard. In some cases, a little overboard. This felt very overboard, to be honest with you. This felt like it really should have been cut into two separate zones, or just make it half as big. You don't need it to be that big in the first place. There's little to no benefit. I didn't enjoy it for it being bigger. It just stressed me out more about, oh, think about how much we're going to have to retrace our steps if we go the wrong way, or, as said, if we die. Sure, it might reset us to a checkpoint, but if you don't find one of the checkpoints, then you have a huge amount of ground to recover.
Now you've done it. Why are you making me risk my hide by coming out here? Wait. Look. Are you lucky, mad woman? The monkey god! The monkey represented Kamasa, the vile god of wealth. Even I'm tempted to... No. I'll just die horribly. It's you that's got to go in there.
Of course.
Give a look around. If you find what I think you'll find, and if you clear out any dangers, we're all going to leave this place rich.
Treasure. I suppose I can investigate.
In the patch note, they said they added some more checkpoints to most areas, so hopefully it's not as bad as when you ran it. But yeah, the Drowned City is also just massive. Is that the place where we are now? Yeah. Okay, so like here, for example, I'm hoping there's a waypoint immediately on the other side. Like as soon as we step through here. I want there to be a waypoint. Good. And then we pretty much have no choice but to immediately go back and try to find the other zone exit. Because if we don't, the next time we go to the Drowned City, we're gonna have to rerun this entire thing to find the other place. I'm hoping it's not that far away, but I have no idea at this point. Is it up here? Because any sense I previously had for the reasonable bounds how large a zone could be have been blown out of the water. And not in a good way. It's a cool zone, don't get me wrong, but it gets extremely repetitive and just annoying when it's this big. It would be a better zone if it were half the size, and I'm not even exaggerating. You could probably make it less than half the size and it would still be good. Maybe it's sort of symmetrical. There's this path down the middle, but then there's one exit here and there's one exit there. Yeah, but it also, like that Doedre enemy, for example, that's one of the other reasons why I was so fearful of that. I was like, I'm gonna be so mad if I die to this enemy right now. I have to basically reset what has been, what, at least a half hour to run this zone. And sure, like, our damage is bad. Yes, that has contributed to it. We might be able to fly through here more quickly if our damage were better. But there are... That may be the case, but it's still way too long to be spending in one area. Both because even if we had more damage, it would still take us a really long time. I remembered at the last second it was not quick enough. If we had damage, if we had more damage, it would still take a really long time. And then on the other hand, you know, it's not like everyone is going to come into this area and be prepared to spend that much time. Or rather, I mean, yes, that is actually a separate idea, but yes, that is also a thing. But also, it's not as if everyone is going to come in and have their build already running on all cylinders. Deaths, portals closing, yeah. Had 25% movement speed boots and could clear packs of enemies in like 2 to 3 seconds, and the area still took you 15 minutes to get through. So, like, that's the other end of the spectrum where you have a very fast build and it still takes you a long time. It has taken me at least twice that long, if not more than that. And that's just a bad experience, plain and simple, at that point. Like, I'm trying to make excuses for it. They're like, oh yeah, well, you know, sure, we're not that strong right now, but that is all just kind of trying to come up with a reason for why this bad experience could potentially be justified. Allies press foe recovery. Oh, that was another thing that they made a little less potent. Let's step down that.
Not yet.
1 second. Also, something is freezing. Or rather, chilling.
Everybody is mine.
Come back here, please. Stop running away. Can't fit stuff in your inventory. We've said that before, but that's because we could have filled our inventory a bunch of times over. Just all these systems kind of start to break down when the zone is as massive as this. Every corner I turn around at this point, I'm like, surely this is the last one, right? And then it's not. Which is not a good feeling. It's like, alright, how many... At a certain point, it's like, okay, yes, I could just be a little more patient. But then eventually you just go, alright, come on. What are we doing here?
I must travel light.
Walked into that one too. And it gets to the point where you just get kind of lazy and sloppy because you're zoning out because you've been in the same place for so long. Like, yeah, we probably should just portal to town at this point to dump some of this stuff. See if this is any good. I think they did a good job with Act 1. Act 2 is fine, but it seems like they make it artificially harder by making the enemies harder and more of an endurance thing. It definitely does feel like the pacing is quite different as you go from one act to the next, and I very much agree with you. It seemed like Act 1 was better pacing wise because the zones were seemingly smaller, and the gameplay overall is still slower, mind you, from Path of Exile 1 into Path of Exile 2. So even if the zones were the same exact size as Path of Exile 1, it would still take longer to clear out the areas. So there's already that. But then you also made the zones bigger, even in Act 1. But then as you go on into Act 2 and Act 3, you make them even longer still, and it's like, okay, you've already been pushing the limit. You're definitely exceeding it at this point. And it detracts from the experience. For sure. For all the reasons we've been talking about. And it's a lot of reasons. This is insane. Look, as I said, once we got the zone, the exit of this zone to the first place, is this it? Or is this going to be a different location? But it's not, or a different little, like, bonus room. So when we saw the exit, the previous area, I had said, okay, maybe the other spot is right next to this. Even though that seems a little strange, this zone is already so huge that the only way I could have justified there being another exit was by putting it right next to the first one. But no, you spread that out as well. Been having a lot of fun, but think it's because you lucked into landing on a build that is surprisingly good and also provides a lot of mobility. If you'd been going any slower, would have taken a lot away from it. And like, I think that is definitely part of it for us, for me, because we go into these boss fights and they're cool. Mechanically, they're more nuanced, they're more interesting than a lot of, if not, most of the boss fights in Path of Exile 1. but then they just drag on. And sure, I imagine a fair bit of that is because our damage is not great, but, you know, how much... And some of that is, of course, self-imposed, or however you want to phrase it, because we prioritized a fair bit of defensive stuff, but it's not like we've taken no offensive things. So it's just turned everything into a grind fest. And not like an enjoyable, oh, there's something to be gained from this kind of grind fest. It's like this is just taking longer than it should for seemingly no reason. To me, it's not the size that's the issue, it's the death reset. I mean, it's the combination of those two, or at least for me, it's the combination of those two things, because they are very closely intertwined. If you die, the zone resets, and the zone is so much bigger than it used to be in Path of Exile 1, so it basically, you know, doubles the punishment, if not more than that. Like, this has been mentally taxing to finish this zone, so the prospect of having to rerun a large portion of it is like the last thing I would want. Okay, so this is another one of the technically side areas. This is not even a place where we're trying to go. So like this even, it's supposed to be this good area where you get some bonus stuff. But honestly, to me, it just feels like a slap in the face. Right now, at least, it feels like a slap in the face. It's like, oh, we could have given you the next zone. I know you want the next zone. But instead, we're going to artificially inflate the size of this area.
I must travel light.
By giving you this stuff that you don't really need. And it's just going to further draw things out. Like, we have a, what, +3 level gem wand? And not amazing scaling on the tree. But we have pretty good gear. And our damage is pretty bad.
I must travel light.
Bad enough that it makes everything feel so taxing to complete. Even the checkpoint teleport doesn't feel super helpful, as generally the last checkpoint you marked is the furthest into the map. And sometimes you go an extremely far distance and you just don't find a checkpoint, so that's not even a factor. And the fact that the enemies still respawn doesn't necessarily save you that much. Even if you can travel from one checkpoint to another. And like, I know I'm being extremely critical right now, but it's in part because they've done many of the hard things well. This feels like a really straightforward thing that they just did not pay attention to.
You will burn.
So it's frustrating, not just because yes, the experience is not great, and it's the contrast of experience between, you know, early on in Act 1, it was good. Pushed the limits a bit, but it was good. And so now we're getting a, maybe not quite juxtaposition because that was a while ago. It's not like those experiences were right next to each other. It was a bit of a gradual transition. That's some of it. It just feels like that was, this should have been pretty clear that this was too much. The fact that this is a dead end also frustrates me. That place we can go? Here? Yes. I don't know if there's actually anything meaningful here. We might just reconnect with where we were previously. It seemingly does. That's one exit. That's a fake exit. Those are both fake exits. Is it up here? Down there? You can't see this right now, but I have my hands in the air, shrugging with a "what am I supposed to do" look. Because, are you serious? Okay. So now, what? I have to rerun the entire zone looking for the small area that I missed, apparently? And who knows how much retracing our steps we will need to do to make that happen? It's not even obvious where we did miss. Check here. Seems like this would be sort of in the end of an area. Okay, and it does go a little ways. Okay. There we go. Checkpoint. You say enter the apex of filth. I mean, we got the checkpoint, which helps, but I really want the waypoint here. Okay.
Garukan's grace, what is that smell?
Oh. Checkpoints. More importantly, waypoints. Okay. We're heading back to town, and wow, that was a bad zone. That was a bad zone. It could have been a fine zone. It could have been a good zone. Cut it in half. Honestly, cut it in a third, probably even better. More does not inherently equal better.
Quickly.
Okay, we have a lot of stuff we want to disenchant. Or rather, disassemble. And then maybe disenchant as well, but... Where are you? You. Still you. You. That seems like it. But we did get a lot of stuff there, in part because that was functionally 3 zones lumped into one. It's a little less representative in that way as well. That's not bad. A couple of stats there. Let's see what we actually might want to disenchant here, though. Yeah, the spirit is actually kind of hard to get. So the moral of the story is, don't let your eyes glaze over while doing an exceedingly large map that's also quite repetitive. Right. I mean, yes. Like you say, like you're saying that in jest, in part, but that is very true, and the fact that it is quite punishing if you do have your eyes gloss over and die is really frustrating. That's not bad. That's okay, but not really for us. It'd mostly just be a question of, could that be useful for someone else? Ooh. A whole lot of life. The other stuff, not so great.
Don't drink the water.
Remember, we did this and we said, we'll use this as a reminder. To combine this with our curse. That was a long time ago. That was a long time ago that we said that. Because that might have been at the beginning of the zone. Okay. So what this does is it turns our Blasphemy Curse into an aura. We'll use all of our spirit to do it. But the curse gives our enemies minus 33% fire resistance. So that's a pretty big deal. Technically, we are getting +3 level of gems from this, because it is a fire spell, or fire skill, flammability. We could get it in level 10 form if we were to just, do this. Okay, well now it's 10 plus 3 for 13. What did that improve, though? Is it minus 33% fire resistance before? Now it's minus 34? A whopping difference. Did we always just been holding that in our inventory? Or was that a new one that dropped? I think we've always been holding that in our inventory. I think. Okay, let's see what you are selling.
Yes.
At this point, I think we got at least 2 levels in that zone. So the stock you have here may very well have reset. That's a decent flat energy shield roll. In fact, it's practically double our base energy shield here. Can we match the offensive stuff? That is the challenge. That's not quite as good defensively, at least from an energy shield perspective. Might be worth trying to craft this at least a little bit.
See you.
Not horrible, but probably wouldn't have been our first choice. Worth regaling? We have some stuff that we wanted to exalt, didn't we? Don't remember what our highest priorities were for regals, though. Honestly, you're not bad. At some point, that would potentially be worth regaling. Even if it's not really something we personally want, we could resell it to someone else. Potentially make a bit of a profit off that. I don't know what the trade value is for any of the currencies right now. I've not looked at any of that stuff. Thought there were other things we were considering regaling, though. Maybe it was just the exalts? Let's double check, what you have as well. Also, you want to speak with us.
The city of Utzal has been laid bare to the world after all these centuries. I know you're after some particular device, but I can't help but remind you that we are here for a purpose of our own. Treasure hunters hunt treasure, yeah. I'll not be the first to set foot in those deadly sunken ruins. But if you're brave enough, you might as well keep an eye out for anything that looks valuable. In particular, look for buildings with monkey statues on them. If you spy something like that, give me a shout. I'll be waiting with great anticipation.
Sounds like that will translate into some bonus area that will give us some other reward. Optional, but potentially worthwhile nonetheless. That is pure int. The space, and there's a whole lot of them here to choose from. Hold on. Let's compare. Our current helmet has a huge life roll, but there's definitely potential to improve its energy shield, which is technically more valuable to us than life is. So this one here actually isn't that bad. Lose 75 life to gain 50 energy shield. We have to have more than 50% increased energy shield from the tree. So I think on net we do gain effective life pool from taking this. We then don't really care about the accuracy we're losing. We don't care at all about it. The mana is a little unfortunate. This mana has been more of a concern as of late. The cold res gets much better, actually. That is nice. This is not a bad helmet. Let's see what the other alternatives are, but I would consider picking that up. It is the best of all of them. It is obviously the most expensive, but we could certainly afford it. Let's see what the other options are here. Is there anything big that we're losing? The mana is really the only thing we're losing here. Because again, I think, although we sacrifice... Oh, the rune for the lightning resistance, but we can craft that on if we need to. I think we take it. And we probably use it immediately. It is potentially another Exalt target. But that's not bad. Let's see. Where does that put us? Cold was our lowest resistance outside of Chaos. Gets us up to 57. We do lose the 12% lightning res, but we could create a rune spot for you, and I imagine we have one of the lightning resistance ones lying around. Yeah, we do. Alternatively, of course, you can go with life. You could go with... I think there's one that gives energy shield, right? Life regeneration. Where was it? This. And that's a lot of energy shield. Getting 20% of that. Well, it's the base number, right? It's not more energy shield, so to speak. The order of operations is a little bit different. Still would be quite good. Just double check the before and after on the energy shield side, though. Life and energy shield side. So this is the old one. 930, 15, 16. Yeah, we lose all the, 75 life. That's just a straightforward one. But how much energy shield do we gain? Like 150. Yeah, so sacrifice 75 life to gain 150 energy shield. From that standpoint, we're coming out ahead. That's what we anticipated would happen. Cold resistance is up. Lightning resistance, we can make it so that it's not a sacrifice. If we were to craft that on, it's just a matter of would you actually prefer to have something else instead. Can you get away with 43% lightning res? I mean, that's not that bad. Honestly, if we had chaos resistance on one of these, that might be the most intriguing option. I don't think we've seen that. That may not exist. I don't know. This is the one we would consider as an alternative. Either way, though, I think we are looking to do this. And now, is there an obvious other place? Well, the thing is, once we exalt this, if we do get lightning resistance on it, or some other resistance, then we would feel a little more comfortable about not putting lightning res on here. We could potentially get better lightning res from our shield, though. This is pretty out of date, even if it rolled really well once upon a time. I don't know, man. Take the lightning res, I think, wherever it went. Yeah, this one. Do that. So we already have pretty high effective life pool at this stage of the game. And 55, 56, 57 for the elemental resistances, at least. That's pretty good too. Oh, I forgot about this. That is now our regal target. That's the thing that we were eyeing. Is that good enough? Yeah, good enough to try. Mana. Not loving it. I know we sacrificed some when we changed here. That was the thing that we did end up losing a bit. But... I don't like that trait. I know we gain energy shield from it, but I still don't like that trait. Losing pretty sizable chunk of fire damage, cast speed, lightning and cold res. Again, we could craft one of those on with one of the runes, but can you get 2 on a shield? I don't know if you can. It might just be chest plates. I don't think it's good enough. I don't think it's good enough to justify that. Kinda stinks, because we did invest a bit in that, but get at least a regal shard back in the process. Alright. Well, thankfully, we did finish that zone. And, we did get a decent amount of stuff loot-wise from it, and experience-wise as well. We're close to getting another level still. As for what we've learned about the subsequent areas, we know we can't go here yet. This one apparently... Oh. Well, that's a lovely prospect. I'm thrilled to fight her. And then this one, which is not telling us much. It is possible to vol another socket onto an item, so yes, 2 max. That is possible? Okay. I mean, that would be the last step we would want to take, and it does seem like vol orbs are pretty hard to come by. I know we've actually gotten a couple recently, but I would think we'd want to be fairly protective of those. I know we've been pretty aggressive with other stuff, and perhaps a little overly aggressive with big Zalts, because we've now blown through all those. But I'm not sure if we want to be all that quick to throw out our vol orbs, at least not at this stage. There might be some items that are good enough to consider doing so. I mean, the obvious one would have been the chestplate, but we actually got that for free, and it happened to work out well for us. They start dropping in decently high quantities, but you haven't used any. I mean, we just didn't see any drop until we got roughly halfway through, if not more than halfway through, Act 3. So it's just kind of hard to get a sense for, is that because it just wasn't even possible until Act 3, in which case, alright, completely ignore the non-existent drop rates for most of the game that we've played through thus far, and just look at it from mid-Act 3 onward, in which case the drop rates are actually pretty good. Or if it could have dropped that entire time and we truly just never saw it, then okay, drop rates are pretty bad. So, kind of hard to gauge for that reason. But either way, we picked up some decent stuff, and that helmet should be quite useful. In fact, how much effective life do we have total here? This is what, basically now 2,500-ish, right? Functionally, a little more than that, actually. So that's, I think, at this stage of the game, quite good, if I had to venture a guess. And again, the resistances are not capped, but I don't really think the game is really expecting us to have the capped resistances right now. So that's also not bad either, which does explain why we can face tank most bosses, or at least not worry too much about what might otherwise have been one-shot mechanics. The big question remains the damage, and that has been a bit of a struggle to scale up. The wand has helped, but I think a fair bit of it might be that the damage nodes that we have taken have been a little bit more indirect damage, stuff like increased damage with hits against enemies that are affected by ailments. That's only 12%, and then these are actually all increased chance to inflict those ailments. 24% increased damage with hits against enemies afflicted by ailments. So, if enemies are afflicted by ailments, we have a fair bit more damage. But then, you know, applying the ailments, which, yes, is, in a way, a source of damage. But we don't have a lot of just simple, straightforward, plus 20% fire damage, plus 30% spell damage. And I think those are the kinds of things that are starting to hold us back, or have been holding us back for a while now. We've instead been getting more peripheral things, or at least eyeing more peripheral things like firing additional projectiles, but you still want those projectiles to deal a lot of damage, otherwise it doesn't make that much of a difference to have more of them. So, I think we've been, well, obviously, we've acknowledged that we've been disorganized from a skill tree standpoint, because we didn't really have a super definitive plan going in, because we didn't know what this tree looked like. But we're starting to get a better feel for what we actually do want, and hopefully that means we can, once we start digging into this cluster, for example, start to feel a little bit better about our offenses. And we did just throw on that blasphemy flammability curse, which could also help a lot. I mean, it's kind of similar in that it's also going to be reducing enemies' fire resistance. But I guess most of this is about the ignite. Resistances have been sitting at about 10% the entire campaign, and physical damage has been your only enemy. Yeah. Chaos resistance would be nice. We have 0% chaos resistance, and I am definitely feeling it when we get hit by chaos damage. But the elements haven't really been much of a concern, for the most part, outside of when we've been completely swarmed by enemies. But if we had more damage, we would not get completely swarmed by enemies as much. So there is some cause and effect there.